16-year-old Praggnanandhaa Ramuswamy is currently ahead of the field here in this Champions Chester. He's got 3 points clearance, and this is Sacred Room where all those great plans are being made in between the games. And Jovanka Hauska, do you think that Pragg can hold on to this?
He's having a dream tournament. And you know what? He's playing so well, he might just do this.
Well, we said he had a 3-point lead. There is none other than the guy who likes to disrupt those kind of plans, Magnus Carlsen, who's ahead of the pack. This is the room where Magnus resides. This is where he goes in between games and where he's been staying now that he's been sick. But can we still expect a comeback?
Yeah, he is the comeback king. And he's going to be throwing everything at his opponent today. So perhaps it will be Magnus who emerges on top.
One thing's for sure, this is going to be a really, really exciting day.
8 players gathered in the Oslo Arena.
He's quite a cool customer still, isn't he? I mean, like, he's not looking that cool, actually, is he?
We thought the night was going to go backwards. It's been offered up again.
What?
Here comes the breakout. Magnus has released the light square bishop.
Wow, look at the evaluation bar, just shot up in Black's favour. Duda could not stand the tension. He took this pawn. Black, I think, has got a winning attack.
And there's a big threat on the board. It's going to be checkmate.
He's shaking his head.
Oh, look at the bar.
3 seconds.
1 second.
Has to make a move.
Whoa, okay, crazy tactics. This is just one of the most beautiful games I've ever seen.
It's day 6 in the Oslo Esports Cup with 16-year-old Praggnanandhaa in sole lead. Magnus Carlsen 3 points behind him, and to guide us through the 2 final days in the tournament, as always, Grandmaster David Howell. And David, what do you expect now from the end to the tournament?
It's going to be dramatic either way. The race is on. It's a sprint finish now with only 2 days left. And Praggnanandhaa, the 16-year-old, he's got fate in his hands. If he wins both his games now, both his matches in the last 2 days, he is the champion.
Wow. So Magnus, he doesn't even have the fate in his own hands. What is it about for the world champion now?
Magnus simply has to win his last 2 matches. He also has to hope that there's a slip up from Pragg. Pragg, maybe, he's never been in this situation before with such world-class players. Maybe the nerves will start to creep in. Magnus has to hope that the youngster gets nervous.
And what has impressed you, though, the most about Pragg in this tournament?
It's just the maturity. Nothing seems to fluster him. He even lost 3 games in a row to Magnus, but he bounced back immediately with the win yesterday. He just looks so cool, so calm all the time.
What an impressive tournament he's having, Praggnanandhaa. And Magnus, 3 points behind him. Also, only 1 point behind Magnus is 3 players, and one of those players is Jan Christoph Duda.
It looks like Black is running out of ideas. Black can maybe create some kind of blockade, some type of fortress, but it will be broken down eventually.
Duda, he made that move with 3 seconds on the clock. I mean, the bar is loving it, but could he make blunders with that time?
Most certainly.
He'll need a lot of luck and a lot of creativity to save this, Liam. He's down to around 30 seconds now as well. And the problem is the Black King. The White Rooks are going to go for this Black King any moment. The checks are starting. Ooh, Duda. Rook takes Bishop. Very strong move.
It is eventually over. A win for Jan Christoph Duda on his birthday.
There's action everywhere. The Black Queen is now attacked by one of White's pawns. The Black Rook is also attacked by one of White's pawns. White is actually a whole knight down, but Black can't save the Queen and Rook at the same time.
And Queen takes pawn, and Praggnanandhaa, he's calculated everything out so cleanly. Wow.
So complicated. If you move the king, you could get checkmated here. This is no, you don't want to do that.
Pragg still hasn't played 4 games in this tournament.
He won't, at least until tomorrow.
Wow, it's 3 points for Praggnanandhaa, winning again. Another match win for Pragg in only 3 games.
Yeah, so brave, ignoring the White King and the threats to it, going for the Black Queen now, centralizing. Big
Hang on
threat.
a second, there's a big check on the board.
It's a massive check. And, oh, he's got the queen. He has pinned the queen to the king.
Win for Liam Leden in the first Blitz game.
Oh, Duda in big trouble, about to get checkmated, is he?
And now there's going to be a fork.
Ah, that's the end, I think.
It's
Yep,
over for Duda. He loses the match to Liam Le in Blitz tiebreaks. We did have 2 Blitz tiebreaks yesterday, but Jordan van Vriest winning against Magnus Carlsen in the rapid portion to gain all 3 points. And Nishigiri, he lost in those Blitz tiebreaks to Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And Liam, he won the Blitz tiebreaks against Jan-Christoph Duda. But again, Praggnanandhaa, in only 3 rapid games, won the match to gain all 3 points against Erik Hansen. So these are the standings with 2 rounds to go. Praggnanandhaa, 12 points. He's earned $30,000 so far. Magnus Carlsen is 3 points behind and only 1 point behind Magnus. 3 players, and in the studio today to guide us through round 6, as always, International Master Ivan Kazka, Grandmaster Simon Williams, and Grandmaster David Howell. And, well, Simon, what do you expect from the final 2 days?
It's going to be a great day today. It's kind of down to Pragg. Can he win? If he wins today, he wins tomorrow, he wins the whole thing. Yeah. So it's in his control, and that's a great position to be in. You want to be controlling the competition and sort of making it your decision how it goes. So he's got a tough game today, though. He's got to play Duda, and Duda is incredibly strong. So I think this is going to be a real challenge today.
Looking forward to it. And Ivanka, we want to know who all the viewers are rooting for here.
Yeah, we absolutely do, because we have a very special competition today. So if you want a chance to win this Airthings View Plus, well, you have to answer this question. Who are you rooting for in the Oslo Esports Cup? And as always, you tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps. Amazing prize. Yeah. And look forward to seeing your responses.
And tell us why as well.
Yes.
Why are you rooting for whoever you're rooting for?
I forgot that part. Very important part. Always and why.
And why. Well, David, yesterday Magnus had a dramatic match loss to Jordan van Vries. He lost 1 game in a very strange way. What happened there?
Yeah, it was self-inflicted, and yesterday was maybe most memorable for the world champion's blunder. It happened in this position. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces against Jordan van Vries, and actually white is doing very, very well. Look at the Black King out into the open. There are some strong moves here for Magnus. Actually, bishop takes pawn is suggested by the computer as a winning move. Queen takes pawn with a check, also very strong, hitting the Black King there. But Magnus, he completely hallucinated. He brought his rook up the board, thinking that he's pinning this bishop and winning this bishop along the second line, but forgetting completely about his opponent's piece all the way on the other side of the board. This bishop, of course, staring down at the rook, and after Jordan simply captured the white rook, Magnus realised he's about to be a rook down for nothing, and he lost the game a few moves later.
And we have the reaction here, super frustrated, and then even starting to laugh. Magnus Carlsen, can you sort of relate to that frustration, David?
Yeah, we've all been there. We've all made moves we can't really explain, but we're not used to seeing it from the world champion. He's normally fully aware of the whole board, every piece, every angle, but yesterday, just 1 moment of madness.
And with some fantastic play by Jordan van Vries, Magnus wasn't able to make a comeback, and this is what he said after losing the match.
Yeah, usually when I lose these matches, it's pretty avoidable. I don't know how even to explain that. I generally know how the pieces move, but with some notable exceptions.
The humor is still there for Magnus Carlsen. Today he is facing Erik Hansen. So remember, a total of 4 rapid games in each match, and if they are tied after those 4 rapid games, we will head straight to tie breaks. And after game 3 today, we're going to show you something fun. David, he had a difficult chess quiz for some of our players before the tournament started.
You can look. And, okay, this one is tricky. It's white to play and mate in 2. But if you get it right, you win it.
Queen c4 is...
Queen to c4?
Yeah. It's knight in e8.
-1 point.
Ooh.
Oh, I see. I think I'm gonna guess.
Oh, I thought it was a pawn too.
And Anish, if I play this one.
Yeah.
Let's check.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
I really thought that was a pawn.
Excuses. Point goes to Anish.
Yeah, but with a pawn on a2, rook takes f5.
A lot of fun, that chess quiz. We're going to show you the whole thing after game 3 today and who eventually won that chess quiz. You had some difficult puzzles, and this puzzle, David, it's very intriguing. Can you just remind us, and maybe the viewers as well, so they can work on it as well.
Yeah, this is one of the most beautiful puzzles I've ever seen in my life, and it's all to do with geometry, all the angles, and we saw it on the board. We saw Anish Giri come up with the answer eventually, but here, if you want more time, go back and pause this later, but here, a beautiful move. It's checkmate in 2 moves for white. There's only one way to checkmate in 2 moves, and that is retreating this white queen all the way back down the board, but it's not just this move, it's the next move. After the black king takes the white knight, it looks like a check, white's king is in check, but you can meet this with checkmate. You don't have to reply by moving your king, you can bring your queen up the board, and this is actually checkmate, hitting the king, because everything is pinned. You can't take this queen with your own queen because of this pin. You can't take the queen with your rook because of this pin against the black king, and finally, you can't take the queen with your pawn because this is pinned as well. Really complicated there, really pretty finish, but the Grandmasters, they got the answer.
Did you get that immediately, Simon?
No.
Difficult one.
It's a very difficult one. I mean, I've solved that one before, and it took me a long time, actually. It took me at least 20 minutes.
Very strange because you're looking at all those pins and they're not working, but we can see the players coming in now.
Definitely.
So,
They have some difficult chess games to solve today themselves. Duda, he is up against tournament leader Praggnanandhaa. Here comes Anish Giri. He lost another blitz tiebreak yesterday, and he's going to try to make a comeback today, Anish Giri. Here comes Praggnanandhaa, and he did stop to have a chat with Sverre.
It's the second to last day. You're currently ahead of the field by 3 points. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, so far it has been a good tournament. So I just want to finish it well.
And does it give any extra nerves to be leading at this point?
I didn't expect to lead at any point, to be honest, in this tournament when I started it. But it's good to be in lead, and yeah, it doesn't put me under pressure because I just don't really think about winning it for now because I just want to play some good chess.
And has facing Duda, has that made any special preparations, or is it just another day?
Yeah, I just did what I usually do and just prepare how I do it normally. Nothing special.
And it seems like what you've been doing has been working.
Yeah.
Good luck to you,
Yeah,
Brad.
thank you.
Okay. Erik Hansen, how does one sleep the night prior to playing the world champion?
Slept okay. I've played Magnus a couple times this year, so I'm getting a bit more used to it. And also, I did stay up, watch the hockey game that we discussed, so put me in a pretty good mood, let's say.
Calgary performed last night?
Yes, it was a really good game.
And does that mean that you're going to perform on the board as well?
I hope it follows the trend. I'm definitely going to try my best. Might not let it get down to 0.1 seconds, but yeah, no, definitely very motivated for today's games.
And what is your main concern prior to playing Magnus?
My main concern right now is that I don't fit any of my clothes. Since pre-COVID to now, it's everything is way too tight. But once I sit down, I was just focused on the game and putting pressure on him.
So the new goal is to actually bring slim fit into the chess world.
I brought like extra slim that that's going to be tough. But yeah, no, I guess that's what I'm doing on the side. Although if I'm not winning games, I'm not sure that's the best way to introduce a fashion trend. Gotta get some wins with the slim fit.
Good luck
We
to you.
all
Thank
feel
you.
you, Erik Hansen. The COVID. It did us all not so good. The arena, Oslo Esports Arena, is getting ready. We see a few players arriving for day 6. It's a dramatic day, especially for Magnus Carlsen, Praggnanandhaa, and the 3 players, only 1 point behind Magnus. These are the matches today. Erik Hansen against Magnus, and Erik, he has won a game against Magnus this year, so he does have chances. Magnus losing yesterday as well. And then the big one, Duda against Praggnanandhaa. Can Pragg win another match to keep his lead in the tournament? Giri against Glea, and then Jordan van Vries coming from that match win against Magnus yesterday. Today, facing Shakhriyar Mamdyarov. That will be an entertaining one. And we're going to follow this game in the first one. Praggnanandhaa against Duda. What do you expect, David?
Well, will Duda have that birthday hangover?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Duda, yesterday we saw he won he lost a very tight playoff on his birthday, so he'll take a while to recover, but Praggnanandhaa on fire. So Oh, I think we're going to see a very, very close match. Duda, a great player always, but Praggnanandhaa, form of his life.
Definitely. It's going to be Duda with the white pieces in game 1. These two players, both of them had fantastic tournaments. The rating progression for these two have been just fantastic, especially for Praggnanandhaa. He is now over 2,700 on the tour ratings and playing some fantastic chess. And here we go.
Yeah, and he's looking very calm. Duda opens with the English opening, and we've seen this before plenty of times actually this tournament, a real trend, but not this move, bringing the white knight out early, attacking black's pawn in the center. This is traditionally not supposed to be so good because black can even push a pawn forward and attack this knight. White has to lose a lot of time hopping around the board with his knight, and that happens. Duda provoking Pragg, and we're seeing something very sharp early on, and a trade of knights. Simon, what do you think of this opening?
This is a very unique opening, actually. I've never actually seen the white knight coming out so early for white. So clearly Duda and his second have been preparing this, but Pragg doesn't seem bothered, does he? You know, he just plays very quickly straight into Duda's preparation. It's probably going to come down to that black pawn in the middle of the board. Is that black pawn in the middle board strong or weak? Because you can see black's defending it, white's attacking it, so we'll have to wait and see. But at the moment, you know, Pragg has a space advantage as well, which is useful.
Yeah. I was just going to say this actually seems to be a speciality of, I think he's from Russia, just judging by his name, Rachmaninoff. No, Rachmaninoff.
Rachmaninoff.
Rachmaninoff is not...
He was a very good piano player, wasn't he? Big hands.
Yeah, yeah, but is Alexander Rachmaninoff, and I can see that he's had mixed results.
And arriving late, Magnus Carlsen now to face Erik Hansen. The arbiter is up on the podium helping Erik fix something. Hopefully they're good to go now. Magnus Carlsen, he definitely needs to win this match to have any hopes of winning the tournament. And he is a big favourite against Erik Hansen. The game should start very soon.
You didn't get up to mischief, Simon.
Sorry?
You didn't get up to mischief there on their board.
Oh, no. As much as I've been tempted to, you know, just play the odd move on some of the boards before they turn up, so they pre-move one F3, it's probably not the time and place to do that, is it, really? I mean, no.
Not at the business end of a tournament. And
No.
OK, Duda's just brought out the white queen, attacking a pawn in front of it on this B file, but that can be easily defended by moving that pawn. And that's how Pragg reacts. The white queen, it's not exactly clear what she's doing out there. I'm sure she'll retreat at some point. Immediately retreats. So losing a move for white, but just having loosened up black's pawn structure. The black pawn structure now slightly weaker than it previously was. And Pragg continues by developing his queen. Is he hinting that the black king is going to go and castle on this side of the board, on the left side? If it does, then Pragg is really in a fighting mood. And actually, this type of position, it's more usual with colours reversed. I've seen this many, many times, and normally that's what happens. Both kings castle on the queen side, on the left side. Often, they both become targets a bit later on. Remember as well, if Pragg wins this match, if Magnus doesn't win his match in normal time in the Rapids, then Pragg is already the champion with 1 day to spare.
I kind of feel like today's a critical day for Pragg, because if he wins this match, I think he's going to win the competition. I know he's got to play a niche tomorrow, but he's very capable of that. And I feel like Duda's style is a very tricky style. And you can see he's already gone for quite a tricky line. That this is going to be a real challenge, you know. And Duda is, you know, he's one of the strongest people in this competition. He's World Cup winner. So I think this is a big match. The setup that White's gone for of his last move, he's getting ready to move that dark square bishop. I mean, we can maybe point just where that bishop can go to. And this is something that Duda actually goes through a lot of time, doesn't he? He plays this kind of thing, and then he starts advancing his pawns on the other side of the board often. And I expect that's quite a normal plan here to at least get some space somewhere. But it's, yeah, I've played the English most of my life, but I've never seen this kind of position. So it's certainly quite fresh.
Yeah, we should mention it has a really bad reputation, this type of position for White. For example, in this position, if Pragg just castles queenside, it does look a bit loose, especially on these light squares. That's why Pragg is hesitating right now. But if he gets one more move and kind of tucks his king into the corner, just covers it up, nice and safe, then Pragg should be doing quite well. White can develop the bishop, as Simon mentions, to this long diagonal, but it's a bit blocked for now. And usually Pragg is the one as well who can start maybe by tucking his king in the corner. And once White's king castles, you've got to be careful of this because the black knight might jump jump in, but usually one plan for black, just gaining space on this side of the board. You have this really strong point in the middle, which for now does look stronger. It doesn't look too much of a weakness, and by pushing this h-pawn up the board, it's actually very hard for white to find a plan. For example, you could see a situation like this where white is completely stuck, can't really push this pawn forward without being captured, can't push this pawn forward without being captured, and it's very much black who can slowly improve. You need to find a good home for this bishop, of course. Maybe the black rook will actually develop itself this way later to look at some pawns. So this is what I'm expecting to happen, but Pragg first, plucking up the courage. I think he should castle this way, even if it does look a bit shaky.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, the plan that you highlighted is actually a plan where the expert, Alexander Rachmanov, actually lost in that type of way. So I'm kind of curious, what does Duda have up his sleeve? You know, why is he playing something which doesn't have a great reputation?
Maybe he was hoping that Pragg wouldn't understand this position, wouldn't be prepped in this position. But I think just the speed that Pragg's playing, it is clear that he's analysed basically everything. Everything. Any opening out there, Pragg's done it. That's what he's done in his couple of years off. He's just analysed all the chessboard openings that are possible and anything else as well. Because if someone played this against me, knight f3, I'd be like, I've played chess, 35 years, and I've never seen this move, and I'd be thinking, but young 16-year-old Pragg, straight away knows what to do, which is quite incredible, actually, because, how can he expect this? How can he expect this opening?
But youngsters these days, though, they play thousands and thousands of games online, so maybe the chances are that he's had this position at least, or this opening, at least once or twice out of those thousands and thousands of games. Yeah. And also, as I mentioned, Simon, so it started as the English opening, but it's basically the Sicilian defence, but with colours reversed. And with colours reversed, it's not popular, of course, but there have been many kind of opening articles on it, some videos released on this opening that white has employed, just with the other colour. So maybe Pragg recognises this opening when he has white, and he's just trying to kind of get used to the visual kind of confusion of having the black pieces in this pawn structure that he normally has with white. So
and he's moving pretty quick, isn't he? Still, I mean, it was interesting what you were saying there about the amount of games you play online. And this was something that happened in poker, and why poker play became so much stronger. That before they had internet poker, you'd have to go and play a live poker thing. Maybe you could play, I don't know, let's say 100 hands in 2 hours. But nowadays you can play 10,000 hands in 2 hours, and the amount of information you get and you can learn from is so much quicker. And that's what happened in poker. Everyone was learning at such an accelerated rate because they were just getting much more information. And I think the same thing is obviously happening in chess. There's so much information. You can play so many games online now that's another reason the improvement of youngsters is so rapid.
Yeah, it was interesting that you say that, because I was having a discussion with a grandmaster friend, and he was saying to me, chess is getting harder these days because all those traps that we used to set for our opponents, they've probably fallen for them online. They've played so many games.
That's right, yeah, and it's very hard now to... you used to be able to, when I started playing, get a good opening in most games, and you could use that same idea for years. I played the same idea even when I was an international master, and I just do it for 2 years non-stop. Now you play it once, you won't be able to play it again because someone would have looked at that and found a good response. So it's a different game now, really, in some respects.
The only exception to the rule is Hikaru Nakamura. He's been setting some traps that actually many grandmasters have fallen into, and consistently as well. Meanwhile, there have been some developments, but they've kind of fallen along the same line that David kind of highlighted. White's has been prevented from expanding on the right side, and here we get to see Duda's big idea. He's going to remaneuver the knight to a post, I'm presuming, that is going to head towards the centre.
Yeah, that white knight retreating, but it is quite flexible. It can jump forward in 2 different directions later on, and Pragg just deciding how to deal with that. Meanwhile, also the position of the kings we should talk about. They have both positioned themselves on the queen side, and note how after castling long, as we call it, they did take a time out to move again towards the corner of the board. And basically, it's a mirror image. We're used to players, I think 90% of games, they castle on the short side, on what we call the king side, on the other flank. And there, the king is already right next to the corner. It's nearly always a good idea, if you do castle on the opposite flank on the long side, to just take a time out, put your king where these guys have placed their king right now. Just super safe. I would slightly prefer the position of Black's king at the moment, although it looks a bit loose, just because there are no white pieces around it. Whereas the white king, if you look at it, there's actually a black bishop on the same diagonal. So if the position does open up, Black's light squared bishop pointing down at the white queen and the white king.
Both of them.
Yeah, that's something that Duda will have to be careful of later on. There might be tricks to open up that diagonal later on. So white's king not entirely safe. Maybe we'll see it shuffle even further into the corner later in the game.
I'm very surprised that this opening has been recommended and played by Duda, to be honest, because it doesn't look very nice to me. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
it's horrible for white.
You got the white pieces. You should be pushing for an advantage, and you go into a cramped position and you start doing these weird knight manoeuvres. And it's really hard to manoeuvre knights when you're cramped. I mean, because you don't have much space to manoeuvre, man. I'm not even sure where that knight's going. I mean, has it got a? I don't know. I don't really know what the plan is.
I don't know what the plan is, and
so I don't understand this opening ploy at all.
But all will be revealed, because Duda seems to be playing as though, this is all his preparation. This is what he had earlier.
Yeah.
How do they say that expression? Earlier at home or something?
Yeah.
Played super fast.
Praggnanandhaa
Spending a lot of time on this previous move.
Yeah, spending a lot of time, Pragg, maybe because he's just as shocked as we are here in the studio about what Duda is doing. I really do like Pragg's move in general, pushing that pawn, stopping the white knight, kind of leaping forward to the centre, taking one square away from this white knight. But it is quite committal. He's blocked up the pawn structure completely, so kind of pros and cons there. But yeah, most of all, it's the clock situation. Duda didn't choose this opening because it's good for white. It's definitely not good for white, but he's chosen it because it's surprising. He's trying to use that psychological surprise value on Praggnanandhaa, giving him a pawn structure here which he's unlikely to have ever studied before. And yeah, Duda hoping his greater experience might pay off later. But it's a bit tense for now, no direct tactics, just both sides controlling squares, trying to improve their pieces.
And I guess if there is one thing Pragg has struggled with in the tournament, he has been in some time trouble.
Yeah, he's handled the time trouble really well. Even when he's been low on the clock, he's played quite well in general. Maybe the exception being that day against Magnus Carlsen, where he kind of panicked a couple of times low on the clock. But yeah, that's the one thing he's had throughout his entire career, actually. Even when I played him 3-4 years ago, he was already getting very, very low on the clock very early. So I think it's something that I've heard him talk about in interviews, his coach talk about in interviews. They're trying to work on that. But so far, it's not really come back to bite him. Maybe that's what Duda is hoping for. Maybe that's the only kind of weakness that Duda spotted when analysing Pragg's games.
But is that also the biggest sign of a player in top form, when they are able to handle time trouble really well? The intuition is they're working.
Exactly. It's all about intuition, trusting it, and also calculating super fast. And that's one thing the youngsters are really good at. It's like a maths equation. If you ask them what 12 times 12 is, they'll work it out instantly. And yeah, the players, it's same with chess variations. They'll say, okay, bang, 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 that's the answer, and they'll make a move. So that's why he can handle being low on the clock, but it's just about whether he can kind of keep the position stable while the clock does tick down.
All right, it is game one here on day 6, and we're following Duda against Pragg. Behind Pragg is Magnus Carlsen against Erik Hansen, game 1. The bar is slightly to the middle in all the games, actually. Magnus looking focused today. We could definitely hear from his interview yesterday that he still was a little bit sick. And David, you are a friend of his. Have you heard from Magnus? Do you know how he is feeling?
I haven't heard too much from him lately, I guess because he has been kind of locking himself away, trying to recover. And I've heard that he's feeling a bit better than he was, especially 3 days ago when 3-4 days ago when he had that loss to Liam, and he was really, really struggling visibly. So he's feeling better, but yesterday, still not 100% against Jordan. So, yeah, I mean, it's a pity we don't see the world champion kind of at his best, trying to chase down Pragg, but still, I mean, he looks pretty focused today, Max.
Yes, let's hope he is better. And we also have to give so much praise to Jordan van Forees, because he did play some fantastic chess yesterday. That was a very entertaining match. Jordan is today playing Mamedyarov. That should be super entertaining, right?
Yeah, I have to say that, absolutely. I mean, it will be like fire on the board. And I can see from the answers to our competition, where we're asking who are you rooting for and why. Well, Shakariar and Jordan both have a lot of fans cheering for their creativity and just for their ability to generate magic on the board. It's kind of like a game of passion when they play.
Very nice, yeah. Do tweet us using the hashtag ChessChamps. Who are you rooting for? And of course, why? And I did see the bar in the first game between Giri and Lee. That one was actually quite significantly over to Giri's side.
Yeah, and Giri, he will want to win in the rapid portion. He's lost 3 blitz tiebreaks already this tournament, hasn't won any blitz tiebreaks, so he knows the pressure's on him to win the first few games. And Liam in top form, so it's not going to be easy for Giri, despite the fact he's doing well right now in the first game.
So if you are rooting for Giri, send him some love using the hashtag ChessChamps. We're following Duda against Pragg, and I did hear a few moves.
Yeah, there were a couple of moves, and we have to jump in because something has changed. It's, wow, especially with this last move, it's getting really sharp. And Simon, talk us through these last few moves, because was this one surprising to you? We mentioned White had not much to do, pushing forward with his pawn, allowing en passant, capturing, and now jumping forward with the White Knight.
I think that seemed pretty logical to try and get the knight to a good square, but I'm more surprised by Pragg's reaction, because we mentioned one of the real strengths of Black's position was this pawn in the centre of the board, which we can highlight there. That kind of cuts White's position in two, and Pragg, with his next move, this is what shocked me, has lost control of that pawn, and he's grabbed Harry to the h-pawn, and we know that Harry loves sacrificing himself anyway. He's kind of a bit of a relevant pawn, and I think now Duda can win a central pawn, and central pawns are better than wing pawns, so I don't quite understand, unless there's some tactical reason, why Pragg has gone for this, and I think we're going to see that. Well, Dave's just putting it on the board, and yeah, why has he done that? I mean, Jovanka, do you know any good reasoning behind this?
Well, it could also be like nerves. It could be the fact that, you know, he's just thinking about the situation, because it's often a sign when you're nervous that you play a little bit too in a forcing way. It's just a little bit irresistible, because it makes no sense what Praggnanandhaa has just played, because after all, he's just traded off White's worst minor piece, the dark light squared bishop.
And he gave up Black's really important pawn in the centre for just an isolated weak pawn on the side of the board. Black's queen now offside, really needs to take a time out to kind of step back, centralise herself. So Pragg's firstly losing time with his queen on the next turn. But yeah, White now, look at the 2 white pawns. In any endgame, White's got great chances because these 2 white pawns have no rivals. Black, meanwhile, with a set of doubled pawns, not ideal. If you imagine the White Knight, remember, a queen and knight are a great attacking combo. If the White Knight can pick itself up and kind of plant itself on one of the weak light squares around the Black king, it's going to be game over. Black, with only the dark squared bishop, has no influence on the light squares. So this one's, I feel, in practical terms, turning in White's favour. But then again, Pragg does have a nice strong bishop. If he can line it up with the queen, maybe, he's doing well. And still not too many weaknesses apart from these light squares in Pragg's position.
Such a horrible positional decision, though, from Pragg. You know, I mean, if someone had played that like 40 years ago, let's say, I mean, maybe nowadays in modern chess you can kind of get away with it, but 40 years ago you say, oh yeah, he's only a 16-year-old, you know, he's only a youngster, he'll learn how to play positional chess when he gets a bit older. But like, I really don't know why he's done that, because it was such a nice pawn in the centre of the board.
I think his answer lies there. He actually thinks that his control over the dark squares is probably going to be worth all those exchanges.
It seems strange, though. He might be doing OK now, but it was like you did have a safe, I would say, position advantage. So why are you giving up all your positional advantages? Because if that diagonal doesn't work now, he's just going to be worse. So it just seems a bit odd. But
yeah, I don't approve either. I think it's not even that this position's bad, because Black has some chances. It's just the fact that his position earlier was very, very strong, and he had kind of long-term advantages there. So he gave up all those long-term advantages just to trade things off and to simplify the position. And now it's the type of position, I was about to say, White's king can even start getting ready for an endgame, centralising itself there. White's king is pretty safe because Black has no knights, no light squared pieces to attack it. And there we go, Pragg having to waste time retreating the queen back where she came from. So yeah, it's still in the balance for now. Young players as well, liking their bishops, so maybe Pragg still enjoys his position. But yeah, it's anything goes now. It's
or
all
are we
in the balance.
starting to see some nerves, do you think?
I think his decision, trading off those pieces, must have been influenced by nerves. Maybe the clock situation as well. He's down 5 minutes on the clock, and he thought, it's human nature as well to think, OK, trading things makes things more simple. But often by trading your good pieces for your opponent's bad pieces, you actually allow the momentum to change as well. And here we go. Duda's improving his knight, maybe long-term heading towards those squares that I mentioned, if he can get there.
Yeah. So Duda with the white pieces, he wants to win in this game. Is he fighting for that win, or does it look very drawish?
Yeah, Duda, I mean, even if the position starts kind of fizzling out, he'll look for tricks, he'll look for traps. Just with his opening choice alone, he showed that he wants to win this game desperately. Yeah, Duda still doing okay in the tournament, but he really wants to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Duda, that is his kind of trademark, fighting spirit, fighting play. And, okay, Praggnanandhaa, is he setting a trap? I mean, the whole idea maybe is just to push the f-pawn 2 squares forward, and that would be quite nasty if Duda were not paying attention.
Yeah, for example, if white just gets kind of careless and pushes his own pawn, then suddenly this could be a real problem for the white queen. She doesn't really have too many safe squares, and if she retreats, then suddenly the black queen is going to jump in with a nasty check. And this looks scary, right, Jovanka? This is the trap, you mean?
Yeah, this does look very, very scary. You never want to allow an enemy queen in your side of the board, especially one entrenched on that particular square.
Yeah, and even though the king for now survives, I mean, suddenly you cut off this diagonal, you cut off this diagonal, and you could definitely imagine this going very, very wrong for the white king. So a bit of a trap in the position. And what will Duda do? Maybe he has to push a pawn forward just to cover the light squares. Maybe he has to use his knight. I'm not sure which way you should jump, either forward or backward, just to cover that key square that we mentioned the black queen wants to use later on. Yeah, at least Pragg, he's got concrete ideas behind what he's doing. He's not just playing moves for the sake of them. He does have a plan. Black wants to push his pawn forward.
All right. Now, Simon, you were talking about these computers and how good these youngsters are getting. Does that mean that it's inevitable that the new players, Magnus and the players coming after him, will be the best in history? Would Bobby Fischer, for example, have a chance today against these players?
I think someone like Bobby, I mean, it's a question that comes up quite a lot.
Yeah.
How do the old world champions sort of relate to the new players, new world champions? And I think if you let the old world champions use computers, then they could hone in on their natural talent and then, you know, be as strong, if not stronger than the modern players. But it really is adapting, and it really is, the technology is so important nowadays for getting stronger at chess, because if you don't have a computer, you're going to be so, you know, you're going to be have such a problem to play against these guys who know everything. So it's, I mean, I don't know how very interesting question. How would Bobby Fischer compare to Magnus Carlsen? I mean,
like say we picked up Bobby Fischer from 1972 and we put him in Eric Hansen's chair to play Magnus in a match today.
I mean, without looking at a computer?
Maybe they wouldn't play computer chess. Let's say they would have play an over-the-board match.
But with the same knowledge that Bobby Fischer in 1972
we picked him straight out in 1972.
I think he'd get crushed in the opening.
Think so.
I mean, or in general, I think Bobby Fischer would struggle, because he also played very sharp openings. He plays them, he's probably going to get in trouble in all, you know, in all the openings. So, yeah, I think it would be difficult.
Incidentally, one of our participants has a real-life story just like that.
Really?
Yeah, and he told me during the chess talks,
Okay,
actually.
let's hear.
You want to hear?
Yeah.
You want a spoiler? Okay. It was Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Okay, and
in
what
2002, in the Bled Olympiad, he wasn't using computers. He was just using books. And so he prepared using a book from the 70s. And he played Judith Polgar, and guess what? You know, Judith Polgar has been using computers. She had been preparing. She knew the latest theory. He got wiped off the board. He was chanceless, So, yeah. Anyway, you'll find out more in my chess talks, which is coming with
Mamedyarov. That's coming out. I think that's going to be published on Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Well, I have to say,
because Magnus faces Shakhriyar tomorrow on the final day in the tournament, so we're going to talk more about that.
If there's one player's life story that you really need to listen to, it's actually Shakhriyar Mamedyarov.
Yeah, what a player, what a person. We do have a move on this online game.
We do have a move, and it's one of the moves that we did mention was probable from white. You had to guard your light square somehow. We showed that variation with the black queen coming down to the square that the pawn now sits on, and by occupying the light squares with pawns, Duda has kind of stopped and prevented any infiltration from the black queen. So on one hand, you weaken the dark squares in the white camp, but you do cover all of the light squares. So very sensible from Duda. I'm expecting Pragg to maybe adopt a similar strategy anyway and start throwing pawns towards the white queen. It's not exactly clear where Pragg should be aiming for. He ideally wants to improve his own queen, but maybe the first job is to kick away white's queen from this dream central post.
And I just saw the bar just jumped up for Magnus Carlsen in game 1 against Erik Hansen. Look at that. Is he winning that game? Has something happened?
It does look good. Still a lot of work to be done for Magnus, but the trend is in his favour. And it does look like maybe Erik's just made a mistake. So it's been very difficult for Erik for a while. He actually played Erik the same opening where he lost to Pragg yesterday. Magnus is copying Pragg's strategy, which is really interesting. Magnus, of course, studying all his opponent's games. But yeah, Erik, he's maybe a bit like some of the other players because he doesn't get the chance to study so much because he's streaming so often. He's struggling in the opening, just like Bobby Fischer would if he were living in the present day.
Interesting. All right. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this game as well, but we are following Duda against Praggnanandhaa, and Duda's coach, is it, or friend, Adam, he's arrived Oslo as well, and he's out in the lounge with Sverre.
Thank you, Kai. Yes, I'm standing here next to Adam, and it's interesting because yesterday you guys were supposed to have a great birthday celebration, but Jan Christoph was maybe not the happiest after the game. Were you still able to have a good time?
I think he had a good time yesterday, but you know, when you have a birthday during the tournament, it's a bit tricky to celebrate. So we just, shake hands, discussed what would happen within the next year, then came here. So thank you for this celebration, because that was a big surprise for Janek, but then he had to concentrate on the game and play.
How are you viewing this game playing out right now against Praggnanandhaa?
I think that Pragg is one of the most talented from the newest generation, because, Janek was the newest generation a few years ago. Now he is 24, Pragg is coming and the other are coming. So I think I'm very happy that there is a pressure on him, as he is pressuring the older generation, like Magnus and all those people. So the game is quite interesting, as usually it's not the standard game. Janek doesn't like to play, the theory. He plays to challenge his opponent. So I wish them great games and a lot of satisfaction for the supporters of both players and all the spectators.
But it must be great satisfaction also for you traveling with Janek and also Janek's fans right now, with being a candidate player, performing so well in general. Is it enjoyable to go on these trips when the results are so good?
Actually, I don't travel that much. Janek is traveling with Grandmaster Kamil Mitten, who is his coach. This time he came with Robert Kempinski, who is also a Grandmaster. Several times he was a world and European champion. But Robert had to return back to Poland, so I am replacing him. So my contribution to the preparation is not that big. At least I'm trying to keep the good mood.
But that is just honest question. Is that just as important to keep the mood up as keeping the preparations up?
For sure. For the player, I think we need to address everything, not only chess, and we do it with Janek. So we also really appreciate all the supporters in Poland and all around the world, because we have plenty of supporters in almost all of the countries. And Janek says that the support is for him extra 100 points of elo. So we really, really appreciate it.
So maybe you can give us a tip. If you're not traveling with him the next time, what do we do to Janek to make him happy if he's having a bad day?
I think he's always happy when he wins. So then you can do whatever you want with him. When he's not winning, then, the mood is a bit different. I am in touch with the team, but usually I'm not trying to interrupt them when they are playing on the tournament. So even if I am at the tournament, I am not providing, any guidance and whatever. Just have a chat with Kamil and with Janek, because, they are professionals in that space. I am professional in another space, and we are trying to focus on the things we do best.
I find that most people connected with chess players, they say one thing: they're the happiest when they win, and everything else is secondary. But right now, it's looking even in the evaluations, at least, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sverre and Adam. I think manager is maybe the right term to use about Adam. He's traveling with Jan Christoph and helping him out with many things. And we did have a few moves on the board. The queens dancing around.
Yeah, the queens have been embarking on a little dance there. And one interesting moment, which is past actually, but Duda offered a trade of queens and Pragg said no. With Pragg's last move, the black queen dodged a trade. Do you like that, Simon, keeping the queens on the board? Duda just improving the white rook.
I was going to say earlier, I think if black exchanges queens, black's going to be in a lot of trouble. Well, not a lot of trouble, but that certainly helps white's chances. I mean, black's one big aim here is to use his queen and try to get the queen, infiltrate it into white's position. You can see where the white king is. Maybe David can just highlight some squares around there where the queen could maybe try to get into. So you see the black, yeah, those two squares. The black queen can somehow get into those positions. Black is doing okay. So that's obviously a queen exchange helps white. Hence why Pragg is not doing that, just moving the rook up here.
No, there's a sneaky... Sorry, Simon.
No, carry on.
I got a bit excited there because I was like, why put the rook in the middle of the board? Why not move it to the open line? That's what I always advocate. And then suddenly I realised, hang on a second, he's got a sneaky idea. He actually, by stepping forward with the rook 2 squares, he wants to tuck the queen behind the rook, threaten the pawn, and then move on to attack the queen, perhaps.
Yeah, so for example, if white just makes a move, for example, stepping back with the queen, maybe one idea would be to step the queen back. This is your idea, Jovanka.
Yeah,
and
that was
if
one idea.
Black goes passive and if white goes passive, and defends this pawn, then you have ideas of maybe swinging across along this line.
Or even just like trying to explode things open on the left.
Yeah, or maybe pushing some pawns on the left side of the board. You could make an argument for pushing either of these pawns, trying to break through to the white king. And the white king may be the big target right now. Black's king relatively safe, no pieces around it. And after this sneaky, clever rook move, with the idea of maybe swinging across later to attack white's queen has preempted that by moving herself. And now, if the black queen steps back, maybe Jan Krzysztof's idea is to bring his knight forward. So defending this pawn, but also trying to sneak forward to some very nice light squares. It's all about black's dark square control on this diagonal versus white's fight back in the centre and on the light squares.
And the bar is sneaking over to Pragg's side. Is it starting to get interesting?
It's heating up nicely. Still early days. Pragg there just attacking the white queen. Still a lot of action ahead, I feel. And it could go either way. We see the evaluation bar there, back towards the centre. It's a very difficult position to handle, especially with not that much time on the clock.
Probably more difficult for white here as well. I mean, black's play is a bit more natural, and if white does the wrong move, you're going to allow that black queen to get into the position. So it's more tricky for white, but I'd say positionally, in the long run, better for white. But, you know, can white exchange queens?
That's the thing. If it goes really wrong for white, you just get checkmated. If it goes really wrong for black, you get up, you kind of find yourself in a worse endgame. So still not the end of the world, maybe.
Ooh, hang on a second. Do you think this potentially could be an offer of a draw from Duda, you know?
Every time the position repeats itself, Jovanka, you think it will be a draw?
I'm just putting it out there, you know, maybe, you know, he's saying, hey, let's repeat moves and see whether you're happy with a draw. Because
you seem so happy about the thought of a repetition, but I'm thinking, please don't draw.
No. Obviously, that's not my favourite thing in the world. But you know, I just do like getting just getting into their minds and trying to predict whether it's a draw offer. Because I mean, sometimes these are the thoughts that plague you during a game. Is your opponent offering a draw? Are they happy with that kind of thing? What's going to happen if they offer you a draw? Maybe it doesn't happen to David because he plays often a lot of players who are weaker than him.
Ever.
And he also has a very combative style and attitude. But for me, sometimes I'm thinking, oh...
I know, it actually plays your emotions a bit, doesn't it? Because, like, you know, I don't know, you could just want a draw. If you're playing a long tournament, you want to have a day off. Not David, but okay. Everyone else who's normal, not this 100-move grinder.
If the opponent wants a draw, they have to sweat for it.
Exactly. He's got to make them really go over 100 moves. But sometimes the draw, you're playing someone stronger. And, like, sometimes they, like, repeat the position. Like's happening here.
Ooh,
I expect this could be a draw.
Second time we've seen this position now.
It is. Yeah, this could well be a draw. But it's like, and then they decide at the last moment, I don't want to draw. And you're like, I've got another couple of hours here then.
So who do you think would want to draw more here, Duda or Pragg? Who is going to repeat or who is going to avoid repeating the position?
I don't think Duda will be repeating the position. I mean, morally speaking, he has the white pieces.
Got more time on the clock.
Got more time on the clock. And so, therefore, I think he will be happier with playing on.
Yeah, I think Pragg likes his position, just judging from his body language, looking very focused, trying to get into the computer screen. But, yeah, it's just the clock time, I think, that's worrying him. And you're right, Jovanka. Duda doesn't go for the draw. He brings his rook back where it came from. But the rook was here just a few turns ago. No real progress. surprising move. I'm glad he played on for the win, but a surprising move there.
Did it worsen his position a little bit?
I mean, it's just because the rook, what was it, 3 moves ago, stood on this same square. He brought it to the side and then just brought it back, so he's lost a bit of time there. And because white lost time, black pushes forward.
Yeah, I was going to say, this looks like a good move, doesn't it? Because we mentioned the black queen not wanting to exchange itself, and we can maybe just show on the analysis board that, let's say white moves the rook up a square or something. Now the black queen can go 1 square over, and it can't be exchanged because it's blocked by the pawn that Pragg has just moved, and the black queen is trying to dive in. I love it when you get 2 pieces on the same diagonal. It's like double power. It's really good. They're really powerful. One supports the other. They want to dive into the position, and this is starting to become some actual,
big threats.
Big threats, yeah, definitely. You don't want to allow that queen into your position. That could be terrifying.
Yeah, so really nice, sneaky idea. Pushing pawns forward, it looks like he's trying to control squares, gain space, but as Simon mentioned, setting up a nice attacking idea for Pragg, trying to sneak in using this diagonal. And therefore, Duda, either on the next move or right now even, he's got to push his pawn forward. This bishop's diagonal is too strong, as we showed there, especially once the black queen occupies it. So either now or on the next few turns, he has to push forward and maybe allow some trades. But that, at the best, is going to lead to a draw for white. Swapping things off gives away any chances, I think, of white trying to win the game. OK, he does play it, maybe out of necessity. And now, if we do see a capture, we don't. I was about to say, if we see a capture, white's knight springs to the centre of the board. Instead, we see Pragg keep the tension, swinging his queen across. Now, on this diagonal, white can never touch this pawn. If you play pawn takes pawn, immediately checkmate on the board. Oh. So this is the danger facing Duda. If he's careless, he might end up being checkmated any time now.
And they're both under 2 minutes now, all of a sudden. I didn't realise how low on time they had got. So it's one of those ones where it will spring to life very shortly, and that's where you need a bit of time. I think it's going to be a very, very exciting finish here.
And excitement for Magnus Carlsen. He has now won Game 1 against Erik Hansen. Great start for Magnus. He needs it. He needs to win today's match. He is trying to catch up with Praggnanandhaa. He's in the lead in the tournament. Do you think he can win this game? Anything's still possible then?
Anything's still possible, but I like what he's doing, Praggnanandhaa, and he's definitely playing for the win. He kind of teased Duda with that repetition. Duda said no, but Duda's had to worsen his position just to avoid that draw. And I think Duda's just stuck waiting. That white rook move, what's it really doing? It's not clear. I think Duda's just waiting for the tension to be broken. It's going to be hard to win this game for Praggnanandhaa to actually push forward and make progress and break through to that white king, but he's trying. And unless the clock stops him at 1 minute, he will keep trying to attack.
And he pushes forward his pawns. Will the pawn go 1 square forward? I'm thinking of Freddie marching it 1 square just to destabilise the pawn structure that white has, or will Praggnanandhaa just simply wait? Somehow I suspect waiting is probably a good idea.
I think probably waiting, yeah. I mean, the only danger I can see he's played it, OK, right. So that does surprise me. Maybe it's OK, but I wouldn't really want to get a black pawn fixed in the middle. So, for example, again, maybe we can show if white takes that pawn now, and I don't know how this is exactly going to turn out, but let's just say black now takes the pawn in the middle. He's got to take it with his pawn. And you can see that black pawn, it could be very strong. This could well occur, but it blocks up the queen, so the queen can no longer have these ideas of attacking the white king. So in some ways, I'd say we're having this on the board, the white king is now a bit safer than it was, because you've got rid of that diagonal by blocking it with one of your own pawns. So I'm a little bit surprised he rushed that one. Maybe he could have been a little bit slower, and this is something you could say is, well, I don't know if it is a fault, but, you're 16 years old, maybe it's very common to try and rush ideas. And one thing at this age you need to do is slow down and just wait until you make a push like this. It's a common error at 16.
On the plus side, though, yes, this pawn is kind of a double agent here. You actually want to remove it from the board as black, but you are tying down white's rook for eternity. If white's rook ever moves, you immediately push forward and break open your own diagonal again, and black will pretty much win if that diagonal becomes open. So, yeah, I agree with you, Simon. Positionally, strategically, it looks wrong. It just feels wrong somehow to put this pawn on a dark square, block up your own pieces, block up this diagonal that looked so good. But at least you've tied down white's rook. And Duda can't ever touch his rook right now, so he has to move his knight instead. There is a threat of the knight coming to the centre and hitting the queen, hitting the rook. So a big threat that Pragg has to deal with. You don't really want to trade queens here either. If you trade queens off, even if you grab a pawn temporarily, then after the white knight jumps forward, this is a fork, a double attack, and suddenly, yes, black can defend the bishop, but I think we would just see a draw at maximum for black after the pieces start to disappear.
20 seconds.
I was going to say that, though.
I just realised he's got down. He's moving very slowly with his time, isn't he?
Okay, good move though. He removes his rook away, so now the knight jumping into the centre is not so dangerous. Black can just move his queen, but where to go? That's the problem. At least now white's pieces all on light squares. They're starting to combine, coordinate in the centre of the board. 30 seconds for Pragg, 1 minute for Duda.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time. Also, you know, that's not the only knight move that attacks the queen as well. So definitely a lot of choice for Duda. But he's also now under a minute.
Yep.
And you know what happens when the clock gets under a minute? Well, you start to sweat a little bit and just start to feel the heat.
Yeah, and Pragg getting energy. We saw just a moment ago by shaking his leg really fast. I've noticed when I was young, I used to do that as well, just rock up and back and forth, get the energy, get the blood pumping. But
so annoying when people do that.
Yeah.
So
the older I get, the more I think,
you did it too, Simon.
I would never dream of doing such a thing. I mean, you do it unintentionally, but it's really annoying when your opponent's shaking the table with their leg and you're like, stay still.
Meanwhile, we did see a quick trade there. The knight and bishop have left the board. And Duda making a face. He's not so happy with this last move. The white queen is pinning a pawn. Look at the G-file. The black pawn there on the right side cannot move. The black queen would fall. I'm expecting now Pragg to start trying to activate the black queen. If he can pick up the black queen, put it somewhere near the white king, chances for an attack still. 20 seconds, though. He needs to move.
Not easy because, white's queen is also incredibly active and will start attacking pieces of her own. So, OK, Pragg, this is maybe a good safety choice.
I thought this is probably one way that the game could go towards a draw. Now, if the queens come off, I think it's very likely everything gets swapped off. We could show and just...
But wait, 1 second. We'll have a kind of...
Yeah, I was about playing for the win.
Pragg under 10 seconds there, and he moved. He's playing for the win, not trading queens, not heading towards that potential draw. Actually, that endgame would have still been tricky, but now that queen lining herself up with the white king. Interesting decision by Pragg.
We have a draw between Jordan van Vries and Shahriar Mammadiyarov. We saw both of them leaving the Oslo Esports Arena. 2 games still going on here. This one, and the bar is swinging over to Duda's side.
Yeah, Duda is 1 pawn up after all. Yes, it's ugly doubled pawns for white on the f-file, but a pawn is a pawn. And now Pragg going back with this rook where it came from, losing time. White's pawns might start advancing now.
Yeah, no, I didn't really approve of this last move. I mean, I think it's a very instinctive time trouble move, but it does waste time. I think he needed to get on the counter-offensive with his pieces. And, Pragg is now doing this. He's now activating the queen. This is good. You need to keep your pieces. You need to keep them alive.
Yeah, and black's queen is attacking one of white's pawns. The white pawn on the f2 square, the black queen is attacking right now. If that pawn drops, white is in big trouble. So Duda has to take a timeout and defend that pawn. Maybe using the white queen. The white rook, if it moves, you have to worry about the pawn that it's currently blockading, moving down and giving a check. The computer likes white. Oh, how is Duda going to defend? OK, he brings his rook across. Really brave move there. And how does Pragg keep the momentum going? He just needs to escape this game with a draw. I think, yes, he played for the win earlier. He still wants to win, but the winning chances have gone for black. You need to be super careful now. And OK, this last move, lining the queen up with the white king, but that's been shut down. White defending everything.
I mean, maybe you can roll the dice and push the black pawn in the centre. If I was black here, shorter time, I'd just start rolling the dice and check the king, try to get my queen around the back, because white has a very simple plan now. White can move the pawn. He's done it. So
2 seconds for Pragg.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
But I think he had to try this idea. Now he's got to... If he can get the black queen into the position, then he's going to be doing very well here. But how do you get the black queen into the position?
OK.
Oh, he's done it. Lovely manoeuvre, that one. I love those.
It is lovely.
Well, it looks lovely, but the pawn comes forwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, and it does. 2 squares from queening. How does he get the black queen in?
Pragg shaking his head. I think he missed this one. He's panicking under 5 seconds again for Pragg.
Time is so important at the moment.
He needs to move.
He has to move.
The queen.
Make a move. OK, he moves his queen. OK, he has a deadly threat on the board. The queen is going to swoop down to the second row.
Can White just take that, Jovanka, now? Maybe he can. He has done.
OK, but the queen and rooks, they're deadly attackers. So, I mean, it's looking really, really, really bad for Pragnanda. But never say never until they shake hands. Well, they don't shake hands these days, but until the game is over.
I'm going to say never, Jovanka. Unfortunately, I think this game is gone for Pragg.
Yeah, it's 2 pawns, and the white king can never be attacked just by the queen really now. So you need a bit of a miracle, don't you? I'm afraid.
But we've seen miracles happen. Like, I'm going to be the eternal optimist here. I woke up in a good mood.
Do you believe in Santa?
Yes.
Good,
yes, I
good.
do.
Yes.
St. Nicholas. Here you go.
I'm more of a Scrooge type. I'm a humbug. No, I mean, I think he does need a miracle here, unfortunately. I mean, it's brave play from both players. I mean, I think Duda's decision, fortune favours the brave, was when he turned down the draw, was really, big decision, and it seems to be paying off now.
Yeah, and it's just doing a quick count is all we need to do. White has these 2 extra pawns on the F file. White has the attacking pieces as well. Compare the rooks. White's rook super active, black's rook permanently passive. The black queen is just fighting a battle on her own, but this is the type of position where Duda excels as well. He's so good at these queen type of endgames where you kind of have to balance up attacking and defending. The black king is a target, white's king a target too, but white's king can even start running up the board at some point.
17 seconds for Duda. Clock is ticking down.
Yeah.
He has to make a move. He has to keep control of this position.
Okay. White can give a check with the queen, maybe.
6 seconds, 5 seconds.
Oh, the clock. Ooh. Yeah, the clock might play a big factor, though. Maybe we've written off Pragg too soon. This is a check. He's regained one of his pawns. The white king now has got to march up the board, surely. OK, he retreats.
Maybe it can come to the king's side. This is like, if the white king actually gets on the other side of that pawn, which is moving towards, it's going to have quite good defence because your very advanced pawn also stops things, as David can quickly point out there. And the pawn, white's pawn right up the top of the board, does a useful role of guarding the G8 square, the one diagonally to the right there, so you can't get checked. So this actually seems like quite a safe place for the white king. And whilst you're doing this, the winning idea would be able to get the white rook to one of those squares David highlighted. Maybe he can try that now. Has he gone for it? No. OK. Oh, he's going for a checkmating idea.
Wow, Duda, yeah, really nice move there, centralising the white queen. And if the black rook had taken this pawn, as Simon says, this would actually end in checkmate. The black king caught on its back rank. So big threat in the current position if we catch up. Black's going to try and give some checks, but white actually wants to bring his queen to the top of the board with a check, kicking away this black rook. If, for example, a pawn move, check, you give up one queen, but you replace it with another. You win a rook in the process. So big threat in the position, and Pragg trying to defend with his queen. This is a really defensive setup now. Let's go back to the players. Can Duda break this down? Pragg just curling up into a ball. Look at the king and rook now, tucking his king away to safety. It's not going to be easy, though. It's very one-sided.
It is very one-sided. But on the other hand, Pragg's one hope is that the white king is pretty exposed, and that means that Duda can't play the active moves that he really wants to do right now.
Yeah, but he has a winning plan, I feel, and Pragg shaking his head. He knows the white king is going to do what you said, Simon, run away to safety. There we go. It starts its journey to hide behind one of its own pawns. And the simple plan for white, he's going to lift his rook up 1 square, conquer the 8th rank. That white pawn's going to promote to a new queen.
Yeah.
Hard to imagine otherwise.
I think at some point that's going to happen, but I mean, Pragg is doing a great job, and he's got to get his queen. He has got it behind that pawn now. So if the white rook goes up, he can take it. The moves are coming quick and fast. Queen exchange, that's a lovely idea. Really lovely square for the queen. If the queens come off, white is winning. And now there's a threat of queen takes black rook as well, which would be devastating. So you just got to check and hope. But king f3 now?
Yeah,
the white king can march up the board.
Run towards the pawn.
He has played it. And if he escapes the checks, which he should be able to do, it's going to be game over. Because the big threat in the position is the white queen taking the black rook, because the only thing stopping white's far advanced pawn is that rook.
Let's quickly show this. If black had taken a timeout, then the winning move, the winning idea is queen takes rook, as Simon says, just removing the defender and making a new queen here. Queen and rook would beat a lone queen. So the big question is, in this position, how do you escape the checks? How do you gain time to go and take this rook? Duda, he's trying to zigzag with his king. He's kind of done a dance with his king now. And Pragg, he'll still keep checking. He's going to give a check with his queen in the middle of the board. Surely there's nothing else to do. You don't even need to think. Give this check. OK, Pragg to 30 seconds. He needs to hope that the checks don't run out. Duda, if he can run to safety, for example, maybe moving his king up the board and maybe blocking with his queen at some point, maybe he's going to win this game. But still, Pragg fighting really hard.
And he has gone for the check. He's got to go for the check. There's no other choice. Okay, the king's come back. Yeah. So how is he going to win? Can he block with a queen now? Does that help? Because you keep on the rook. Because this way you're still threatening to take the black rook into position.
Very clever way.
So this is good. And now you can just move the pawn, I guess.
Move the white king back one square.
Yeah, and
super safe.
Yeah. And a beautiful idea, right? The queen is simply going to take the rook. Yeah. And once the king captures the queen, it's going to be a rook check, and the queening square is supported.
It's game over. There's no more defensive resources now for Pragg.
Tough start for Pragg, this one.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a very interesting game. But he maybe got a little bit impatient, I feel, there. Just at one point when he started pushing his pawns, and his time management has been...
Pragg under 5 seconds, he's got to move. OK, and now queen takes rook, or this rook move. Both are winning. Black's rook can no longer guard the 8th rank. White is about to make a new queen. White's about to win a rook.
And Duda knows it. He knows that this is the point where Pragg is just going to lose.
Yep, and OK, one last check from Pragg. But the offer of a queen trade will end the game. If queens come off, White is simply winning, and heartbreak for Pragg.
Yeah, look at that. He is about to lose game 1 here, Praggnanandhaa, and there it is. He resigns. It's over. Jan-Christoph Duda wins game 1. All right, remember, Praggnanandhaa in the lead in the tournament. Magnus Carlsen, he won his first game. And if Magnus wins today's match and Pragg loses, they will be on the same score heading into the final day. Praggnanandhaa will have the white pieces in 9 minutes, and he has to make a comeback at some point against Duda. Let's head out to Sverre to see if either of these players stops for a chat.
In here, and even if you lose the first game here, Pragg, do you feel there's a way back into this match?
Oh yeah, definitely. And there is 3 more games, so there'll be chances coming. But in this game, I was, I think, better at some point. But then, in less time, I panicked a little bit, and then just lost.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, thanks.
And also behind us here is Jan-Christoph Duda. David was saying from the studio that you really appreciate these end games where it's balances between offense and defense. Did you feel comfortable going into that?
Yeah, it was a very difficult game actually, and yeah, I think that I was worse at some point. It was definitely easier for him to play because of my weak king. On the other hand, I had knight, so when we got low on time, knight should be superior in practical terms to bishop. Yeah, and I'm actually quite pleased with my technique in major piece endgame. It was very nice, I think.
So to summarize, you steered him into your kind of territory.
Yeah, kind of.
Good luck to you in the next game.
Thanks.
So that means that it's a very happy Jan-Christoph Duda who was excited about how he played this game, and he should be, right?
Absolutely. What a game by Jan-Christoph Duda. Let's take a look at it, David. What happened here?
Yeah, I just want to show the closing stages. Earlier, Pragg had several opportunities to shut down the game with a draw, but he didn't take them, and Duda seized the opportunity to win. And the game ended here. The white rook stepping forward, breaking down the black rook's defense of the promotion square of this white pawn, and there's no way to stop this white pawn from promoting now. A rook trade would make a new queen for white, and one last check for Pragg. This queen check was blocked by white's queen. If the queens had traded, then white is simply going back with his rook next move and doing the same job, removing this black rook and making a new queen. And therefore, Pragg resigned. Nothing else to be done against this plan.
Praggnanandhaa has to make a comeback if he's going to win this match against Jan-Christoph Duda, who won the first game. Game 2, Pragg with the white pieces, will start in 7 minutes. So remember, still 3 rapid games to go in each of today's matches. If anyone are tied, we will head straight into tie breaks. And after the next game, we're going to show you how Erik Hansen did when we challenged him in our Champions Challenge against Magnus 10. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
The French is the opening you play against one e4. It starts with e6. We prepare the central push d5. Chess openings are always about fighting for the center, because if you control the center, you can go to any direction very quickly. After d4, we play d5, and already white is at the crossroad. He has to either give up the e4 square, trade the pawn, push the pawn forward, which will then counter with c5, with counterplay against the d4 pawn, or after knight c3, you can pin the knight. And that's the French defense.
Welcome back to the Oslo Esports Cup, day 6. What an interesting day in the tournament. But now we're joined by our by Meltwater, our presenting partner, Zubair. So nice to see you again, Zubair.
Hi, Kai. It's great to see you again, and a pleasure to join you live from Dubai. It was world. Meltwater feels privileged in collaborating with the Play Magnus Group as we seek to communicate the sporting and community benefits of chess. Meltwater is a company that originated in Oslo, Norway, and is now a major global player in the field of online and social media monitoring. So we help our clients across a variety of sectors to monitor, analyze, and act upon digital insights. So similar to chess, which is based on information available for both players, we help businesses make better real-time decisions based on the data provided.
And that has been so much help to the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. We're now realizing that the tour has a big reach, and we're also realizing what players are the most popular. This is one of my favorite parts in the tournament, Zubair, when you bring us up to speed on the social media leaderboard. So in the Oslo Esports Cup, who has been the most popular among the fans?
Yes, let's take a look at the social conversations happening around us. If we throw up that graphic there, it will come as no surprise that Magnus Carlsen has retained his #1 spot in the social media leaderboard. Carlsen is the most popular player by far. He dominates the social media leaderboard with over 6,000 mentions across Twitter, blogs, Reddit, and other sources too. His share of voice is a combination of sporting and business coverage based on recent collaborations, namely Puma. However, we have a notable change in the top 3 as Anish Giri surges into 2nd place. Well, Anish recently took a break actually from Twitter for 11 days and returned by tweeting the actual word tweet. This tweet, believe it or not, was liked over 3,000 times and attracted over 196 comments. Can you believe that, Kaya?
Incredible. So staying off Twitter was the recipe for Anish.
It seems like it, absolutely seems like it. He just about shaded that 2nd position from Praggnanandhaa, who continues to capture the imagination of the public. The young dynamo remains in the top 3. And looking at the top 8, it's great to see a few new faces in the social media board, such as Erik Hansen and Duda. Also, a notable mention for Erik Hansen. I'm not sure if our viewers remember, but last night he was enjoying a hot dog whilst backstage yesterday. He was captured on video, and that video has generated over 2,000 views on Twitter. I don't know about you, Kaya, but burritos last month, hot dogs this month. I wonder what the food trend will be next month.
I know, it's all about the food. And Zubair, let's take a look at the social media insight, where we do have all of those emojis. Do we have some food for this tournament?
Unfortunately, no food-based emojis, but we'll dive a little bit deeper. Maybe we can start off on the far left-hand side with the top keywords. One thing that's really interesting, actually, before we do that, let's talk a little bit about the countries.
Yeah.
So clearly, we see the United States of America surging that #1, keeping that position, and that share of voice has dominated the landscape since the collaboration with US football star Christian Pulisic. So what this indicates is that the growth of the social media footprint is very encouraging given the sheer size of the US. And this data is very positive as we seek to continue to grow the sport in multiple markets. India, China, UK, and Norway complete the country leaderboard. That being said, if you look to the far left, and you look at the additional insights, that word cloud there, you're going to see some really interesting data this month. So the first phrase that pops out is areas of e-learning. And this really explains the efforts to bring chess to a new audience based on the health benefits of engaging your mind. The opening ceremony features too, as we kicked things off in Oslo last week with an in-person event. And some of the viewers might be wondering about the phrase slightly tricky quiz. Well, this is explained by none other than your co-studio host, David Howell. He turned into a quiz master and held a quiz with some of the players. Over 38,000 people tuned in to view that content, and people were really seeing, can the players handle twisters such as spelling Praggnanandha's name? I'm sure you appreciate this type of light-hearted content really creates a lot of value both for the viewers, but also for you guys as a tournament as well.
Absolutely. That was such a fun video. We do see the players getting back into the esports arena. That means game twos are about to start. So, Zubair, thank you so much for joining us again, for bringing us up to speed on social media insights.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, Kaya.
And we'll see you again in the next tournament, Zubair. But the tournament, game two, is starting, you guys. We're going to follow Praggnanandha against Jan-Christoph Duda. Prag, he lost game one and will try to make a comeback. What do we expect from this game, you guys?
Now, with the white pieces, I think Prag is going to go all out for the win. The last game, he played decently, just lost the thread at some point, kind of panicked, low on time. But yeah, Prag going for the win.
Yeah,
have to.
Totally agree. I think this is, you don't want to leave it until your last white, which will be round 4.
Oh, that's true.
Because it could be over by then as well. So you need to really push in this game. I mean, also, does that mean you should go crazy risk? I don't think so. We're off with the Muso. So here we go.
Is it crazy?
Yet to be seen. Duda will have something to say about that, maybe.
I have seen him play H4 in that position, but he didn't play it. We have a Grunfeld instead.
Okay.
So.
A mainline Grunfeld defense, and we haven't seen too much of the Grunfeld defense lately, among these guys at least, in the Oslo Esports Cup, but it is a very counter-attacking opening. I haven't seen Duda play this too often, and I feel like Duda is hiding opening preparation for the candidates later this summer. And Prag has great memories in this type of opening. I've seen him win actually quite a few games lately, Prag on the white side of this position. So the Grunfeld defense, white gets the center with pawns, black tries to chip away at the center from afar. Black also the first to castle. Look at the black bishop in front of the black king. That is a great piece on the long diagonal. Simon, we've even had the position against each other.
I know, yeah.
Really?
I've had this exact position on the white side, and David's had it on the black side. David's a big Grunfeld player, and I quite like the centre and trying to build up an attack from the centre. I think I've pushed the H-pawn by now, though, probably when I've played you, David. But this is one of the sort of modern lines, isn't it, where black just keeps tension. And here, grabbing the pawn, again, an idea which has been played quite commonly.
Yeah, so Duda's previous move, the last move, allowing white to grab a pawn like this, isn't necessarily the most popular way of playing, but it's quite trendy, as you mentioned there, Simon. It's come into fashion lately. And white is one pawn up now, but white's pawns on the c-file, they are doubled. White has a lot of weaknesses long term, so there's compensation, and Duda, he's going after some of white's weak pawns with the black queen. Look how Duda, he's looking off to his left. It's our right on the screen, but when a player looks off to their left, it means they're trying to remember something. That means he studied this before, he's just trying to recall what the computer said.
And Praggnanandha, he's just simply in his own theory. He's studied this before, he knows exactly what to do, so he's simply waiting for Duda's response. Do you also feel a jolt of joy when you get your opening preparation in?
I mean, it happens so rarely that I don't get that joy much, but it's so nice. I mean, I think I played a tournament recently in Reykjavik, and in 1 game out of 9, I got my preparation in, and it was such a nice relief because you're suddenly like, oh, the stress is off. I've put this on the computer. I know my position is okay. You can relax a little bit more, and your opponent has to start sweating. But here, Prag clearly in his prep still, yeah?
Yeah, it's
What do you mean by getting your opening prep in? What happens with that?
Well, basically, you've studied that position at home, and
basically the opponent does what you have prepared.
Exactly.
And what you're hoping he will do.
Exactly. And usually, you feel a great sense of relief because you're like, hey, I know what to do, and you don't. And that, of course, gives a lot of pleasure. I have to admit, sometimes it doesn't give me so much pleasure to get my opening preparation in when I know that the opening line is like several moves long, and I can't remember beyond a certain point. Then I'm like, oh, I really hope that they don't just somehow find the good moves. Then it becomes a little bit stressful.
All right. Well, in this one, we're wondering if Praggnanandhaa has gotten his opening prep in. He is in Oslo with his coach, Ramesh. And that must be nice at this point, David, after losing a game, to go back to his lounge, meet Ramesh, and maybe forget about that first game.
Exactly. Ramesh is one of the best chess coaches out there in the world. He's so experienced, especially with the younger players, coaching them. And Ramesh, he will have been full of words of wisdom, helping maybe Pragg just stay calm, focus on the next game. Maybe they've discussed this exact position together as well. If not for Duda, then for sure in a previous game. And look at that, Duda spent 2 minutes or so thinking about Black's move. Pragg reacted instantly. We talk about prep, being prepared, predicting the opponent's moves, and Pragg's done that.
Yeah. This is a pawn sacrifice.
It is.
And it must be Pragg because Duda's taken the pawn immediately.
Yeah, and has been played before, and there you can see Black moves forward with the queen, but that doesn't matter because Praggnanandhaa has it all under control. He's looked at this before, and he slides his rook over 2 squares to support the pawn. And here, there haven't been too many games, I have to say, only 2. And Black has actually developed a light squared bishop 1 square in that game.
Okay. And that's a very typical move here, very standard move. You need to connect your rooks. This rook especially is the worst placed piece on the board, the only piece which hasn't really moved. So by moving your bishop forward, you connect your rooks, maybe get ready to centralise here later on. Simon, you mentioned the word pawn sacrifice. I guess in the current position, yes, White gave away a central pawn, but still White does have these 2 pawns. So it's level material for now. It's just surprising that White gave up this really key central pawn, right? I guess Black had to lose a lot of time with the queen now having moved 1, 2, 3, 4 times already in the game in the first 15 moves.
And I think after maybe a potential rook lift by White, because you've got to look at your opponent's queen and you're thinking that queen's really annoying. When anyone moves a piece into your half, try to kick it away, and as David is demonstrating there, that rook coming up the board would again kick the queen away, probably to the queen side. So the black queen now is in danger because if the bishop moves, there'd be a nasty attack. Again, that black queen probably wants to get out of the danger, so it has to go all the way back away from the side of the board where I feel there could be a bit of action. Because if you look at White's pieces, White's light squared bishop, I know there's pawns in the way, but it's pointing directly at Black's king. And at some point, there might be a move like pawn to f5, this move here to open up lines. And with Black's pieces on the other side of the board, you should be looking at these kind of ideas just to open up the position, just to attack. I don't know if it works here, but this is the kind of idea which is key to look at. Force your opponent's pieces away from the king, attack the king, and this would seem pretty natural.
Yeah. Looks very scary there for Black, that type of thing happening. And maybe that's why Duda's hesitating. Also, it's a psychological blow. When you're at move 16 now, and you know your opponent has played instantly every single move. Pragg has gained 2 minutes from when he started the game. So Duda, maybe inside, he's trying to keep calm, but he's trying not to panic at the same time. So, yeah, it's looking like this type of idea for White, maybe in the air. Maybe this one, Simon, as well. Your favourite later, just
I like
playing
that one.
against the Black King.
Definitely.
It's shaping up to be an exciting game.
Cool. We like to hear that. I just noticed the bar in Game 2 with Liam Leh and Anish Giri has already shot up for Liam Leh. And apparently Anish Giri is shaking his head. Has he made a blunder in that game? Look at Anish Giri. This is after only 7-8 minutes of that game.
I'm not sure about a blunder, but something odd has happened for Anish. I have a feeling later he's going to say it was a mouse slip. But he castled the... OK, he's laughing there, Anish Giri. He castled the black king towards the queen side, where it's probably going to just get checkmated. So he's just walked into what's going to happen. It's something bad that's going to happen soon. I just have a feeling he meant to move the black rook instead of his king.
He's got to get used to the mouse, hasn't he? He's really struggling with his mouse movements, you know. I mean, Lawrence Trent, who we got in the studio, was mentioning he plays a lot online and he got repetitive wrist syndrome, I guess from practicing online. But I think it's something you have to be careful of. I don't know the technical term of it, but again, moving that mouse, Anish is struggling with it, blundering a lot.
You need that. You need to get into the connection of playing online chess, and you know, even basic things such as, like Simon says, moving the mouse, getting accustomed to when you pre-move, and again, also coping with the fact that the board is in 2D as opposed to its usual 3D when you're playing over the board. So, Anish does have great support. He has a fantastic second here with him, Erwin Lamy. And as we've seen time and time again, it's very, very important to have the right network behind you. And, well...
for Anish, but what's happening here?
Yeah, just the move we expected for black from Duda, and Praggnanandhaa reacting instantly again. He's played 17 moves in a row instantly.
Wow.
He's just improved the white queen, actually getting ready for something similar to what Simon showed. Just he's getting ready to bring one of the rooks across to challenge and kick away the black queen out of his half of the board.
All right. Praggnanandhaa, he is under pressure. He lost game 1, and chasing him from behind is Magnus Carlsen. He is playing a match against Erik Hansen. Magnus, he won game 1, and let's hear what Magnus and Erik said after that first game.
Magnus, good start today. You win the first game, and do you still eye the tournament championship now?
Yeah, I mean, I said many years ago that as long as it's theoretically possible, then I always try to win the tournament. So as far as I can tell, it's still theoretically possible.
And how do you feel physically today?
A bit better than the 2 days before.
Perhaps most importantly, how do you view Real Madrid's chances in the second game against Manchester City?
About the same as before the first game.
Good luck in both this tournament and that rematch.
Yeah, thank you.
Erik, you start out in a tough way against Carlsen. How are you going to get back into this match?
I have no idea. I'm blundering everything. I don't even know what's wrong with me right now. Like last few days, in about 1 or 2 games each day, I'm making some of the worst moves like possible. Like this was just embarrassing. I don't know. I don't have any words, to be honest. I can't explain a couple of the moves I've been making, and they're game losing. I'm making moves that I know are bad. I don't know what's up with me right now. But that was one of the worst games I've ever played.
It's perhaps hard for us who do not play chess on that level, but when you go through those kind of moves in your head in advance, is it an instinctual move that you feel go wrong, or is it a calculation-wise where you feel you get lost in it somehow?
It's a calculation thing, but something's off with my intuition as well. But you know, just a couple of times I meant to play something and I played something different. I don't know how to explain it, but these are like game-losing mistakes that you just can't afford to lose concentration or get your lines mixed up in your head. So I really don't know how to explain it, but I'm not really playing what I mean to play in some situations, and it's costing me.
Can it sometimes be easier to get out of that funk by starting up one game down and maybe freeing up a little bit in your game style?
No. I mean, you still need wind, you still need confidence, and I mean, I've lost like 2 or 3 days in a row. So at this point, even a draw is usually a positive sign. It means I didn't blunder too much, but can't even get something like that. I mean, these are some horrible games that I'm playing.
Thank you for taking the time, though, Erik.
Yeah. Thanks.
Erik Hansen, he is actually super frustrated, even if he is facing the world champion today. He did win his match against Mamadjaro a few days ago, but other than that, he has lost all his matches. Hard to hear Erik be this frustrated.
Yeah, it's hard to hear, and these days we're used to players being quite open and honest, but again, that's one side that they don't talk about so much, is the mental health and the toll it takes on you playing such intense chess, high-pressure chess, day in, day out. And Erik, he talked about that mental health aspect on our podcast, but yeah, I mean, it's hard to see him struggle so much here. I mean, he had one win early in the tournament, he was so happy, but that's the problem with chess. Every single defeat takes so much out of you, can really knock the confidence, and yeah, you got to feel for him.
And that podcast, the late night show with Erik Hansen as a special guest, will be released tomorrow, a special video edition to all Chess24 premium users. Other than that, the podcast is available wherever you listen to your podcast. But mental health then will be a big theme in that podcast.
Yeah, and Erik, the reason, or one of the reasons he's so well known as a streamer is because he decided to turn his back on professional chess and just playing tournaments, living out of a suitcase, because the pressure is so much and it's so hard to make a living, so hard to keep going, motivating yourself, picking yourself up from defeats. And Yeah, I mean, it's been tough for Eric. He's just come up against some of the best players in the world, and he hasn't played that badly. I mean, of course, he's going to be harsh with himself. You always are when you lose, but he hasn't played that badly. It's just in situations like this, it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, the same. I mean, it's actually quite sad because he's been so happy throughout the tournament so far. Every interview, he's been upbeat, even when he's lost. And that interview, it's like, wow, it's turnaround. It's actually probably his real emotions in some respects. It's very easy to hide them, but it's really painful losing, and it's so important to refocus for him and just remember, like, so many other good things going on. But yeah, we should all send him a lot of love and hope he gets. Hopefully, he'll take Magnus down now. Take him down, Eric.
Yeah.
For the boys, does he say? For the boys.
It was quite hard actually hearing that interview and just hearing the raw emotion. But one thing he doesn't have to worry about is that he still has the love, admiration, and respect from everyone who's cheering for him, because, you know, we are asking, who are you rooting for and why? And I can tell you a lot of answers. A lot of viewers are cheering for Eric. And you know, they're saying Canada is proud of you, Eric. We love seeing you shake up these world players. And okay, yeah, I mean, it's difficult. It's hard to suffer these defeats time and time again. But I do hope that he does go onto Twitter at some point, reads these messages of support and feel some motivation, or just think about them. And then when he sits down at the computer and he gets ready to play the next game, that he can just smile and just enjoy the game.
Yeah, send him some love, you guys. Eric Hansen, he needs it. What a great player and what a great person, what a great streamer he is. He needs the love, and I bet everyone cheering for Praggnanandhaa in the tournament is also hoping Eric will do good against Magnus today. Prag is down by 1 point against Duda, and with the white pieces here, do you see chances for Prag to win this game, David?
Definite chances for Prag. It's a really imbalanced position. We talked about the pawn structure earlier. It's a bit of a weird pawn structure. Prag, long term, not doing well because White has double pawns, shattered pawns on the left half. But he's so active, Prag. Really nice centralized pieces. I like where White's bishops are right now. It's all about whether he can attack. And for the first real time in the game, Prag is thinking. He's got a 6-minute time advantage, and I think the next 2 or 3 moves are critical. He's played great up to this point, of course, with the help of his opening preparation, but it's about whether he can back it up. If he can get an attack, I think Prag is a big favourite. But if he can't whip up some kind of energy, some kind of activity now on the next few moves, then it's all going to turn in Duda's favour.
Yeah, I mean, we could look at a couple of moves on the analysis board, and the first very obvious move, which I think we're probably all thinking of, I'd imagine, is just looking at the aspects of the position. We talked about the black queen going to the other side of the board. Look at the king. The black king is defended by 1 piece. It's only defended by the bishop in front of it. So when you're trying to start an attack, you've got to try and look at the defenders and remove those defenders. So a logical move here would be to just push the bishop into the centre and try to get rid of the dark square bishops, remove the last defender of Black's king, and then you can think about getting your other pieces into the attack, maybe with that sacrifice we talked about earlier, or maybe even by using the H-pawn, as David pointing out. But this seems like a very sensible way to start. Get rid of that defender and then just throw everything at the Black king, because it has no pieces around it supporting it. So that would be certainly what I'd be thinking here, and I'd be very... well, I'm always totally overconfident when I'm attacking. It's a big mistake, probably, but I'd be really happy here. And I think when you get that happiness in your position, you play better in some respects as well. You get, you know, that confidence helps a lot. But yeah, that looks like a sensible move, doesn't it?
I think it's the first move that came to my mind as well. And you're right there. If you like the position, if you understand it, then you always play better. You can play quicker as well because of the confidence you get. And it's not just the fact that this is a good attacking move, trying to remove Black's best defender, but also it's a good strategic move. So if Black ever takes your bishop, then suddenly you can correct the fact that you have doubled pawns, which is never comfortable. You can correct that by playing pawn takes bishop, suddenly connecting your pawns up again. And as Simon mentioned, once that Black bishop disappears, so many weaknesses around the Black king, you could easily imagine the White knight suddenly jumping into some holes. So yeah, that's the move I would choose as well. Prag, he's spent 4 minutes now.
This is a problem he's having. Maybe. Yeah, so his time management has been a little bit dodgy. So yeah. But it just seems such a natural move. I don't even know why you're thinking about playing anything else here. Get rid, and he's played it, but taking that long to play that move just seems a bit odd when that's nearly a third of your time.
I notice it's a trend, though. Normally, even the best prepared players in the world, those who know their openings better than anyone else, normally as soon as they meet their first move they don't know or that they don't recognise, they always spend a long, long time just to kind of get into the game. Because Pragg, basically, he hasn't played any moves himself up to that point, so maybe it's the first move he's on his own where he hasn't kind of had the computer or his coach's help studying beforehand. So, yeah, maybe just on fresh terms, he was just kind of trying to get into the game, into the position.
I mean, there's some really... I mean, F5 next to me looks like it could well be a threat. This is pushing the pawn in front of the queen, because now you just got to open those lines. You've got to calculate these things very carefully, but there's one really interesting line I can see. OK, he's taken that one, as David pointed out, but this also seems a bit strange because, as David said, White's pawns become better now. They undouble. And they become friends, and they can hold hands and jump on each other's cars, wasn't it, that scene from In Between Us?
Yeah, not my friend. I'm also a little bit puzzled by that decision as well, because White can even start thinking about taking radical measures,
go for it. Push the pawn.
Push the pawn. Explode it open. Create a revolution. And presumably, I mean, Duda is counting on the fact that that queen tucked away on a6, if the revolution happens and White just launches the pawn forward, the queen can maybe get to some squares safely.
Yeah, maybe she can defend her king later on, but as Simon says, it looks super scary. OK, I'm surprised Pragg didn't push this pawn forward. Instead...
sorry.
Simon, unhappy.
Oh, dear.
Instead, he moved his rook, which was attacked, so taking the safe option. And now Duda, he was so scared of this idea, exploding open lines towards the black king, that he decided to stop it. He pushed the pawn himself. This is very, very weakening for black, but I think it was essential to stop White's pawn pushing forward, also taking away this key square for the white knight, the black pawn now preventing that.
So why is it weakening?
It's weakening because look at the black king now. It's always weakening to push pawns in front of it, and here black has pushed 2 pawns in front of his king.
They're like your bodyguards, aren't they? You know, your pawns are like your personal bodyguards that protect you, and when your bodyguards are running away, it leaves you open. But I don't know. I mean, Pragg's decision. I mean, I would have liked to have seen that f-pawn push and just some crazy attack going.
Yeah, it's still looking good for Pragg. We should mention he's got complete control of the dart squares, especially in the centre. These pawns are actually really strong, just stopping black from pushing any pawns. But suddenly, Pragg has a dilemma. How does he activate his knight? His knight has lost access to these key central squares, and also his bishop. If he tries to improve it, if he tries to bring it opposite the black king, then it just gets traded off for the black knight. So he still needs to solve that issue, how to improve this piece, maybe improve the queen as well at some point. It's looking very good for Pragg long term, but short term, some questions to answer.
I'm going to try to see if I've learned anything now, David. So for Duda now,
yes,
his king is on one side and all his pieces on the other side. Is that a big problem for him?
Yes, that's a big problem for black. And that's why Pragg, if he can, I mean, that's why Simon wanted to break through and sacrifice, open up the black king while the black pieces were offside.
I mean, I still do, David. I mean, I'm thinking a very natural idea would be to push the pawn in the centre here. I mean, I don't know if I can back it up with anything, but something like this is trying to open up more lines.
For example, if I capture you.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I wanted to try something on f5, but we don't quite have enough, I feel, for this.
But this is the type of idea, right? Yeah. And this shows Kaya's point as well. Yes, you might have sacrificed a piece here for white, but suddenly the black king is completely open, completely naked, lost all of its bodyguards, and suddenly the white knight, on f5, where it always thrives, and the white queen about to sneak in with some sneaky threats. Oof, all of these pieces are on the wrong side of the board right now. So this type of thing is going through Pragg's mind for sure. I have a sneaky feeling he's looking at this move. You can see Pragg kind of leaning forward. OK, he chooses another attacking move.
Always a good move, David. Yeah. Always a good move.
Harry on the run.
Yeah. Get ready to soften up the right side of the board. And Duda quickly moving his rook in the centre. I mean, he's getting ready just to initiate his counterplay there. You know, I guess he has to. I mean, after all, he just has to wait for whatever Pragg has in store for him on the right. And the rules do say, they're very clear, although there's always exceptions to the rule, that if your opponent works on the side of the board, you should work on the centre.
Yeah. So you guys are liking it for Pragg right now?
I'm liking it for Pragg, but the next few moves still critical. It's just about whether he can improve the white knight, the white bishop, whether he can break through to the black king, because those 3 black pieces on the wrong side of the board that we highlighted, if they gravitate towards the center, suddenly black might be doing quite well. So it's just about timing. If he can't find anything in the next 3 moves, then the black pieces have time to centralize and Duda will be completely fine. But if he finds something now on the next 2 moves, Pragg, there won't be time for black's pieces to rejoin the battle.
I mean, for me, the critical piece is the white knight. It has no purpose whatsoever at the minute. And yeah, I like just visualizing it. I'm just like, wow, I would love that it could move diagonally in front of his pawns and just plonk it in the e5 square where it's supported by 2 of its pawns. I'd love that. Or maybe just anywhere on the dark squares, basically.
So if you talk to the white knight right now, because you guys have taught me, talk to your pieces and ask it, where do you want to be? Where does that white knight want to be?
On the e5 square that Jovanka mentioned, the white knight, we talk about knights in general, and this is something Jovanka taught me, a phrase I'd never ever heard before until I joined the tour, an octo knight. And a knight in the center of the board is called an octo knight because it controls 8 squares. It's like an octopus with 8 legs. The knight here does not control 8 squares. It doesn't control, I mean, there's no line after the H line, so it doesn't control one side of the board. That's why we say don't put your knights on the side. Here, the white knight's okay. The black knight is properly on the side of the board, but either way, both of them want to be centralized. Both of them could be improved. So first, both sides taking a time out to improve their rooks instead.
But how can Pragg get that white knight to that dream square?
This is the problem.
It's actually a really good training question as well. And, you know, often I say when I used to coaching is if you could just remove the knight from the board or you just trace the sort of route. So you can see which square you want to put it on and you just try to find the quickest route for the knight to get there. And this is how people work out maneuvers, basically. It's how you maneuver in chess, you know, by just taking it off the board and working back. But it's really hard to get it to that square. And you've got to think about timing, and you don't really have enough timing here.
Let's put your 3 genius minds together.
How can we get to the square? The problem is you want to use this square, and then, as Simon said, you want to trace your way. You want to go 1, 2, 3. Oh, whoops, not there. There, sorry. 1, 2, 3 into the center.
And a niche mouse slip there.
Yeah, mouse slip. So here you're 3 squares away from getting to the center, but the problem is after 1 move, you get stopped. Immediately, you'll get traded off by this black bishop. And suddenly, no more knight, no more dream square for it in the middle of the board. So if you can't use this square, how do you ever get to the middle? You need, for example, maybe to go backwards, the only square you can't be captured, but you don't want to put a knight in the corner. Then you need another move, for example, if black just waits. You need another move to get your queen out of the way. You need another move to bring your knight forward. But still, how do you get to the square? Anytime you march forward and try to get there, you just get traded off by the black bishop.
This is very famous Nimzovich maneuver, actually. He did something similar like this. He came to h3, g5, and around that in one of his games. But it's lovely when you can move the knight back to get in the position. But again, you've got to work out if you have the time to do that. And black has this pressure in the centre now, so I just don't think you have the time to...
But does he have any moves to get that black light-squared bishop out of the way, which seems to be the problem, to get the knight there?
This is also another solution that you can approach. You say, problem, that light-squared bishop, therefore, get rid of it. I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, so how about pushing the a-pawn, for example?
Oh, I like the way you think.
Great move.
Good. Great move. This is really good stuff.
Yeah, imagine if he plays it now, which he might, because it's very logical.
Kai, you get a high five from me. This is brilliant,
The one downside, if the black bishop goes back this way, you're very happy because now the white knight can start to reroute itself and it can't get captured. But the problem is the black bishop might just keep itself on this diagonal and the white knight still can't use that square. So still a bit tricky. That's why Pragg hasn't pushed his pawn yet. This pawn push that I think we all want to see now after Kaya has suggested it.
Definitely, This is the move we're cheering
I'm exhausted now thinking about all these moves. It's tiring to be a chess player.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going through Pragg's mind as well. I have a feeling he's going to either push Alice, the A-pawn, or push Harry, the H-pawn. He's going to play on one of the flanks.
Yeah. But you're right. I mean, mentioning the tiredness thing, this is something that all chess players are, it's really hard because, you can imagine at home, if you haven't played in a tournament, doing the hardest exam of your life, but you're doing it potentially, these guys, for 4 or 5 hours each day, and they can't make mistakes. They've got to stay concentrating. You're doing that every day, and the mental fatigue that you can get from it is extreme. We've all done that in tournaments where we've played for like 10 days on the row. David has the longest games points as well. He'd be the last person to finish at the same time. Oh, OK.
Oh,
I think he pushed the wrong pawn.
No, this is
either very good or I was about to say either very good or very, very bad.
Yeah.
So White's pushed that pawn to try and break the connection with Black's queen on the 6th rank. So actually, again, we got to show this because Pragg, he's trying to go for what we call a genius move, but it might backfire. So he's pushed his pawn forward. It can actually be captured in 4 different ways, this pawn. But if it gets captured by the Black queen, in order for the Black queen to keep in contact with this pawn, then suddenly disaster for Black. Note how the White rook stands opposite the queen, so the White bishop will jump out of the way, take a pawn, attacking the queen, and about to win more pawns on the next go. Black is doomed here. So Black cannot capture this pawn with the queen. That's one trap that Pragg has set for Duda. But if Duda, for example, takes in a more natural way, maybe centralizing the knight, we've been talking about knights a lot, then after White takes this pawn with the White rook, maybe there's just going to be simple moves. Maybe Black can take this pawn. Maybe Black can take this pawn with the Black queen. And, OK, we're going to see this. And the Black queen attacks this rook. I'm not sure Pragg is quite in time to break through to the Black king. There's no time for the White bishop to enter this diagonal anymore towards the Black king because the Black queen controls so many squares. And I think this move actually may be key for Duda. If you take in the centre of the board with the Black rook, I think Simon's ideas are coming to play. There will be a sacrifice on this square. I'm not sure which way White should take, but suddenly the Black king comes under massive pressure. So that's the move we're looking for.
Taking the pawn with the queen seems like such a strong idea. You're combining attack with defence. You're attacking, you're winning a pawn, but you're bringing your queen back to defend as well, and you're stopping White's light square bishop getting to this key square. That unless White's got a big blow here, and White really needs to have a big blow if Duda does take the pawn, and I can't see it because just not. I mean, you're not quite there. Black's got that rook defending, and
one move too slow, I think. I mean, you would love to, for example, plant your queen in the centre, defend your rook, and also line up to put your bishop on this diagonal. But the problem is you're one move too slow. And in some variations, I think Black can maybe just take your pawn, attacking the bishop, attacking the rook. And yes, White can give some checks. Maybe this is what Pragg is relying on, but the Black king can just move maybe. And I'm not sure there's a follow-up. Very complicated still, though. I'm not going to write it off right now yet, at least for Pragg. I think he's got chances.
Okay, wow, dramatic. He did lose the first game, Pragg. That would be very dramatic if he loses game 2 as well.
Okay, and he has taken the pawn with his queen. You know, he has shown that he has ice water in his veins. I mean, it's so well calculated, though, because when you're objective about it, you're like, yeah, okay, it's just a rook. Yes, I can hide my king. But emotionally, it feels scary. It really does. You know, the checks definitely, because you know the checks that you highlighted, it looked wild, and it's never ever comfortable playing when your opponent is attacking your king and your king is also open.
It's going to be very interesting as well. I mean, if we think about the match situation and the tournament situation, if Pragg, he may well lose this match. Duda's won the first game, and Magnus may well win that match. So how's that going to affect things? Does that mean Magnus overtakes Pragg then, going into the last round? But of course, they'll all be down to their individual encounters, and I'm just trying to work out who Magnus is playing in the last round.
Mamedyarov.
Which he has got a very good score against, but Mamedyarov is so unpredictable.
I know.
If you get him on his day, he can crush everyone. So, you know, it could come, it will come down to the last day, which is great. We want that. We want
in the tour finals, right? Magnus played Mamedyarov, and Mamedyarov won all his white games and took it to blitz tiebreaks.
That's true. So very
7 white wins in a row in that
It was. I went all the way to Armageddon, right?
And speaking of Mamedyarov, he loses game 2 here to Jordan van Foreest. And the first game, I'm forgetting how that ended.
I think it was...
We all?
I think it was a draw.
The first one was a draw. All right, so that means Jordan is in the lead in this match. And Mamedyarov has to make a comeback in game 3 or 4 to take it to tiebreaks. Tomorrow, he will face Magnus Carlsen in a match that could be deciding for the whole tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this position, though, is so crazy. The more I look at it, the more I think it's actually very difficult for Duda. And maybe we can get Stockfish the suggestions from the computer. I don't know if that's possible. There we go. OK, Black only has 2 moves to keep the advantage. One of them I showed, the Black Knight jumping into the centre. That has been played by Duda. Unfortunately for Pragg, that was maybe the most obvious move in the position. It does look good for Black, but there are some checks. White's rook is going to come up the board with a check. And actually, after being given more time, the evaluation bar not so clear. So the computer even changing its mind. White giving a check. I don't think you can touch this rook as black. If you take this rook off the board, you might be in big trouble. You have to move your king towards the center. Rook takes rook would have been met by the white queen zooming up. And it's still very complicated.
Yeah, sorry, David. I mean, I guess the key move here is if White can bring his other rook on that open e file. If this move works, then I mean, even the computer, whatever the computer say.
Well, yeah, what's happening here with the computer?
Well, I mean, I think if Prag's done this, maybe he's outdone the computer. Is that possible?
Because, I think the computer, the longer it looks at it, the longer it kind of studies the position, the more it favours White. And maybe we can get the computer moves up again just before we jump into the position. Because what does the computer want to do? And Simon, you're right. White only has one move to stay in the game. Everything else is pretty much hopeless for Prag. But it is the move you suggested, Simon. And Prag should find this. It's findable even with 1.5 minutes on the clock. Prag, he looked down at the white rook a second ago. Let's jump in. Let's show what he has to find. Prag, is he going to play it? He's got to bring his white rook, this rook that's not in the game, he's got to bring it into the attack. Rook to the E1 square, as the computer shows us. Look at this teamwork. 3 heavy pieces, 3 major pieces on the open file. The problem is you've got to see that you can give away this bishop. You can actually give this bishop away for free because here you can check the black king and there's nowhere to hide for the black king. The black rook, if it trades, then suddenly this is a check and a double attack. Black's king is actually going to run into some checkmates here. The black king just too exposed. So this is the key move he has to find. Prag, it's not 100% easy, but he should really find it. And
he has under a minute, though.
He'll find it.
He will find it. He's so calm. He practiced on calculation and tactics. Think so. I mean,
he'll find it.
You can see his screen. Is it possible to see what kind of pieces he's highlighting?
Let's maybe go back to his screen here. He hasn't clicked on a piece. His mouse is at his kind of cursor is at the top of the screen.
Oh, and that would be a losing move if he captures.
Doesn't find it.
Oh dear, how
surprising.
That's really surprising. It's so natural to bring the other rook in. I mean, I think there was at least some perpetual draw ideas for that, but now this is too passive. You've got no attack here. You're 2 pawns down.
He wants to open up the white rook now. We mentioned bringing it across the board a couple of moves ago was the key move. He wants to open up the white rook now to jump to the 7th rank. So there is some idea behind his last couple of moves, but as Simon mentioned, it's passive, and the black queen now has the luxury of a move to just jump back to the defence. I'm expecting the black queen to go the whole way back on the diagonal, actually as close to her king as possible, and offer a trade there. If the queens come off, black should be winning. Black has 2 extra pawns. Yeah, it looks like the momentum is gone now for Prag. Trading pieces when you're attacking, it's such a common mistake.
And I think it's that rule, isn't it? I mean, when you're attacking, it was kind of a do-or-die situation because you're 2 pawns down, you're probably losing more material. You just need to get more pieces in the attack. Sometimes it's as simple as that. And that line that Prag missed, it was simply get another rook in the attack. And now there's still some chances here, but he's very low on time. And I could even say Black's better coordinated, should I say here, because he's very well centralised at the moment.
This is like the perfect example of a counter-attack. Everything has not worked out for Praggnanandhaa, and now Black is just ready to kind of coordinate on the light squares. But there is one trick in the position. One must not forget sleeping bishops, and that little bishop on b1 was threatening to skewer the queen and king.
And Prag is using this white bishop right now. It's actually reminiscent of the blunder we saw with Magnus Carlsen against Jordan van Foreest yesterday, where there was a sleeping bishop and suddenly it zoomed up the board and won the game. But, of course, that check met by a king move and a result in the other game.
Yeah, it is a draw game too. It was looking good for Magnus at some point there. The bar was liking it, but Erik Hansen with a white piece saves a draw in that game. Magnus still up by 1 point before Game 3 starts. He is stopping to take a look at what's happening in Prag's game, and Magnus will probably be happy to see this position. Do you think Prag will be losing this?
Yes. Unfortunately, the threats have run dry. No more attack for white. Black's pieces, as Simon mentioned, is that keyword, centralised. All of Black's pieces actually protect each other. They control all the entry squares for white's pieces, and no more attack. Black is simply 2 pawns up. And the threats continue. The white queen kicked back even further.
Yeah,
it's quite cruel chess, isn't it? I mean, I was just thinking Magnus is looking at Prag and he's wishing him to lose. as you do. And I think I've been there before as well, that you're wishing people to lose their game because, you know, you want to win the tournament. And it's quite, you know, seems a bit strange sometimes, hoping someone's going to lose.
Yeah, I never wish my opponents or my rivals to lose. No, because I feel like it's bad karma. And OK, Pragg only has 15 seconds left on the clock. He has to make a move. He has to move the queen, and the queen must protect the rook. OK, so he drops back to the first row.
Yeah, and we saw there Pragg shaking his head, continuing to shake his head there, head in his hands as well. It's the clock. It's the clock. If he had one more minute earlier, he would have found that key move. The attack would have continued. But now the connection broken between white's queen and rook.
Yeah, and that bishop, it's on the long diagonal. It's a beautiful piece. And, oh, this is a killer blow from Duda. That rook is unfortunately untouchable. Knight takes rook, allows knight takes knight, and then, unfortunately, the king and queen are forked. But there's no way to defend against rook takes pawn. It is game over.
Yeah, winning in style, Duda. The white king running away desperately, but now the black rook can take everything. Taking a pawn with check, taking the knight as well, and Praggnanandhaa resigns.
Wow. That means he is down by 2 points in this match against Jan-Krzysztof Duda. What a day Duda is having, playing some fantastic chess, and he will now only need a draw in Game 3 to win this match. Pragg, he now has to win both Game 3 and Game 4 to tie the match and take it to tie breaks. It's dramatic for the 16-year-old fighting to win the tournament. We see Sverre in a conversation with Erik Hansen. We're going to listen to that later on. Pragg going back to his lounge. What is it about now for Pragg with 20 minutes to go before Game 3?
Well, it's hard now to give Pragg advice. Of course, it's about recovery. It's about forgetting the 2 games that have just passed. But he needs to win both on demand now just to take it to tie breaks. It's an uphill struggle. I'm sure his coach Ramesh has some words of wisdom, but it's about staying calm, getting rid of those memories.
This does make it very interesting in the tournament, though. Magnus is in the lead in his match. Pragg is not in the lead in his match. And that's going to give us a very interesting day tomorrow if this will be the result.
I mean, it's going to be interesting tomorrow, whatever happens, because it's going to come down to the last day. And as we spoke about, Magnus is playing Mamedyarov, and Mamedyarov like a drunk machine gunner. You know, you never know where he's going to fire a bullet. It could be right at Magnus, or it could be up around in the sky. So if Mamedyarov wins that game against Magnus, it will come down to how Pragg does. And Pragg is playing an out of form Anish Giri. So yeah, it's, you know, today's going to be exciting, but whatever happens tomorrow is going to be really good.
I know, it's tense, and I bet it's quite tense out in the lounge as well, Sverre.
Well, it depends on who you ask, but right now, I've yet to see Duda come in here, but right now we have Anish is in, who's getting some sushi on the side here, but now we have Jan-Krzysztof coming in as well. It's a commanding start from you today, Duda.
Yeah, it couldn't have been better.
And how would you summarize your play so far today?
Yeah, I think actually it's difficult to say why I'm winning by 2 points right now. I just think that I'm like more cool in complex position on a long time. Yeah, but in general it's difficult because this game was the second game was very, very tense. Of course, he surprised me, which is probably not the hardest word in Grünfeld especially. Yeah, and I didn't like my setup, but I thought it's at least very practical because I will not get checkmated anytime soon. So yeah, and then yeah, he had time advantage and better position, I think, but somehow he lost both. So yeah, that sometimes happens.
Does it offer extra inspiration when you're playing against the tournament leader and a chance to not just play good games but also catch up in the standings?
Yeah, I'm always playing for a win, no matter who is my opponent. Yeah, I think it's actually very nice to play Pragg. I mean, when he's in fire. I mean, we've played some games and they usually were quite entertaining. So yeah, I keep the trend.
Do you like players who offer entertaining positions? Do you feel like you excel when you get those interesting type of positions?
Yeah, it's difficult to say. I think it mostly depends on my mood. Sometimes I want to be technical and yeah, not to play too crazy positions. Sometimes, on the other hand, I'm very fine with playing sharp ones. So yeah, but today I'm quite confident. So so it works in general for me.
And how do you approach your next game now?
Yeah, I will just play the usual stuff. Of course, I am in extremely good situation, but I'm not relaxing yet because it's very easy actually to to think that match is already over and not to win it. So yeah, I think I will just play normally.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
I also see an Anish standing next to me here. He's grabbing a bit of sushi on the side. You had in the situation in the middle of your game there where you started laughing. What were you thinking right then?
Well, for starters, I should say that I've never eaten sushi this early in the day, but now I feel a bit more relaxed after my matches on the brink of a disaster. I have to say the sushi is much better now than it is at the end of the day. It's even more fresh and it's extremely good. That sushi today is really the best sushi I've had in a while. So that's first of all. Secondly, as for my game, it happened the second time. I do something wrong with dragging and selecting a piece. I don't know, again the same thing. The piece that I wasn't intending to move moved to the square where I wanted to place the other piece. The same happened to me with Jordan. When I tried to play 94, I played queen 4, and now I wanted to play rook d8, and somehow it happened that I castle long. And the remarkable thing is that you can make many mouse slips, but long castle is such a huge strategic blunder that is just completely lost, because in the Greenfield defense you open the b file, you give white the center, you do everything not to castle long. It's just crazy. You have nice shelter on the king side, so it was just an insane mouse slip.
How fine is that line between you who laughed or just hitting the keyboard and reacting in a completely opposite way?
No, at first I was, of course, devastated, but okay, I'm first of all getting a bit used to the punches in this event, so it's been very tough. And okay, I mean, I'm very disappointed, of course, but okay, you try to see some humor in the misery at least. And yeah, I really have to. It would be nice for me to see the footage, if there is footage of me making the moves, to see what exactly I'm doing wrong, and if it's deliberate or if it's some kind of a bug. Because I don't know, like the second time, somehow the piece that I wasn't touching is making the move. It's not supposed to happen, but I don't know why it happens.
I've noticed Jordan is using the clicking system now instead of the drag. Do you think that is an option?
Yeah, I think my problem is that I combine the two. You should never combine the two. You either click or you drag. And I sometimes click a piece and then drag another. And I think in that synergy between the clicking and the dragging is where I make I never used to click. I always used to drag. But sometimes now I have this habit of... Why are you laughing?
The synergy of the clicking and dragging, I think that's where it started.
This guy is just starts fantasizing here.
I'm not fantasizing. I mean, you know, you were used to click, you used to drag. You sound like me. Yeah. Like, no, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the system.
No, it's just, I tell you, it's clearly the fact that I'm both clicking and dragging at the same time. That's where it goes wrong. I should really stop it.
10 years ago, did you ever imagine yourself at a live tournament talking about the synergy between clicking and dragging?
No, not really. I mean, at least it gives me an excuse, because usually in old-fashioned tournaments, you have to come to interview and you say that, yeah, you know, I don't know, maybe I stepped not so well, maybe this, maybe that. And now you can just say the synergy between clicking and dragging, and everybody laughs and everybody's happy.
So if you guys were wondering, there is quite a good atmosphere here. Regardless of Anish losing his two first games, he's quite well-spirited, and he's now found the synergy between clicking and dragging.
I love it. Thank you, Sverre, for that report from the lounge. Players enjoying sushi, explaining mouse slips, dragging, clicking. It's a dilemma. And Anish Giri, he is down by 2 points in his match against Mamdyarov. We're now gonna go to, let's try again. Erik Hansen, he is playing Magnus Carlsen today. And before the tournament, we challenged all the players in our Champions Challenge to play Magnus at 10 years old. And now let's see how Erik Hansen did. Erik Hansen is now going to play Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old in our Champions Challenge. And is this a challenge you're nervous about or just looking forward to, Erik?
Very nervous.
Okay, why?
I've never played Magnus at any age in this app, so it's my first time.
What's going to be your goal?
To survive. Maybe past move 40, let's say.
Yeah.
Yeah, second time control.
We do know that you're an online expert. You play so much online chess, yes. Erik. So it kind of feels, and you're also used to a little bit of banter when you play, talking, being distracted. Seems like this should fit you quite well.
It should fit me quite well, but it's always nicer when you can like see who you're playing or they can talk back. So I'm gonna have to visualize, that's actually Magnus. That would be better.
Yeah. Do you know anything about Magnus at 10 years old, his level at that time?
I don't. I've seen some games from around the time, but I probably had just learned how to play chess when he was 10. That's around when I learned. I was like 8 approximately. So I was like, didn't get to see him in person, but I've heard stories about his level at the time.
Yeah. And what's even more interesting, your level at 10 years old. What was your chess level back then?
I don't know if that's my chess level. When I was 10 is when I started playing tournaments.
Okay.
So I was, let's say, 1200. I was.
Were you one of those prodigies that early on showed some fantastic signs?
No, opposite.
Really?
I was 1200 when I was 10, and it took a long time. I was a late bloomer for chess, I think.
And a hard worker then, maybe? Is that how you got good at the later age?
Eventually. After 15, I started working much more, but it took a long time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, but at 10 years old then, what was your life like? Who was Erik Hansen at 10 years old?
10 years old, I was not the best kid in school.
Okay.
Playing lots of sports, just football all the time. As many sports I could do, swimming, basketball. And chess was just an activity to keep me focused. That's what the school wanted, just like a nice mental hobby at the time. So it wasn't something, it was a small part of my life at the time.
So this is probably super inspiring for maybe some young people out there who are maybe struggling with concentration.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I started playing online quite a bit when I was, let's say, 10, and so you can, there's a lot of ways now to get better, which is very cool.
So what was it about chess later on that you then maybe fell in love with, that you got hooked on?
Hooked is the right word.
Yeah?
It's addicting. So that's a good start. I was addicted to speed chess, blitz and bullet, and that makes it easier to play a lot and keep doing it. But I guess one thing that I like is I'm very competitive, and chess has, wherever you join to play online or in person, you kind of know where you are level-wise, and there's always somebody better out there. And the rating system is just very fair for the most part. So there's always goals and always achievements.
Yeah.
It's not like mastering a video game. Some of them, like I remember Game Boy a long time ago, like you reach the end and then it's done on the most difficult level. With chess, there's always a more difficult level, and so that was appealing.
Yeah.
That there's always a very high ceiling, no matter what.
Cool.
So you can kind of set your goals to wherever you want.
Yeah. And well, Magnus 10, it's actually a difficult level.
Yeah.
He was good already at 10, and you mentioned you're very competitive. I've seen that as well, Erik, that you're super competitive. So even if this is a fun challenge, do you take some prestige in it?
Yeah, well, I don't. I'd like to think I've never lost to somebody age 10,
Yeah.
and I have a very good score against some of the junior players, because you take those more seriously. Like, I don't know about other people. I don't want to lose to little kids.
Yeah.
But if I lose to, like, an experienced player, it feels different. Like, just nobody age 10. So I will take that a little personally if I do lose.
All right. Well, it's going to be interesting to see your tactics then. Are you ready, Erik?
I'm ready.
All right. So Erik is going to have 2 minutes on the clock, no increment. The goal, being a grandmaster, is, of course, to win against Magnus 10 in as few moves as possible. And if he loses on the board or on the clock, the goal is to last as many moves as possible. So are you ready, Erik?
I'm ready.
All right, go ahead, make your first move. This is the Champions Challenge, and here we go. We know this means a lot to Erik. And what is your tactics in the opening here?
I'm just playing some simple chess.
Some simple chess.
Yes.
What are we seeing here, David?
Okay, it's a Sicilian, and Erik's gone for decent variation, a very solid one. Black also getting decent developments, and what we've seen from Magnus age 10 in the past is that he loves the tricks, loves the tactics, and I think Erik's chosen a good strategy to avoid that.
Yeah, I don't want to mess with those tactics. Just
building the pawn center, very logical stuff so far.
Great stuff. Now it's
only
all
at
about
2 minutes.
completing
Okay.
increments, not so much time and no increment for Erik. And
Let's get those
Magnus
pieces
is
out.
just going to play as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it will come down to the speed
Magnus is a dirty flagger here, I can tell.
Got to start them young with the flagging, playing for time. Okay, still very solid position. Magnus losing time with his rook there.
What the heck is that move?
Strange move.
Yeah. Consider it a gift from Magnus.
Yes. You don't get those often, so I'm quite thankful.
So is it looking good for you now, Eric, would you say?
No.
Okay.
No. I'm still...
It's still early days, right?
Magnus was probably super tricky at 10.
And 1 minute 15 now. Still a long way to go, still early in the middle game. Might have to pick up the pace at some point.
I gotta attack that rook.
Yeah. Knight retreats.
And,
kicking him back.
Definitely, the rook has to make a move back. And Magnus does this.
Both kings seem very safe here. 1 minute, 7 seconds left.
My king is safe, but oh my goodness.
Tricks have started.
Oh my goodness. No, that's...
And
if that rook is captured, Black's knight will jump forward.
That's very upsetting.
So that's why Eric chooses to capture another piece. And, well...
It looks like that rook is trapped, but there's one safe square. Magnus just so
Magnus
tricky.
has everything calculated here.
Really? How impressed are you with Magnus 10 in this game?
H10, it's not fair. But,
All right, 48 seconds left. Is it possible to checkmate Magnus within 48 seconds?
Yes.
Perfect.
We'll go for our own tricks here.
Perfect.
Going for mate, I like it.
Yeah.
This is what you need to do. Okay, Black dodges any potential checks.
Magnus doesn't care here.
Okay, so
now that I've lost the pawn, I'm relaxed.
Yeah. Nothing to lose now.
Ooh, that
40
knight
seconds.
looks good.
The knight looks good, but I think Magnus is his endgames. I don't know how his endgames were, but they were probably pretty solid.
Nobody's endgames are good at H10, Eric. You can take him. Okay,
let's hope
nice
so.
trick.
Right.
You won your pawn back.
All right.
Things are turning in Eric's favor.
And 32 seconds.
30 seconds left.
I gotta go for it. No! How does Magnus not take a draw there?
Magnus playing
What's
for the
going on?
The 10-year-old Magnus.
No, that's
he
very
hates the
upsetting.
draws.
But now Eric has an advantage. 25 seconds though. He's a pawn up. Can he convert it?
Oh, come on, Eric.
It's about the speed.
Absolutely.
It's about the speed. No
Need some
pre-moves,
speed here.
unfortunately.
Oh, well, super speedy now. Still 18 seconds. Is it enough to win?
I'm really bad with these moves. 1 second.
Ooh, it's not
No
going to be
pre-moves,
easy.
unfortunately. It's difficult now. Oh, with 1 minute on the clock here, I think Eric would win this, but 10 seconds.
Magnus is trying to flag.
But this
playing
is
for
the
time,
problem.
Magnus.
How is Eric even going to force a draw?
Yeah.
Okay, here it's
Let's go for a draw, Magnus, right here.
Oh, are we going to see a repetition?
Yes!
Yes!
Wait, it
was
says
a draw.
Magnus wins.
I think that might just be a glitch.
Oh, okay, I'll take the draw. I'll take the draw. You saw a draw.
We have a glitch in the system. Is it a draw, David?
It was a draw. The position repeated itself 3 times.
Okay, well, congratulations. You said it.
And I was a pawn up, so don't forget, you can't forget that. I was in a superior position and let Magnus off the hook.
So with 1 more minute on the clock, you would definitely have just gone for the win.
I would have
on
won,
this game.
yeah, no. There we go.
We have a draw. So if you players continue as well, let's see how many moves. 62 moves, a draw. It's not a loss, a draw for Eric in 62 moves. So that's gonna take you up on the table. You said the most important, not to lose against the 10-year-old?
Not to lose against the 10-year-old was important psychologically, because if I do, it's not good for this tournament when I'm playing a fully grown Magnus and other players. So I'll take it.
And Eric, you have beaten Magnus before in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Obviously, the most important is to beat him in the real Oslo Esports Cup. So what's going to be your tactics when you face him in the real tournament?
As you said, like now that it's in Oslo, coming to try to beat him in his hometown, home country is more motivating. But I'm going to have to trick him, I think. I'm going to have to channel the 10-year-old Magnus here and get him under pressure and pull off something in a high, a tense position.
All right. Well, great game, Eric.
Thank you.
Thanks for your efforts. It's a draw in 62 moves. And that's taking Eric to a 3rd place in our Champions Challenge. So far, Liam is the only one who's been able to win against Magnus. And we actually only have 1 player left. That's Mamedyarov. Tomorrow, will Liam Le be the champion in this Champions Challenge? Eric Hansen is struggling against Magnus at 31 years old today. He has lost one game, and game 2 was a draw. So that means if Magnus wins game 3, he will be the winner of the match. And there's a drama in all the matches, actually. Anish Giri, he has lost 2 games to Liam Le, struggling with some clicking and dragging and some mouse slips. So he has to win both of the 2 last games now, Anish, to take it to tie breaks. Praggnanandhaa, he is also down by 2 points against Duda. Must-win situation for Pragg with a draw. Duda will be the winner in that match. And the final one, Jordan van Vries against Mamedyarov. Jordan is up by 1 point. Mamedyarov, he needs at least a draw in game 3. Magnus, if he wins this game, he will be the winner of the match against Erik Hansen. And with the white pieces, what do you expect, David?
I'm expecting Magnus to actually not take too many risks. He knows he, on paper, is the better player, so if he can just get his type of position, maybe a slower maneuvering game, maybe even an end game later on, then he's a big favourite.
And you told me a little bit of a fun fact right before we started here, Simon, that all the players in the lead will have the white pieces now.
That's right, yeah. I think, well, that's a great sign for them because they can play it a bit safe.
Yeah.
They don't have to go crazy. If they draw, it's okay. They go to the next round, a lot of them. But a lot of them only need a draw as well. So this could be the quickest round so far, setting us up for tomorrow. So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this goes now.
No one are tied so far today. That is actually quite incredible. What if all matches are finished after 3 rounds? That would be sensational. And Magnus, he will need a win to win the match after 3 games here. With a draw, they will play a game 4. He's waiting for Erik, I think. Erik, we know, has been feeling a little bit low on self-esteem today. We are waiting for him to arrive.
And this is one of the first times we've ever seen Magnus be the first to arrive.
Ooh, is it a mental game from Erik?
How dare they disrespect the champion?
What is he doing there?
So, looks like Magnus choosing some music.
Yeah.
Looking through the playlists.
Yeah.
Trying to choose his Get Pumped mix.
Do you know I nearly got arrested for stealing cake earlier? Bit of a random fact.
Tell us all about it.
Just while we wait for the game. So I sent Ivanka a picture of a lovely cake. Yeah, cake. I like my cake, quite clearly. But I went down the supermarket, and it's one of those ones where you scan your things.
Yeah.
And I forgot to scan my cake. I went to walk out, all the alarms went off.
Oh,
I had
no.
no idea what was going on. I thought, okay, I'll just go through it. Security got me.
No,
and they're like, yeah, and I'm like, what's going on? And they're like, you know, I said, I'm English, I don't know. And they're like, cake. It's the cake. It's the cake. I'm like, I'm really not going to get arrested for this cake, am I? They're like, I will pay. Yeah, so stressful morning.
Oh, no. Simon, getting in trouble.
Would you do it again? Was it that tasty?
Blooming good cake. Yeah, I'll do it, but I'll do it cleverer next time. I pay
Criminal
for it.
cake.
I pay for it. Yeah.
The life of a chess player.
Yeah, it was nice cake, but you know.
All right, here we go. Game 3. Magnus, Erik. And what are we seeing on the board?
Yeah, it's a slow start to this game. As we saw, Erik arriving a bit late there, but it's transposed now into the Queen's Gambit, and a variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. That means that Black not taking one of the white pawns that has been offered up early on. And Erik going for a very solid variation. Will we go into what we call the Tarrasch defense, named after Siegbert Tarrasch, very, very strong chess player from the past? Or will we go into the semi-Tarrasch defense, where we see different types of pawn trades? Look at all the pawns in the centre of the board right now. There's options for white. Magnus, in the past, has taken one of those pawns. He's also just maintained the tension and let Erik make that decision to trade or not to trade. That's the question at this early stage. Magnus just weighing up his options.
Yeah, I have to say, it does feel like it's a little bit of a risky decision because I know Magnus is the world champion and he's played everything, but he really has used this opening on the black side so many times. And I've never seen Erik use this opening. Have you?
Nope. Erik, he's normally a specialist of the Grunfeld defense. We discussed that a bit earlier, actually, in the last game between Pragg and Duda. But Erik, in the Grunfeld defense, lost to Pragg yesterday, lost to Magnus today. So he's changed opening. He's gone to something that he nearly never uses. Maybe he plays this opening more in Blitz online or in bullet chess, but it's not his normal opening. And, OK, we did see a trade of pawns, even a trade of knights. And it's a very similar pawn structure to what we saw in the last game. So it's very Grunfeld-esque. The type of position looks like a Grunfeld, but it's a different opening. And in this type of position, white having the pawn center normally gives a long-term advantage. White often actually trading the advantage of the pawn center later for an attack against the black king. Look at black's king, not many defenders around it. So, okay, it's still early days. This is still a very well-known position. There are even chessable courses on this position. I'm thinking by Lenier Dominguez, one of the very strongest American players now. But yeah, it's a solid choice for black. But if Eric doesn't know the ins and outs of it, I'm scared for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do see a lot of our viewers cheering on Eric in his match now against Magnus. Another move here.
Yeah, just getting ready to bring the black bishop out to a long diagonal. Very sensible. Both sides just developing. Magnus will castle the white king now.
So let's hear what Eric said to Sverre after game 2 finished with a draw.
Eric, you stand against quite the hard attack there for a long time, and you deliver a good defensive game eventually.
I don't think I did, but somehow the position fizzled out into. Well, I mean, I was just much worse. I was playing. I don't know. It's weird right now. I was sure I was going to lose that game. I think Magnus must have made some inaccuracy. I didn't see exactly where, but I was under pressure, and I'm just thinking right now. Towards the end of the game, I missed a chance maybe to play h5. But the way I'm playing right now, I'm not surprised I missed. I'm missing so many moves in these games. But yeah, it was just one of those situations where I was in a bad position, so I decided, you know what, better play a pawn down and be active than suffer by holding my materials. So that strategy paid off, but I don't think it was because I played particularly well. So I definitely can't allow Magnus such favorable positions in the next game.
We had a tweet coming in here from someone who watched your interview earlier today, who said, it was hard to hear this interview from Erik Hansen. I love Magnus Carlsen, but keep your head up, Eric. Bounce back strong. Canada is proud.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the words of encouragement, but there's something very off with my head right now. I'm missing so much, and yeah, I think this game I was pretty lucky to come out with a draw.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Eric not feeling his best today. And in game 3 here, the bar has now gone slightly over to Magnus's side. What do you think now, David?
Yeah, I'm not looking too much at the bar yet, but as Simon and I were actually just discussing during that interview, it's a bit of an odd opening choice. Normally, white is the one pressing for the advantage black. You just want to trade pieces off, you want to survive to the endgame, and you want to maybe just lock things up, maybe even go for the draw. So Eric, if he's playing for the draw in this game, even if he gets it, will need to strike back in the final game of the day.
Yeah. And yeah, once again, you know, it was quite hard again to hear Eric so low.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just like one of the stories that kind of motivated me and brought me to tears actually was, I think, from, I can't remember the year, but it was to do with a Canadian speed skater, Dan Jansen. And, you know, the first time he played he skated in the Olympics. He was 16 years old. He came fourth, and everyone was like, wow, what an amazing talent. And then, of course, the Olympics is every 4 years, so he had to wait for another 4 years to have a chance. He was by then, like, super fast. And he kept messing up, you know, with, you know, his sister died and he had to race the day after her death. And he just kept messing up. There was something not working for him. And it was his final shot at the Olympics, and he was like 32 years old. And, you know, he's already made a mess of the first event, which is his favourite. And he comes to the last event that he's skating in, and he's like, OK, I have no shot at this. Let me just sit back and smile. Let me think about the journey that skating has taken me, all the amazing people that I've met. Let me just relax and enjoy this, and I'm going to skate for them. And he broke the world record.
Yeah.
He won. It was an incredible story.
So yeah, Eric has to take inspiration from that. And he mentioned actually in that interview, he was in big trouble in the last game. He was lucky to make a draw. And sometimes that's when the momentum changes in a match. When you do make a lucky escape, suddenly no more pressure. Nobody expects him to win this game. So maybe that's when the best things happen. And meanwhile, a few moves on the board. Simon, do you are you revising your opinion of Black's opening just as we're about to see a big pawn sacrifice actually big
No,
move.
not at all. I mean, this move that Magnus has played is the idea and the position. It was first played, I think, by Pogolevsky. And I've probably said that really badly, but it was played...
Polagaevsky, yeah.
That's the one, yeah. And I actually met him once. He's a well-known theoretician. I think it was him against Tau who played this idea first, even going back to like the 70s, 80s. It's a well-known idea, and the idea is to sacrifice a pawn but start a very dangerous kingside attack. And I think this is all theory. I've seen Harry move up in that position, and I would not be surprised if this is just, been seen before. And we can have a look at it on the analysis board. And the point is the pawn's taken, and David's shown that White's idea is then to push the white pawn forwards, attacking that knight. And you have to move that knight. Now, if the knight retreats, which is one obvious idea, you're very passive, and this pawn sacrifice gives White this open bishop. Look at the bishop pointing towards Black's king. And you can even bring more pieces around by now moving the knight. And we talked about this square a lot, the F5 square. I can't remember the saying now. F5, it will thrive, I think. Yep. And then you've got 3 pieces attacking a lone king. So this kind of position is extremely dangerous with the pawn. So I expect, if we go back a little bit, Eric won't want to go passive for that knight, but when it's attacked by the pawn, he will try to block the bishop and come forwards into this square. At least this way, you block out one of your opponent's attacking pieces. Still very dangerous, though. White could go for that same knight maneuver, or he could even bring a rook to the centre and threaten to capture the knight. There's many ideas, and this has all been seen before. And this is one of the reasons I don't like this opening for Black. I know lots of strong players play it, but it's so tricky to defend this attack. And let's see what happens. I'm sure now the knight comes forwards, as we said, and Magnus knows exactly what he's doing. The knight is heading towards the Black king. Magnus on the attack. Critical moment.
Yeah, and they always say that when a knight reaches the F5 square, it's worth at least a pawn. So it's such a great attacking piece. And I agree with you, Simon. This is very, very dangerous. And Magnus clearly knows his classics. I mean, I don't know whether this has been played in this exact move order, but the idea, that's so important.
Yeah, it's all about the idea and recognising patterns. I mean, that game you mentioned there, Simon, that Polagaevsky game with actually a really nice sacrifice in it, within it. Magnus, we've seen his memory. It's phenomenal. He knows that game inside out. He knows countless other games that have arisen in this position, or at least this type of position. And Eric, we mentioned, it's not his main opening. So that's the battle that Eric faces right now. He's facing a very confident Magnus Carlsen, a Magnus Carlsen who's analysed lots of little kind of ideas in this type of position, and it's not easy. It feels like an uphill battle already. Black 1 pawn up, but about to come under a big attack.
Do you know what I need? Sorry, I was just going to say, do you know what we need to do tomorrow? Well, I need to bring Eric some cake.
Yes.
Maybe not stolen
Pay for
cake,
it.
though. Yeah.
Of course.
Maybe he would like stolen cake. I would never do that intentionally. It was an accident. It's quite scary when all the alarms go off and you're like,
well, yes.
like...
I can't believe the alarms went off.
The alarms
just
went
because
off.
of
a cake.
For a
I
cake.
know. And, but let's bring Eric some cake tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to get this lovely coconut cake.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, I love it. I'm going to bring it to Eric tomorrow.
Yes.
And
Let's do it.
And if you're wondering what kind of cake this is, it's actually called a skolebolle in Norwegian.
Ah, yes.
It's very tasty.
School bun.
Yeah.
Translated. It's very good. Yeah, that's one of my favorites as well, Simon.
It's a good one.
Yeah.
Worth stealing.
Yeah.
Don't ever do that. I didn't say that.
No,
Take it back.
Don't do that. And just a quick reminder to everyone, there is still very much time to enter our competition to win the Airthings View Plus. And you can do that by answering our quiz question, where we're asking you, who are you rooting for in the Oslo Esports Cup? And very importantly, why? And it's lovely to see your tweets and your answers, and you can tweet your answers using the hashtag ChessChamps.
And great for the players to get your energy as well. A lot of you rooting for Magnus Carlsen, of course, if he wins his match today, and Praggnanandhaa loses. He is down by 2 points against Duda, remember? Then they will be tied on points heading into the last day. But Magnus, he did win that match against Pragg, so in direct encounters, Magnus will be on top of the table, actually. And also Duda will be only 1 point behind. It's going to be a dramatic final day in the tournament.
Yeah.
And a move.
Yeah,
We we do see a defensive move from Eric. You know, he's retreated the bishop just to cover the all-important f5 square.
Yeah, so we have to show this. It looks really ugly, really counterintuitive. Retreating the bishop back to its starting square, back to where it came from just about 5 moves ago. But as Jovanka mentioned, there's only one idea in the position by this move, and it's to cover this dream square. So if the white knight jumps forward now, getting ready to attack the black king, then it will be immediately removed and traded off by the black bishop. And a trade here actually helps black a lot. Suddenly white loses that key attacking piece, the knight, and actually you can even gain time against the white queen now. Black's king much safer once the knight has left the board. So ugly move, but necessary maybe, Simon?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very hard move to bring yourself to play because I mean, you don't want to move your pieces backwards. I mean, who on earth wants to do that? And Magnus has a couple of natural moves. The most natural is only got one piece which is not doing anything. Just look at the pieces, and that's the rook next to the king. David highlighting, and if we just have a look where that rook can move, always look at the pieces which are not doing anything, and you can move that 2 squares into the middle. And this actually creates some nasty threats, I feel, of capturing the knight next move. And when black recaptures, you can see you're clearing up the rook towards the queen, and there may well be a knight jump here. I mean, I can't see anything completely crushing, but something like David's put on the board. Look at those beautiful rooks. So that, to me, looks like a very sensible move. But you've even got ideas like bringing the other rook right down into the position. That could be a very funky move if we go back. Just maybe, I'm obviously looking at losing my rook over there, which is kind of ridiculous. But
you always want to sacrifice, Simon.
I know, even in good positions, I've got to stop it. I've just got to stop it.
But in this position, there are triggers, there are kind of signals which show that you can get away with sacrifices, because look at the king. No defenders around it. And Simon, Simon, you mentioned a few days ago, it's all about this pawn as well. Any time as white you get a pawn to this square, it signals an attack in this direction against the black king. Somehow this pawn just takes away defensive squares that black wants to use. For example, the black knight wants to go back and defend, but can't use it because of this pawn. Any time as white you get a pawn like this, if you have major pieces on the board, queens, rooks, knights, etc., then go for an attack against the enemy king. That is the signal. So yeah, nice move there. I'm expecting one of those two, Simon. As you mentioned, this one may be the most natural because it's not doing anything, this piece, and we know Magnus loves to bring every piece to the party, but this one also looking good.
I suppose, sorry, David, I've just seen one other move as well. I mean, you could move... Has he gone in with a rook? He looks like...
He has.
OK, wow.
You predicted it, Simon.
Wow, for once I got it right. So I don't think he's going to take the pawn near black's king, though. I think that's...
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe later.
Yeah, maybe later.
Well,
yeah.
He's cleared another square for his rook. Actually, the 2 rooks might team up on this line as well. Looking very good.
If Eric were to ask the question, what are you going to do with the rook on the 6th row, and just attack it?
With the bishop, yeah.
Yeah.
Then
Is this waving that red flag and saying, come on?
I think Magnus's idea is to get rid of the black knight. As you mentioned, there's no safe squares actually for the white rook on this line. You could make an argument for taking this pawn, but it feels premature to attack at the moment. So you need to get rid of black's best defender first, the knight. So trade it off. You can't actually take the white rook now with your bishop because white's knight recaptures, attacking the black queen, gaining time. That's very important. White would have 2 pieces now, a bishop and a knight, for just a rook. So black instead would have to capture the white bishop, and now the white rook will just sidestep 1 square. And look at this strength of the white rook right now. And we're going to see this actually happen in the position. Just looking at Eric's screen on the top right corner there, he's about to move his bishop to this square. So we might see this position, and white's knight on a dominant outpost in the middle. Look how dark square domination has occurred while black only has a light squared bishop. It's looking very good, actually. I'm surprised the evaluation bar says 0.0 because I would be terrified as black.
Yeah, well, this is the difference between engines and humans. Let's be frank, you know, humans have that psychological fear, and, you know, maybe the engine some way down the line can spot some kind of nifty resource that the human just wouldn't. OK, and Eric is asking the question to Magnus, and our guru, David, has predicted the right move. Bishop takes knight on the board.
Yeah. Process of elimination, but it's very logical as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the nice trick if you take the rook. Maybe we could just show this as well. There's one more variation. We can maybe quickly show it.
Yeah.
If you do take the rook in that position, the knight takes. OK, at the moment, it might seem okay for black because black can move the queen 1 square forwards and you're attacking 2 minor pieces. But this is where pattern recognition comes in and why you should practice your tactics, because there's a very nice move here. The bishop can simply take the pawn. This doesn't seem possible because a queen takes bishop, but then we see these patterns working. The knight now is able to do what we call a fork, winning the queen. So these little patterns, and that's where you practice your tactics, they become second nature. After all, it's a game of patterns. You get used to them, you improve your tactics.
Yeah, and a couple of moves, but both sides just improving their rooks. And still, the status quo remains. White has a very strong rook here, very strong knight, very strong queen. It's just about whether black can fight against them. I wouldn't be surprised at some point if we see Magnus kind of lift this rook into the attack against the black king as well. Every piece heading in that direction. It looks very, very scary still for black. The bishop not being able to fight on the dark squares. So, yeah, Magnus trying to work out a way to attack.
Yeah, and whilst Magnus is figuring that out, well, earlier you both mentioned Poligevsky, a famous player from the past, and I'd like to ask you a question from Elite Minds, who says, who is the best classical chess player of all time, in your opinion?
Classical chess player?
Yeah, OK, we have... Sorry.
OK, yeah, I mean, I'll let David go first, I mean, with that one, because there's so many. I mean, the best or the one we prefer the best? It's quite hard
it's up to you. You can define...
maybe as well?
Does that question mean the best chess player in classical chess, or does it mean with a classical style?
Classical chess.
Classical chess.
I mean, I would say Alekhine or Alekhine was one of my favourites because he sort of revolutionised the game when he came along. Before him, there were less rules, and he basically was a great attacker. But unlike Morphy, who was before him, Morphy attacked really like a complete nutter, basically. You know, his attacks were really unsound, but they were dangerous. Alekhine basically nearly always attacked after he got a position of strength. So he sort of developed chess a lot. But I don't know, David, what about who would you say?
I mean, first of all, that's a really good point, Simon. For example, this type of position where Magnus, he's built everything up slowly, that's when Alekhine would start attacking. You don't just attack out of nowhere. You attack when you have nice centralized pieces like White does right now. So Alekhine, good answer. I'll just say Kasparov, because I grew up when he was dominant, and he was so dominant for so long. I think he won, 6 World Championship matches, 5-6 World Championship matches, and in style as well.
My answer would be the same as well,
Kasparov. I was kind of thinking like older people. I mean, Kasparov. Okay. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, my favourite. Yeah, I don't know why. Why was I thinking dead? You know, I thought they had to be dead. You know, classical. I'm thinking, the old people then. But yeah, I mean, Kasparov, great answer. I mean, my favourite though is Mikhail Tal, without a shadow of doubt. I mean, he was he was just a lunatic, complete lunatic, and he was a one of a kind, absolute. You never had anyone like him, or had he in the future or past that's similar to him.
Yeah.
I mean, we're lucky, Simon, right, being chess players, and you mentioned you just did a course on Mikhail Tal. I mean, it doesn't even sound like work. It sounds like fun going through his games and playing through them.
And recording a 15-hour video course on Chessable.
Just a day's work in my life, you know. So, yeah.
Well, remember that, everyone. Simon does have that Tal. What is the name of the course again?
It's Life and Times of Mikhail Tal.
Yep. On Chessable, with 15-hour videos that you can study to play like the entertaining Tal. And Magnus, an entertaining player himself. If he wins this game, he will win the match. Is that possible?
It's possible. I must say, I like Eric's last move. I thought black couldn't even get one piece active, but black now, with his rook occupying the 3rd rank, and he's actually stopped that idea I mentioned earlier of White's rook kind of using the 3rd rank to swing across and go for the black king. And OK, I also like Magnus's move. This is what we call prophylaxis in chess. It's where you know that checks are coming later, so you get ready for them, you get out of the way in advance. You know what your opponent wants to do later. The king just sitting on the edge of the board, nice and safe, actually evacuating the 1st rank where it had no protection. So Magnus knows there's no way to break through yet. He's just improving every single piece to the maximum first.
And we did see Eric shake his head a little earlier. His clock is ticking down. We know he's not feeling confident today, Eric. Do you think Magnus is sensing that and playing some moves?
Yeah, you know,
on that psychology.
Definitely, you know, these top players, there's no disguising it, they are predators. When they sense weakness, they go in for the kill. Yeah. This is all the mark about being one of the world's best chess players. And chess is, after all, essentially a battle game. It's a war of strategy. And Magnus doing great things, you know, taking care of his king. He's posted his pieces on aggressive squares. And now it's up to Eric to come up with a response. And Eric now has to make a choice on how he's going to defend. Will he cope with this pressure? Will he try to resolve the difficulties in his position with active means? It's up to Eric now.
Yeah, it's really up to Eric, and he doesn't have that much time with which to actually come up with anything too fun, too creative, too energetic with his position. I mean, I'm looking at that kind of strategy we discussed earlier, how to improve your worst placed piece. And if you talk to Eric's pieces, the black pieces, actually the black rook on the 3rd rank down in white's camp, very nicely placed. Black's queen a bit passive, but stuck there. Black's bishop, same, also a bit stuck. You have to improve the black rook next to the black king, and there we go. He stole the words right out of my mouth. He did improve that rook. And you could maybe make an argument for bringing the rook all the way across, teaming up the 2 black rooks together, but this one is maybe even more solid. We talked about the white pawn, the very strong white pawn in the center of the board. Eric just keeping an eye on that one. So, yeah, defending very, very well, Eric, over the last few moves. He just has to be careful of the clock situation. Down on time when you're defending, it's not an easy situation to be in.
Yeah. He needs to draw Erik Hansen to take this to a game 4. We could have a super short day if Magnus wins this game, and I did see the bars in a bunch of the other games going to the side of the player who, with a win, will end the match in this round 3 of games. Praggnanandhaa, of course, we are super interested in. He has to win this game, but the bar is over to Duda's side, and with only a draw, Duda will end that match and take all 3 points. Is Pragg struggling in that game?
It's a wild one. I'm just looking over at Pragg's game and trying to work out what's going on because it's chaos on the board. It looks like Duda sacrificed a piece temporarily, but will win it back with interest. So, yeah, it does look like Duda is in control. But Pragg, he's doing the right thing. He's taking risks. He needs to win, and he's trying his best.
And Anish Giri, he is also in a must-win situation, losing 2 games with some mouse slipping today. Liam led the bar all the way over to his side, and with only a draw or a win, Liam Lea will take all 3 points in that match. Is Liam winning?
It's looking very good. It's also the type of position where Liam can maybe just shut things down and get a draw if he wants. So Liam in control of that match.
And Jordan, he is up by 1 point against Mamedyarov in that match. The bar may be more to the middle in that one. Is it possible to say if anyone is in charge?
It's in the balance right now, very equal.
All right, and with a draw, they will play a game 4. But Anish Giri, he is definitely struggling against Liam. We did hear in that interview talking about clicking or dragging the pieces. Is that actually a dilemma?
Yeah, it definitely is. And regular viewers of the show will know that sometimes I say, oh no, me and my arrows.
Yeah.
And actually, I've had the same problem, the same exact problem as Anish. Sometimes I click on a square when, for example, we have the analysis board when I'm highlighting a square, but then I'll drag to show the arrows. And the mixture between clicking and dragging, it doesn't sound like it should affect things too much, but the computer has memory. So if it's remembered you've already clicked on a piece or clicked on a square before, and then you click on a new piece, sometimes it makes the move for you. So it can be tricky. I guess it's just practice. And Anish, he's played these events before, so it's surprising that it's happened now, but it does happen. It's understandable.
It does happen. And also another kind of scenario where mouse slips happen is when you've kind of picked up a piece, you're ready to move it, and then you realise actually you don't want to move that piece to that square. So often it's what you should do is you should actually take that piece and move it in a kind of unnatural way and drop it off the board. And then it will go back to its original square. And
I'm saying there's so many new skills, aren't there, like online chess? Because I remember when you play traditional chess, it was literally like the only thing you can think. Very interesting to see how people move, right, in when they're playing with a board, because you get people slamming the pieces down, slammers. You get screwers, they screw the piece into the board.
Into the board.
You get like the elegant ones who look the other way. You know, they do this, so they're like with their little finger up. You know, have maybe a little glass of champagne.
Yes.
So it's really weird. But here you've got the clicking, you've got the dragging. It's a new thing. But yeah, we have some more moves, and I kind of like Magnus's knight manoeuvre there, Dave, but it's it.
Yeah, I agree, Simon. It's really creative. I don't think I would have come up with this one because White's knight looked so glorious in the middle of the board just a couple of moves ago, but maybe we can catch up the viewers on what's happened. And Simon, you say you like this. I do too, I must admit. So if we just rewind a couple of moves, we left it here, and White's knight, as I mentioned, looks great in the centre, but everywhere it wants to jump forward too. Anywhere along these lines, it gets captured by this black bishop. The black bishop actually dominates the white knight right now. So Magnus looked for new avenues of attack. He dropped his knight back, gaining a bit of time against the black rook. And after the black rook retreated, challenging this guy, then the white knight rerouted itself. So a trade now, if it does happen, would very much favour white because this knight actually guards the white rook. The black queen cannot take it, so the black queen has to run away. And if we see the queen retreat, for example, just a trade of rooks, very simple trade of rooks, and white's knight coming in. Queen and knight, I think, will be better than this queen and bishop, especially because white has this really, really strong pawn in the centre right now. So I think that would be a mistake by Eric if he gets too nervous, too hasty, and captures the white rook. I think he needs to take a time out and maybe, with that variation in mind, step out of the way first with the black queen. And now this idea of trading rooks maybe comes with a bit more power. So maybe Magnus now would be forced to retreat or forced to at least trade on black's terms. But complicated position. And Eric, he's definitely the one on the back foot. Despite what the evaluation bar says, it's still white who is trying to be creative.
And that's kind of reflected in the clock times. You know, Magnus just under 8 minutes, whilst Eric coming close to the 3-minute mark. One thing I have had experience in this type of position is that if white's attack backfires, then those passes on the left-hand side, they can be very strong. And, well, Eric, not following your advice, he's actually traded rooks.
Yeah, I don't like this. The change in pawn structure, we mentioned white's pawn being really strong earlier. It's even stronger now. And actually, maybe this is even better than what I suggested, keeping the rooks on the board. This second pair of rooks for Magnus, because now this white rook is actually going to go up to the 7th rank, 7th heaven, as we call it, where all of the black pawns lie, all of the targets are. White's rook, if it takes the time now to get to that c7 square, I think Eric's in big, big trouble.
Yeah, this rook move that you suggested, diving the rook down to the 7th row, is so powerful, and it's the best row for a rook. Yeah. And, of course, let's not forget that white's other pieces are ready to spring in the action as well. You know, there's a fantastic pawn 2 squares away from queening, nicknamed Delroy by Jonathan Rowson, he who wrote the 7 Deadly Chessons, and also a white knight planning to spring into the f5 square. It looks starting to look bad now, almost critical.
Eric on his screen, he brought his rook forward, he kind of changed his mind, brought it back, but then he did make that move. And it looks desperate to me. It looks like he's trying to go for white's central pawn, white's passed pawn in the middle there, but the black pieces, they're kind of jumbled up, and also it's allowed the white knight to jump in. Oh, Simon, we mentioned this knight. I mean, you mentioned the knight getting there eventually. It finally has made its journey here. Is that a signal that a big attack is incoming?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you pick this opening with the black pieces, you kind of got to expect what happened to happen, and then you've got to defend so precisely. I mean, it's not terminal yet by any means because that pawn is blockaded, and you know, it could have some counter-attack at some point. But I am with you guys that the white pawn is so strong. The white knight looks good. I don't know if Magnus needed to play that move straight away, but with the rook coming down, just everything seems to indicate that Magnus has a very comfortable advantage. The clock time as well is just another indication that this is going to be tough game for Eric to get something out of.
I think we've really got to applaud Eric if he saves this game. 1.5 minutes left now in a difficult position where there's a fine margin. I think, yes, the evaluation bar says only 0.6, but if Eric makes one slip, it's going to go right off in white's favour. So, yeah, dangerous times for Eric. I'm expecting him to move the black queen. You could maybe move the black rook across 1 square to attack the white knight. Then white's knight might jump in with a check. We'll see what happens, but either way, 1 minute now for Eric.
I know, and I have to say, I just took a look at the computer suggestions on my laptop, and I'm like, one of them is normal. The other two are just crazy. Actually, diving forward with the queen.
That looks natural.
I mean, look at this pawn move.
Yeah.
And Eric doesn't play any of the top 3 computer suggestions here. We still see them on our screen. And the top computer move, as Ivanka says, crazy. Nobody in their right mind will ever play this. If black had pushed his pawn in front of his king, we would have had to kind of get the metal detector out and check Eric, because this is so unnatural, opening up the black king when you're about to get attacked anyway. The other move's more natural, maybe, bringing the rook across, attacking the white knight and queen. This would have allowed white's knight to jump in with a check. But Eric, instead of finding maybe the third choice computer move, bringing his king to the center, he's brought his king to the corner. Very human, but maybe flawed. And the white knight jumping in now. The reason the king maybe isn't so comfortable in the corner is because it no longer protects this pawn, which it would have done if the king was more centralized. How do you defend it now? It's not so easy. The black rook can step across one square, for example, but the white queen, when she moves, I'm not even sure if OK, this has happened. Not sure of the best square here or here, but no matter where she goes, it just looks terrible for black now. This queen is completely stuck. Black is essentially playing with a passive queen, passive bishop.
I mean, I think this game sort of shows you that, you know, Eric hasn't, you know, defended 100% well so far, but it shows you how important openings are at this level. And again, his opening is played a lot by top players. I still don't understand entirely why, to be honest, because it gives you a tough position. The computers say it's okay, but it's tough to play.
And we have a big result, you guys. It's a draw in Game 3 with Duda and Praggnanandhaa, and that means Pragg loses the match. Duda taking all 3 points, and if Magnus now wins this match, he will be on the same point as Praggnanandhaa before the final day. And Magnus, he did win the match between them and will be in the lead. So this is great news for Magnus Carlsen. Duda also with 3 points will now be on 11 points. He's only going to be 1 point behind Magnus and Pragg before the final day, and the bar shoots up for Magnus.
Yep, and we're not that surprised, I think, here in the studio, because the trend has been in white's favour. And Eric running out of ideas. The black queen is stuck, as we mentioned. The black bishop stuck. Black's rook can't really improve itself.
Nice. Such a classy move.
Sadistic.
Before we get to that move, black's pawns just weakened themselves. That's why the evaluation bar shot up in white's favour. But I'm not as optimistic about that move as you guys. White's king stepping back to defend some pawns, because I don't think the king's that well placed here. But either way, yeah, Magnus just showing that he has the time.
He's just playing with his food before he eats it, I think. You know, he's just dangling it around and just thinking, don't play with your food though, Magnus, it can go wrong. So,
he's playing on the clock as well. He's just trying to play kind of nothing moves to make Eric a bit nervous.
Yeah, I mean, it must have been, because it was so unexpected. I was expecting all these forward moves. Go forward with your rook, go forward with your queen. Instead, he played with a flourish, like like you suggested, maybe with some champagne as well.
Little finger up in the air.
There we see the arbiter trying to help out Jordan. Maybe some tech issues there, maybe something going on.
6 seconds for Eric. He needs to make a move. OK, he retreats his bishop.
Does this allow the rook in, though?
Yeah, it has to allow the rook in.
I mean, that rook coming in
is
at the top of the board. White's rook now. That's one of many moves. White's rook has options. It can go up the board. It can go across the board to threaten checkmate. What is Magnus going to choose? That black bishop move. I mean, everyone groaned when they saw that, right? Eric himself internally would have been groaning. That's not where he wants to put the bishop, but there was nowhere else on the board.
I mean, I really hope Eric, it looks like he probably will lose this game. He's not too upset. I think we all do after this game, because he's such a fantastic player and he's so talented. And it's just, from my eyes at least, some of his openings that is sort of letting him down. And that's because he's a streamer. He doesn't work as much on his openings as the other players. So I really hope he takes some confidence away and works on his openings and comes back stronger. I mean, I don't know. Is there any hope here? I mean, what can White do? You've mentioned those rook moves, David. Maybe we can have a look at one of them and just see how you think it could go.
And Magnus was looking towards the top of his screen there, so this is the move maybe we're expecting, going towards the top of the board. Magnus just taking a time out. He's got a lot of time. So bringing the rook up, this looks very, very strong. Hitting the black queen, hitting the black bishop behind it, and maybe indirectly the king. So this move, remember the rook is defended by White's knight. This move would force black to maybe give up a piece.
Sorry, David, I did just cheat there. I don't often to look at the computer, and there's an amazing idea that seems to win. Rook, instead of going that way, it's the other move you suggested, David, and it's threatening checkmate. So let's show this. We go here, and after there's only one sensible way to block this checkmate. You have to block it with your pawn. because the queen is threatening to come in, and now rook takes pawn. Bang!
Wow.
Is a killer tactic here, and that's why I have to say I cheated, because I would not have seen this one.
What a move!
Phenomenal idea. Will Magnus see this idea? If he does it,
oh, it's on the board.
Look at his camera. Look at Magnus's camera. He was about to play it.
Okay, well, black finds another move after I said it's the only move. But...
Just to explain as well, Simon, why we think it's so genius. The queen would have come across here. White sacrifices a rook, but no matter where you go with the king now, literally any square you move the king to, it's checkmate on the next turn from the queen. So, okay, Eric spotted that, I think, but in this position, instead of blocking with the pawn, he brought his rook across, and now plenty of moves should win, but the most obvious one is...
Yeah, he's played it.
Bring his knight back, but he's brought his knight back to f5, hitting this pawn, overwhelming this square, and remember, if the knight is captured, it's checkmate. We're about to see the game over. It looks like Eric, last stand.
8 seconds, 7 seconds. I'm expecting him to perhaps make one move. I maybe push the pawn forward, and he has. So Magnus still has to continue.
That knight can go back where it came from, maybe.
And it goes back.
But now...
Maybe there's queen takes pawn.
Yeah, if the black queen takes the white pawn in the centre of the board, the white knight will retreat to the centre, and the black rook is falling. The black rook is pinned. The black rook can't move because of the white queen, and it's game over at any moment.
Curtains.
Beautiful game for Magnus as well. I mean, I think you don't even need to take the rook immediately here. You can increase the pressure on that rook. Don't rush into your decisions when you're playing them. But yeah, Magnus has played very well in this game.
Yeah, absolutely model game.
Yeah.
Eric just up against the world champion in his best shape, and white's rook now, we're expecting it to slide across one square to overwhelm the black rook. Black's rook is defended twice right now, but it can be attacked by a third white piece. You pin and you win. That's what I always repeat. That's the phrase that we're told when we're young, and here that is the case. Black's rook is pinned, and it will drop off the board.
I have to say, just looking at the scores as well, when Magnus wins this game, there's only one encounter left, and that's Van Forest versus Mamedyarov. And if Van Forest wins that one, it's going to be an early day.
Wow. And it was looking good last time I checked.
He's got an endgame advantage, Van Forest, so we'll keep you guys updated on that game.
Absolutely. I mean, that would be insane that we had so many decisive games, that all 3 matches finished after 3 rapid games. What is that? Is it a mix of players just entertaining chess?
Also be a question of stamina. Who has the most energy for these closing rounds? You know, my friend always tells me, he says, Jorvi, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. That's the most important thing, especially in a tournament. And here we're starting to see who has the energy, who has the motivation, who is still maybe better prepared. And, still waiting for Magnus to show, just to make the move, the rook move. Why is he not making it?
Actually, the more I look at it, and same for Magnus, he stopped for a long time here. I thought white was about to make a move and black resigns, but Eric, I think, has got a sneaky idea in mind, and there we go. Magnus doesn't play the move we thought, doesn't put pressure on the black rook, and we have to jump in because this game might still go for a little while. Here, I thought the white rook slides across. We mentioned this pin. The black rook is indefensible, but the black bishop could suddenly leap out, pinning itself, pinning this white knight suddenly. And after a few trades, we see that actually black might escape into the endgame. We might have seen this where, okay, white should be winning this pawn eventually. This is a winning endgame, but a lot of hard work to be done. So Magnus didn't go for that. He's going for the slow approach, defending his knight now. And after this pawn push, he's trying to win this black rook with his own pawn. And this is even more sadistic than the other idea that we showed. Eric has to block the pawn advance, but Magnus now can win at will. This pin is never disappearing. He will win the black rook at his leisure.
What a move. That was by Magnus as well. I mean, he's calculated that, he's just, that pin is
3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Eric has to make the move.
Did he make a move?
Has he moved in time, Eric?
It's tight. Game
no.
Oh.
He's lost on time, it looks like.
Oh no, worst kind of ending to the day for Erik Hansen. Another win for Magnus Carlsen. He decides the match. 3 points for Magnus Carlsen. That means he's in the lead in the Oslo Esports Cup. A loss for Erik Hansen, who just runs off. What happened in the end there?
I mean, the position is bad. It's almost hopeless anyway, but Eric just couldn't find a logical move, so he let his clock run down.
Yeah. It's been a bad day for Erik Hansen, but a great day for Magnus Carlsen. How will you describe Magnus's play today?
I've got to say it's been impressive. He won 2 games out of the 3. There was 1 draw, but even that draw, Magnus was pressing. Erik, it's really, really sad to see him like this. It's heartbreaking for him, but yeah, it's just a difficult tournament, and hopefully he can pick himself up tomorrow.
And let's hear from Erik Hansen.
David is saying in studio now it's a difficult tournament, and is that the impression you're sitting with as well right now?
Yeah, can't say much else. Losing so many games like this.
Is it hard to get motivated for tomorrow?
Not really, but just unfortunate to lose so many games from one-move mistakes.
Good luck tomorrow, Erik.
Thank you.
And then we also have Magnus on the side here. It was a dominating performance today, Magnus.
Yeah, I think I missed a lot of things today. I didn't play so well, but he didn't have his best day either. So eventually, it was pretty comfortable.
You still have 1 day tomorrow. You're now in lead of the tournament on head-to-head against Praggnanandhaa. How do you view your chances now tomorrow?
Yeah, I didn't think so much about that. Just gotta play a good match tomorrow. Yeah, last couple of days haven't been great, so I gotta raise my level.
When they're not great, you're sitting in a secret lab chair. You're in an esports studio. Do you wish that every tournament could be played in a situation like this?
Yeah, it's been a nice experience. So it's been ups and downs, obviously. So I just hope to end on a high and win any tournament that I play, regardless of the setting.
And Mamadou tomorrow, how do you see that?
No, he hasn't had his best tournament here, but on any given day, he can be very dangerous. So never easy.
Thank you, Magnus.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Magnus, he will now be in the lead in the tournament on the same score as Praggnanandhaa, but he did win the battle, and he has it all in his own hands on the final day tomorrow. This one, Jordan van Foreest is in the lead in this match. Mamadou, he has to win this game he needs a draw to take it to a game 4. It's so strange. This is only round 3 of games, and all the other matches have finished. But with a draw in this one, we will see a game 4. What does it look like?
Yeah, and despite the evaluation bar saying that White has a +1, +2 advantage, it should, with best play, probably be a draw. And that's because despite the 3 versus 1 advantage in terms of pawns for White, it's hard to win. You have double pawns, and those 2 White double pawns on the F-file don't really make a good impression. Black is just going to sit and wait with the Black Rook, and it's hard to break through. I'm very surprised the evaluation bar is that high. Maybe there is a winning plan that I haven't seen yet. Simon, do you think Mamadou is going to save this?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is just a technical draw. I mean, even if you remove one black pawn and one white pawn in a lot of positions, that is a technical draw. But okay, I mean, you can try lots of things.
I'm not that confident that it's going to be an easy draw. I think it ultimately will be
definitely not an easy
draw. And well, now.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, now suddenly the white king, is being allowed onto the 6th row.
This is really dangerous because you can. Yeah, I mean, why did he
do this?
This is.
I mean, the king can come to the corner. And there is a serious checkmate threat on the board.
What?
Only one move there for Mamadou to stay in it. He had to bring his rook the whole way back up to stop that checkmate, as Ivanka said. If the white rook gets to the 8th rank, the black king is trapped. We're very surprised, very shocked that this happened, but maybe still hard for white to break through. Maybe there's no way forward still, because the black king, there are going to be stalemate ideas to save black, potentially.
Maybe the rook, teamwork makes the dream work, and kind of, there'll be stalemating ideas. As you mentioned, got very excited there. But I mean, it's somehow...
Black has to just wait, but yeah, that's the word, somehow. Somehow white should be winning this. Somehow white has 2 extra pawns, more active king, more active rook. Everything's in white's favour, but how do you break through? Is this a fortress?
Yeah, the only plan that I can see to win this is that the white king has to go on an epic journey and post itself right next to the black pawn in the middle of, so the E7 square. And once it gets there, then you can think about actually dropping your rook back and giving a check to the king.
The problem is Black will have something to say about this epic journey. Jovanka, it takes a long, long time. And okay, in the current position, if we go to the board, yeah, as soon as the White King starts moving away, the Black King might start coming up the board, start coming towards your pawns. Also, the Black Rook might cut off your King at some point, stop it from using, kind of continuing its journey. It's just very hard to see a way to win this one now for Jordan. As soon as he moves his Rook away, maybe trying to bring his Rook up the board to check or go for the Black King, then Black's Rook is suddenly active, hitting some pawns. And yeah, it's very hard suddenly. If you could kind of magic this pawn just across one square so that all the pawns are connected rather than doubled, it's an easy win. But these doubled pawns, you might as well just have one of them. And okay, the position continuing to not make progress here for Jordan. Black giving a check, and I'm assuming White will block this.
Okay, but if you block it, how does Black defend the pawn? Because you've got Rook F8 coming.
Yeah, he'll go back maybe.
Then Rook F8.
Okay,
but isn't there?
So we're heading in this direction. We might see a check.
Somewhere,
no, there's no. He'll have to drop the Rook back.
Yep, the Black Rook will have to go back and defend, I guess, along the 7th.
You could try Rook E7, but just about hanging on, isn't he?
But just to show the idea, Simon, in this position, we're not expecting too much to change over the next few moves. But if White tries this, bringing the Rook across, maybe retreating, Black does have sneaky ideas at some point, for example, of bringing the Rook back, just hoping that you take, and let's watch out for this later, stalemate. White is a whole Rook and 2 pawns up, but Black is not in check and Black can't move. The game might end in a draw, so...
Yeah, it does seem like a draw still, doesn't it? It seems like Black's just about got enough. Very risky defending in this way, putting the King on the back rank, but I think he's... you can't get through. That's the problem, and there is blockade.
Yeah, there are 2 or 3 types of position that the computer sometimes misevaluates. Those are blocked positions and positions which require long-term planning, but also fortresses. And just to me, the fact that the computer is always between 1 and 2 says that, or slightly over 2, says to me that, OK, it's not quite winning. And if it's not quite winning, it's going to be a draw. It's either definitely winning for White or a draw, nothing in between, unfortunately, for Jordan. And Black's Rook now trying to get behind to check the White King. As soon as the White King goes forward, checkmate is planned by White on the 8th rank, so the Black Rook has to go back where it came from. And we've basically been in this position before with pawns on slightly different squares. Will Jordan find a way through?
Yeah, I mean, there's one idea here. You can move the Rook, like, to say C4, but we're going to see a move anyway, so we can wait and see. And he's doing the same idea, and I thought bring the Rook to G7, but that's going to be stalemate as well in lots of positions. So
yeah.
I just can't see any way. I mean, I think Jovanka's idea is what he's got to try now. Maybe that's what he's going for, Jovanka bringing the King around to that square you mentioned.
But it's very, very difficult. Other plans that I can see is you need a little bit of help, but no, it's tricky.
Mamedyarov has defended very well.
Tricky.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Mamedyarov about to blunder either. It looks like he knows exactly what to do with placing the Rook, going active at the right time, going passive at the right time. That's the key in Rook endgames. I say never go passive, but Mamedyarov had to there to defend some checkmates. And OK, here we go. Is White going to go after that remaining Black pawn? He does. Now the Black Rook does go passive again on a defensive roll, but no way through for White. No way to force through your pawns to the 8th rank.
So if you bring your King now around, and he's going to try to do that.
The only hope, right?
This is the only try, yeah.
Is this one of those end games where Magnus Carlsen would play and play and play and play until he maybe wins it?
Possibly, yeah. I know I would have played and play.
I think everyone would try this position because you've got 2 extra pawns, risk-free. But it's actually a bit of an easier one to defend because Black doesn't have too many ideas. The more ideas, the more complicated it gets. Black's just got to defend that pawn, basically, and that's all. But, I mean, there's still some chances. I mean,
there's a threat on the board. You know, the White threat is the White Rook, is threatening to drop itself 1 square and align itself on the 7th row. That would be very dangerous, not easy to...
Yeah. Even then, I guess you can check, but Jordan is trying.
Jordan is trying, and the Black Rook now I'm expecting to move off the 7th rank. Again, process of elimination is how you defend these endgames. Shak is about to bring the Black Rook all the way down to the bottom of the board. You might as well go active. You might as well give yourself as many checking squares as possible, as far away from the White King as possible.
And also, unfortunately, it prevents the White King from running towards the centre and getting to its destination of the E7 square. The Rook attacks the pawn, and now Jordan drops the Rook back.
Yeah, Jordan does look very focused. He looks determined to try and squeeze this game, kind of grind it out for a win. But, OK, with 53 seconds, that's plenty of time. He can gain moves on every turn. It's just about finding a plan, and we're struggling to see a winning plan for white. The Black King just rotating, going back and forth. Still no progress. Nothing much has changed since we joined this game in the last 20 moves.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a theoretical draw. I think we can safely say. I'm probably going to get in trouble now, but I'm always in trouble when I say it should be. But it should be with correct play.
Yeah, I'd love to hear though from, endgame experts on Twitter, whether you think there's a plan for white to win, whether you think there's something that we're missing here. We don't see it. We don't see a breakthrough. Jordan going for it though, and I'm expecting the Black King to actually go into the corner now, up the board, just to set up those stalemate type of ideas that we mentioned.
Yes, that could be quite crafty idea.
Maybe the Black Rook can give some checks too. But either way, complicated endgame. Very interesting, because I think 95% of the time in Rook endgames, they do have a drawish tendency, but when you have 2 extra pawns, normally you're winning. If you have 1 extra pawn, sometimes it's a draw, sometimes you've got chances, but 2 extra pawns, normally you're winning. This might be one of the rare exceptions.
100 moves, you reckon, coming up?
I hope so. Simon, you know my joy at getting to move 100.
I do.
I'm surprised the King's gone in this direction, though, because suddenly some checkmate ideas on the board. OK, the White King had to be forced away. White was actually threatening to go to the corner with the White Rook, trapping the Black King.
Taking a pawn.
This is unexpected from Mamedyarov, but it's probably sufficient.
Yeah.
I was expecting Mamedyarov just to tuck the king in the corner and maintain the status quo, but no, he's boldly changed the scenario. Now the Black King could be caught offside.
Yeah. That being said, this is why we don't like doubled pawns, because in endgames, those 2 white pawns are basically the same as Black's 1 pawn. Doubled pawns means you can't create passed pawns. And look at this, the Black Rook cutting off the White King's access to the 7th rank. As soon as the White Rook moves as well, the Black King is going towards White's pawns. Looks like a dead draw, unfortunately.
I think a dead draw. The Black Rook can just stay on the 7th rank now, and White can't really do anything, because the White Rook now, if it moves away, you'll let the Black King in, and that's the problem. And the White King is basically shut down by the Rook, and the White Rook is kind of shut down by the Black King. You can't really combine them both. You can see this is just moving backwards and forwards for now.
Yeah.
As soon as it comes away, the Black King will dive towards White's pawns.
And you always have to remember 2 kind of principles when it comes to rook and pawn endings, especially when you're on the defending side. The first one, teamwork makes the dream work. It's so, it's so often that people forget that and they just defend with 1 piece. No. Try to defend with 2 pieces. And the other one, take a look at where Shakhriyar has posted his rook, how far it is away from the White King. And that's to give it maximum check-in distance. So if the White King comes forward, he can carry on checking it without getting counter-attacked by the White King.
Yeah, so always give yourself maximum checking distance, always keep your pieces active if you can. Black's rook is very active. Despite the fact it's stuck defending a pawn, it's got access to so many squares, that Black Rook, and now the Black King going active itself.
It's quite funny, if you move the pawns 1 file to the left, this might be a win, because the Black Rook wouldn't have as many squares to check on. Yeah. So it's they call it the long side in rook endings. You try to keep your rook, when defending, on the long side of your opponent's king. The Black Rook is on the long side of the White King, so it can check it. And here, Jordan's trying to tempt Mamedyarov into winning a pawn, but there's no way I feel Mamedyarov will break his blockade here.
Yeah, it's a fortress.
I was taught your rule about the long side and the short side by using this analogy. You have to choose a date. Mr. Long, Mr. Short. Who do you choose with your king? Mr. Short.
Right, okay.
That was it, and that just stuck in my mind.
Right, okay.
Short side. Always choose Mr. Short. But okay, obviously I'm not referring to the Grandmaster, but I'm just.
Did Nigel Short tell you that story?
No, he did not tell me that story. But it's just a general kind of how to remember these things. Long, short. Go short.
Yeah, so king on the short side, rook on the long side, and Black's rook will give those checks. I'm pretty sure it can continue checking now. And there we go. The White King again forced away, never able to reach any square it wants to. And, okay, checkmate threat was existing of White's rook going into the corner, but Black not giving White that time. We're going to see the game end any moment now. A series of checks. It looks like Jordan is about to give up his winning attempts, and there we go. It is a draw.
All right, that means we will have a fourth game today, you guys. These two will play game 4. That's going to be a must-win situation for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. With a draw or a win for Jordan, he will win that match. If Shak wins that game, then we will head to tiebreaks. But all the other matches have finished. It's going to be lonely for these two in the Oslo arena now. Jordan heading out to the lounge. Let's see if he stops by for a chat with Sverre.
We have Jordan here coming up, and do you believe that there was a win there that you didn't find at the end?
I'm not sure. It felt very close to winning, but I really couldn't see it, especially with 0 time on the clock. I couldn't find a good plan, and well, it looked close to winning, but I couldn't see it, so I don't know.
Well, is it frustrating when you're sitting in those situations and the time is running down and all you want is to be able to calculate?
Yeah, it's very hard because you see the seconds ticking down and you just cannot really make your mind up. But it's part of the game. I'm used to it, but it's a little bit frustrating, of course, especially if there was a win. If there was no win, in the end, it's fine. So I have to check.
We can tell you this much. You've given all our viewers now much more entertainment for the night because you are going to be the only game playing in the last game 4.
Okay, yeah. I hope the viewers stick around for the last game.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thanks.
So that was Van Foreest, who wasn't sure himself. And it was interesting here in the lobby as well, because there were a lot of people stopping by here. You saw Nish coming by, you saw Magnus stopping by the screen to have a look, and nobody was really sure about where this endgame was really heading.
A difficult endgame, which means that we will have a game 4 between Jordan and Shakhriyar starting in 8 minutes. And these two players, Jordan and Shakhriyar, were two of the players in David's very difficult chess quiz. And now, finally, we will see the result in the big chess quiz.
Okay, boys, it's time for a chess quiz. Who can name the players who played this position? Who can name the venue and the game number? And who can name the next move? And the game number. Okay, Spassky against Fischer. That's right. You know them in the right.
Reykjavik, game 2.
Reykjavik, game
1.
2.
1. Why did I say 2?
I think Shaq's on full points. I think, is he the only one?
Oh, this is embarrassing.
You wrote game 1.
Oh,
Shaq.
some kind of weird brain slip.
Feel free to write your answers as I set up.
Anand is Kasparov.
You're telling everyone the answer, Shaq.
Number party, yeah.
No, but they're discussing in a foreign language. It's all loud.
English in the classroom. I think we all know by now is Kasparov Anand, 1995, New York. Game number. Oh, so close, so close. It was game 6. So maximum points for Shaq and Anish.
Wait, you got around game 6?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you guys were discussing, right?
No, but I knew it's game 6. I just knew it. Oh yes.
How are you guys getting it? I've literally set up 3 pieces.
I'm pretty sure the
black to play.
Yeah, but it's hard. You have to remember a bad move. It's just very difficult. Yeah, I think I remember.
So it was Carlsen with white against Anand. You all got that. It was in Sochi.
I thought it was Chennai.
No, Sochi.
Oh.
I also wrote Chennai though, so.
Game 5, no?
Game 6.
You always
6.
said it's always 6.
But he played A4. He played A4, right?
He played A4.
Okay.
Everything. Sochi, I read.
Yeah.
Sochi,
did you know the game number?
No, I was here in this tournament.
Okay, 2 points and then 1 for the rest, I think. This one is not about writing down. It's a race this time. Who can get the answer first? You can look. And, okay, this one is tricky. It's white to play and mate in 2. But if you get it right, you win it.
Queen C4.
Queen to C4?
Yeah. It's 1988.
-1 point.
Ooh. Oh, I see. I think I'm gonna guess it.
Oh, I thought it was a pawn too.
And Anish, if I play this one.
Yeah.
Let's check.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
I really thought that was a pawn.
Excuses. Point goes to Anish.
Yeah, but with a pawn I do rook takes f5.
We are ready.
I saw it on Twitter.
Anish.
Bishop H7. Easy one. This one.
Okay, you can all look again. It's white to play, and you don't just show the first move in this one, you have to show the whole way through to checkmate. And second point is you have to say how many moves. How many moves is it checkmating?
Yeah. How many moves?
Yeah, 7. What move number is that for the extra point?
12.
Jordan gets the extra point.
He's blocking my view.
Yeah, but this one anyone can run up to the board, make the moves, and then it's...
and then figure it, yeah.
Point for Anish and point for Jordan. You can look now. White to play.
Okay, what's this?
Run.
No, but I
seen
say
the
it, but I handle it.
What happens next?
Take knight c7.
I'll play this one. Okay.
Knight c7, take e7. Ah, yeah, and then rook, yeah? e8 rook. But I'm like the most fit.
And then you have to promote to a rook to avoid stalemate, and you win.
C4, yeah. I think I need to my hand. No, he's 55 kilogram, I am 100 kilogram. Yeah. It's a big problem, yeah? Not easy, yeah. It's immediately. If I will go too fast, I will crush everything. It was a good fight, guys. Good fight.
Anish won it again, you guys, in a tough fight there against Shakhriyar Mamadiyaro, who will face Jordan in game 4 in a few minutes. But these were some cool, beautiful puzzles, David, I have to admit. I had a hard time following. It's difficult. So take us through one of those beautiful puzzles.
It's very difficult. I tried to make them as tough as possible for these world-class players, and I just want to show the final puzzle that I gave them. And here it's white to play. And it was between Giri and Mamadiyarov, a tiebreak to decide the winner. But it was Giri who ran up to the board first and said, OK, here, you promote the white pawn, but not to a queen. And just as I show this, I realise that I have auto-promote on my board. So actually, promoting to a rook is the winning move. I recommend everyone at home to try and work this out. You promote to a rook to avoid what happens if you promote to a queen. And if you promote to a queen, you actually walk into a stalemate. The black bishop is on the same diagonal as the white king. So here, first, you give a check. You step back with the black king, checking the white king, and after the white queen takes, now you make a queen of your own. And after the white knight takes your queen, white is a queen, a knight, and 3 pawns up, but black's king not in check. It's a stalemate and a draw. That's why promoting to a rook, having a rook on this square, would allow the black king to move. Really beautiful, but they got it, of course.
Of course they did. Erik Hansen was in that chess quiz as well. He has struggled today against Magnus Carlsen, losing the match, talking about low self-esteem. And in the late night podcast that will be released tomorrow, he's going to talk about mental health, but also telling us some fun stories with Chessbra.
You guys know the Isle of Man story? No. One of our viewers on the mainstream, on the main broadcast, Aman came to watch the game of Magnus, and he had this huge beard, and somebody took a screenshot of that and posted a kind of like a meme, but they say hobo attacks Magnus Carlsen at Isle of Man, and it was getting retweeted. And they have Aman just like looking at Magnus with a very scruffy beard, and some people thought it was real. So what I heard, I think it was from Magnus later that event, was that his dad phoned him afterwards because he thought that was real. Yeah. That like hobo Aman.
I'm looking so much forward to listening to the late night podcast with Erik Hansen, released tomorrow, remember, everyone. Now, it's finally time for the FTX exchange of today.
And the exchange of the day comes in a key matchup for the tournament. With white, Praggnanandhaa, with black, Duda. And we actually checked out this game a bit earlier. Praggnanandhaa had sacrificed a couple of pawns. For that sacrifice, he had obtained a very strong queen, a very strong rook. But here, he made an exchange when he shouldn't have done. Here, instead of trading rooks, which he did play, which we'll come to, he should have brought his rook across, adding extra ammunition to his attack. The queen and her 2 rooks together combine to launch a fearsome attack against the black king. And here, any result was possible. But this is what not to do. Don't trade pieces when you're attacking. Here, Praggnanandhaa made a sad mistake. He traded a set of rooks, but suddenly there was no more attack in sight, and black simply had 2 extra pawns. That's why only make exchanges if you're sure they help your position.
Taking notes, learning. This is the Oslo Esports Arena, Game 4, in the final match that is still going on. We'll start in a few minutes. Magnus Carlsen won his match against Erik Hansen after only 3 games. Liam Lea, 3 points against Anish Giri, and Duda, 3 points against Praggnanandhaa. Game 4 with Van Foreest and Mamadiyaro coming up. And what's happening out in the lounge, Sverre?
I've actually got the best seat in the house. I'm watching a bullet game now against Lawrence Trent and Jan Krzysztof Duda. Duda seems to be winning just based on Lawrence swearing loudly here at the side table. I think that is... it's much easier to actually catch the expression of this guy than trying to get a hold of what's going on out here, because this is, for me, absolute pure insanity, but hey, he gives it away. It's a do to win.
That was good, though. That was.
Lawrence is saying it was good.
No, I mean, it was fun. You know. We have one more. That was
Another Duda win. He's on fire today, Jan Christoph Duda. And that is exactly what Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has to be now. He has to win game 4 to take it to tie breaks against Jordan van Foreest. Will he have the white pieces as well?
He will.
He will. Okay, what do you expect then, David?
I know it's going to be fire on the board, not just on the screens there, but Shakhriyar Mamedyarov is going to entertain us. He is one of the most exciting players in the chess world to watch. So is Jordan, but Mamedyarov, he's capable, especially with white. He's super dangerous.
A draw is enough for Jordan to win this match. Jordan, he's on fire. He won the match against Magnus Carlsen yesterday and can take another match win here in the rapid portion to gain 3 points. He will then only be 1 point behind both Magnus and Praggnanandhaa on top of the table. Great tournament for Jordan.
He's on a roll. Not only did he beat Magnus, but he also beat Anish previous to that in a dramatic playoff. So confidence on his side. Mamedyarov doesn't look too energetic. We're normally used to seeing him maybe more pumped up, but okay, let's wait for the games to start.
We did see also yesterday Jordan needed to draw against Magnus Carlsen with the black pieces, and he's in the same situation here. But I do have one question. Have we ever seen Lawrence Trent win a game of chess? Because, you know, every time he goes to the back room, hello, Lawrence. No, I'm joking. He always beats me at Blitz. That's not saying a great deal, but he's incredibly strong. But I'd like to see him beat one of these strong players.
We always catch him at bad moments. That is true, Simon.
Yeah, always a bad moment. So, yeah.
It's the pressure. It's hard in front of the cameras.
Yeah.
It is.
And meanwhile, a few moves. We've got a very symmetrical position so far, but white's now broken that symmetry by bringing the queen out. Look how the white queen is aligned on the same diagonal as the black king. So potentially a set of pawn trades there, trying to open up that diagonal, or at least, wow, okay, after this last move, I was going to say at least forcing black to reroute some knights in the process. And this is still very well-known stuff. I've had this position myself. White has lost 2 moves with the queen, but the 2 moves that black has gained are bringing the black knights over to the left side of the board, to the queen side, maybe positioning them on the wrong side of the board if an attack brews later on. So, okay, Mamedyarov playing an interesting strategy there, but the pawn structure, very symmetrical. That's the one downside when you're trying to play for a win. You need to imbalance the pawn structure.
Yeah, and he's actually played this particular variation before. You know, he played it against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in 2017. I thought it looked familiar.
Yep, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, one of the biggest Grunfeld experts in the world, in history even. And this is almost, this is something you could get if you're playing the Grunfeld defense on a regular basis. So this white pawn, it's the opposite of Harry, it's Alice, and this A pawn about to destabilize the black knight. Will we see Jordan copy and stop the advance of this white pawn continuing up the board? That's what I'm expecting, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the plus side for Jordan here is that it's a symmetrical pawn structure. So white's pieces seem to be better placed and you have a bit of pressure. But, you know, if you need a draw, a symmetrical pawn structure gives you more chances of achieving a draw. But white has some pressure. He already maybe has a threat of using Ari or Alice and attacking that knight and then taking the pawn in the centre. So black has some immediate issues to deal with here.
Yep, so for example, if you castle, then that would be a pawn sacrifice because after the knight gets kicked away, maybe you can jump forward, but for example, if you go back, then white can take your pawn in the middle of the board. White is significantly behind actually in development here, especially with the king. The king's still stranded in the centre, so there are downsides, but I'm not sure Jordan will want to allow this. So the move I'm expecting in the current position is to just block the advance of this A-pawn by pushing your own A-pawn. And now it's complete symmetry. These pawns, the rest of the pawn structure, completely symmetrical. The only bad thing for black is his knight on the wrong side of the board. It really wants to be back kind of where it came from a bit earlier. So, yeah, that is Shaq's idea. Will we see Jordan sacrifice? The one thing that makes me hesitate from suggesting this move is Jordan. He's an active player. He loves to sacrifice. He's been hanging out with Daniel Dubov in the Magnus Carlsen training camps. So I have a feeling he might just castle and ignore everything that's happening over on that flank.
I was just going to ask you, David, because this position has been reached twice before, and most players have been playing, actually developing the knight that's at home, the b1 knight to c6, to counterattack White's pawn in the middle of the board. But someone did analyse the move that you suggested, and I was like, oh, David, was that you?
Definitely wasn't me. If I worked a bit more on chess, maybe it would have been me, but I was just trying to channel my inner Jordan van Foreest, and that would have meant black castling quickly and safely. Instead, instead of bringing the knight out or castling the king, he's just solidified the pawn structure. And look at this, we've got complete symmetry almost. These pawns, it's very balanced right now.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky, actually, for Mamedyarov now to squeeze out a win. And he has to play this opening part very precisely, because if he doesn't, then the fact that the pawns are symmetrical and there's not really too much tension in the position means that Jordan will be probably very, very comfortable.
Yep. So the next few moves might be key. And Mamedyarov has built up a bit of a time advantage, looking very chill, just leaning back in his chair. And that's because, as Ivanka mentioned, he's played this type of position before. He's studied this type of position before. Jordan, yes, he's got a rock-solid formation as black, but it's not his type of position necessarily. So we'll see. Any predictions, you guys, for this game? Will we see blitz tiebreaks?
I suspect there might be. What do you think, Simon?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think Mamedyarov, he can play. We kind of think that he's this crazy attacking attacker all the time, but all these top players can play every kind of chess. They can play positional chess, they can maneuver, and these positions are incredibly hard to defend. I mean, I've tried them many times myself. I just can't get around it because you're always under that little bit of pressure, and it might. I said this: the pawn symmetrical look is drawish, but it's just the pieces, and black's knight is the bad piece. I mean, that knight which is going to be attacked by the A pawn, it's really uncomfortably placed. So certainly Mamedyarov can pressure for a long time anyway.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and one thing about Mamedyarov, you know, because obviously he made a big impression on me when we did our chess talks together, and he told me that when he plays chess, he plays from the heart, and he plays, you know, with his emotions and with his passions, and he doesn't play like old man chess, so to speak. You know, he doesn't.
When I hear old man chess, I just think of myself. Sorry.
Yeah, like, you know, he doesn't play to conserve his energy. You know, for him, it's just all about, you know, just exploring the position and experimenting and having an adventure. And that was really something that made a big impression on me. Actually, the whole interview made a big impression on me. You know, every time I think about it, I smile with the stories that he told. So, yeah.
A big fan favorite, I suspect, as well,
Yeah.
Ivanka. And we do have a prize today for our favorite tweet, who you are cheering for in the tournament and why. And it's time to announce our winner of the Airthings device.
Oh, okay. Well, the lucky winner of this Airthings View Plus, well, that is Hugo Boschmans. Congratulations. Who writes, I'm on the side of Duda. What? He's the only one that had a song written about him. Don't know what song? The Camptown Races. Oh, and I think it's the one that you always sing.
Duda.
Duda, Duda. Da, da, da,
Everybody sing a song.
Duda, Duda.
There we go.
I hope so.
Oh, you got Ivanka to sing.
Yeah, I know.
Well, congratulations, Hugo, for winning the Airthings and also getting me to sing.
And speaking of Duda, he did finish his match, and that was a little bit of a dramatic result, winning the match against Praggnanandhaa. That means Pragg and Magnus Carlsen are tied in the lead in the tournament on points. And let's hear what Duda and Pragg said after that match finished.
Firstly, congratulations, Jan Krzysztof. It was pure brilliance today, wasn't it?
Thank you. Yeah, it was kind of nice.
And you're taking on the tournament leader, the man who has seemed quite unstoppable. How did you approach this day to play such good chess?
Yeah, I said I'm trying to play good chess, you know, in every second of my life. So it's not a big surprise because I guess I'm you know, very dangerous opponent for everyone. Of course, happy to win this match. Yeah, what can I add more? I mean,
it means that as a 24-year-old, you're playing absolutely unstoppable chess.
Yeah, at times, yes.
Congratulations, and I look forward to seeing this form continue tomorrow.
Thank you.
You faced a very good opponent today, Pragg. How would you summarize the day?
I think first game, was my best chance. I was, I think, completely better, and then I just lost that position, which was very bad. I mean, I could have drawn in so many ways, and to lose that was very bad. And then second game also, I went with the c6 move, which was very unnecessary. I should just continue with h5, and then his position is very dangerous. But yeah, when I went for the c6 plan, it was already very bad. Third game, I don't think I got too many chances. It looked like I got something with this d4, but then he had this d5 and bishop c4, so I didn't get anything. I think, yeah, I could have played better, but okay, first and second game were quite crucial.
Do you think Magnus is going to give you a chance tomorrow to still win this?
I will see. I'm not really thinking about it right now. I just want to play good chess tomorrow and see.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Praggnanandhaa, he probably has to win his match tomorrow and hope Magnus does not win in the rapid portion against Shahryar Mamedyarov. And Mamedyarov, he has to win this game. The bar is over to his side. Yeah. What do you think, David?
It's still in the balance for now, but he's definitely trying, and he's creating some imbalance most likely now. Mamedyarov, and maybe if we can jump in, we can show what he's trying to do. It's still very, very symmetrical, especially on the pawn structure. But in terms of piece activity, White's better, right? White has this great knight in the black half of the board, and it's very annoying. You can't let it sit there for too long. It's kind of staring at this pawn, staring at this bishop. Jordan has just tried to kick it away, and we see the first imbalance happen. Knight for bishop. The knight captures the black bishop. And it doesn't look like much, but later on, White will maybe move his rook out the way, bring his bishop back, try to utilize this diagonal. Yeah, as I mentioned, it's not much, especially because the center's so closed. Black's knights are decent, but something small to nibble on for Mamedyarov.
Yeah, and you mustn't also forget that that White holds the key to opening up the position. You know, it's not just this idea of, which is also really, really powerful, you know, as David mentioned, just there you go.
You want to open things for the white bishops?
Yeah, at some point, at the right time. Always, everything is done with the right time.
Yeah, and maybe what Jordan should be doing in the meantime is trying to, for example, trade off one set of bishops. He can move his knight out of the way, try to make this trade, because then White's bishops, if they're no longer as a pair, they lose a bit of their dynamism. And if White's bishop is forced to retreat, for example, run away from the trade, Black does have access to some squares himself in White's half of the board. I mean, these tiny, tiny margins here. It's all about strategy, no fireworks, no tactics. So I'm disappointed, but still, Mamedyarov, he's making sure that the game continues for a long, long time, and he'll try and create some fire, maybe a bit later. Meanwhile, a couple of moves, the rook did indeed come across. Black pushed the pawn, and the white bishop trying to use this diagonal, as mentioned. And now Black is the one blocking things up with his knight, hoping for a trade and opposite colour bishops.
Yeah. Mamedyarov is actually up on time as well from what he started with, so he's playing extremely quickly. But I mean, I don't think it's that bad for Jordan. Jordan doesn't really have any weaknesses, so it's still a symmetrical position. White has slightly better pieces, better bishop, but Black is very solid in this position as well. So it's still going to be hard to win this one.
Yeah. But I have to say one thing, you know, I really appreciate it when you have these massive attacks and you win by some beautiful sacrifice. But I also can appreciate the beauty in these type of positions of how you're going to outwit your opponent, where you're going to position your minor pieces, whether you're going to do a pawn break, how you're going to put those psychological questions to your opponent. And when you see it done, it's like the most beautiful thing in chess.
It's like a symphony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you kind of conduct all your pieces and they all fall on the right squares and they're all in sync and they coordinate perfectly. And yeah, it's that's the best feeling you get in chess, other than maybe checkmating in 20 moves. That's another kind of delight. But
I actually think doing the symphony is actually much more. You get much more of a buzz from that.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you really have to outwit your opponent. I mean, just think of it. These are two of the top players in the world. To kind of outwit the other one, they're going to have to raise their games to insane levels. So, yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
There we see their screens, and we should mention next to Shaq's username on Chess24, GM Azeri Chess, referencing his title, his nationality, and everything. We did see 1500, but that's not his rating. His rating, of course, is 27, 2800. It's just, it's his rating on the site because he hasn't played too much with this new nickname. Meanwhile, a set of trades, the bishop for knight coming off the board, and now look at this. Shaq's bishop has jumped forward, and look how on his screen he has highlighted his own knight, and he's highlighted his own bishop. He has dragged his knight to capture on the square the white bishop sits, because it's likely that black is actually going to capture the white bishop, and that's what we call a pre-move. White's knight will immediately recapture back. Shaq won't lose even 0.1 seconds on his clock if that happens. So it's a pre-move. He's predicting that black is going to take the white bishop, and he probably will, right?
I think he has to, probably. I mean, why not try to take some more pieces off the board? The more pieces get exchanged, the nearer to the draw you get. I guess White's idea is that after we can have a look at this analysis board, if you take that bishop, the white knight will dive in, and that white knight looks like a really nice piece. You often think bishops are better than knights, but not in this case. The black bishop doesn't really have anything it can do, anything in attack. But at some point, that white knight can help the white pieces trying to infiltrate into black's position. Maybe there's one open file, you want to take over the open file when you've got the open file, and that knight can sort of help do that by just controlling some squares there. So it's certainly, I would say a little bit better for white, but there's still no real weaknesses for black. So it's not terrible by any means for black either.
Yeah, and we're about to see this happen, and I completely agree, Simon. This knight is a beautiful piece. It's on an outpost supported by a pawn, so it's a protected outpost. But the problem is, it is a bit stuck for now. And OK, we saw a rook trade. Black's rook is the one dominating the open file, attacking the white queen. And suddenly, in this position, after the white and black h-pawns are both marched forward, complete symmetry now. Kaya, you like your patterns. Look at this diamond here. This is kind of really nice with the pawn structure. I was trying to draw a love heart, but didn't quite work out there. But yeah, it's completely blocked on this half of the board where all the pawns lie. So it's all about now the other flank. And look at this. Mamedyarov, he's switching attentions. He's trying to swap off these rooks. If the rooks come off and white can dominate this open line, then there's a chance. If not, then black will make the draw. So it's a fight for the only open line in the position.
Yeah.
I'm expecting black, for example, to move the rook forward and then try and use his queen to conquer this line. Trades, but on black's terms.
And if black doesn't do it, white will probably do exactly the same plan.
Yeah. Still looks okay for black. I mean, black is certainly a little bit worse because that knight is better than the bishop. OK, you said it, Jovanka. OK, black didn't do it, and now Jordan is going to try... Oh, sorry, Mamedyarov is going to try to take over that file. And if that's the one hope white has, if white can take over the open file combined with the knight, he might be able to infiltrate again into the position. But even when he infiltrates, I'm not sure how he's going to do it. Win a pawn, you need to do over there, but...
That's the problem. Even if white gets a kind of dream scenario, your ultimate fancy in the position, swapping rooks, getting your queen, getting your knight combined, what next?
Yeah.
Black is rock solid.
Still tough.
Still not easy. This is going to be a very difficult nut to crack here for Shakhriyar. I guess the only thing to do is wait with that trade until you've made some kind of improving moves on the right.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be careful, I guess, pushing your pawns too much, don't you? If they're always going to make weaknesses. But I mean, it does still look like it should be a draw. I feel here.
Well, Jordan, he is spending some time thinking right now. What is his second? Johan Sebastian Christensen saying about this position, Sverre?
Well, right now he's just toying a little bit with Lawrence Trent at the same time. He's sitting over the board right now, but...
Hold on a second. I won the last and I'm winning this one.
How do you like Jordan's position right now, Johan Sebastian?
I think the position is very much fine. I think he's been playing quite well this game as well. He's been playing very good entire match today. I believe in my boy. I think he will at least hold a draw or even win this game. It's still a lot to left in the game, but I think he'll hold a draw.
What was the plan going into this black game?
Hard to say. We just figured out to play as we planned for all the other black games, basically. Nothing more than that.
And what did you say to encourage him?
I said just play like you play in the rest of the other games.
See, that was pure magic there from Johan Sebastian Christiansen. But in all seriousness, he's optimistic on behalf of Jordan.
And who's winning on that board out in the lounge? We want to see.
No, we want to see Lawrence win. Lawrence is a very dangerous blitz player. We're going back to the board now. Can we see Lawrence win a game? If he loses again,
yes,
I'm going to get worried.
Yes, thank you.
You come in after all this. I mean,
are you showing the board?
No,
yes.
no. Yes. You come in after the interruption. I lost my flow. I had a winning position. This is so typical.
His is just joking. He was
this
never winning.
This is so typical.
So next move, I'll queen and I'm winning the game.
This is so typical.
I think Johan Sebastian is winning.
Next time, Lawrence, you can do it. Next time. Yeah, he's just very unlucky whenever we have the cameras out there.
Extremely unlucky. He wins every other game, of course. It's just when the camera's on him, something goes wrong. And there's always a bit of an excuse coming out.
Yeah, of course. So much fun in the lounge in the Oslo Arena. Both the players and everyone else enjoying the chess. And in this one, we did hear his second say that Jordan's plan was to just do what he always does. Is it working?
So far, it's working. It's been very, very mature from Jordan, just locking the position down, not giving White any access on this open line, covering all the squares. I was slightly surprised to hear his second say that he thought Jordan might even win this, because it looks like Black has 0 winning chances. I like the optimism, though. And, yeah, I just can't see a winning plan. Look at Black's pawn structure. Any pawn that White pushes, there will be downsides. And if you can't push pawns as White, you won't break through. Black has a fortress. We've used that word a bit, but no way through for Mamedyarov.
Yeah, I just don't see anything. Do you see any?
Well, maybe, can you push the e-pawn? I mean, this is the only break I can potentially see that White can try, the pawn in the middle of the board.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose we could have a look at it.
Yeah, let's do that.
I don't see much else. At some point, you have to do a pawn break, otherwise you're not going to make any progress. So this is the only pawn break that is really possible. Everything else, there's nothing else. So at some point, White can try this, and I feel here it has to be captured, because otherwise White will make serious progress. Yeah. White will capture back, and you're opening things up a little bit. And let's remember, if the knight and queen can coordinate, they are the best attacking pieces. They work so well together. You know, like Torval and Dean. Yeah, so like Torval and Dean. Yeah, you remember them?
Yeah, of course I remember them.
Starsky and Hutch.
Starsky and Hutch. Who else can we go for?
The Queen and Knight, yeah, they are a great duo. Send us in Twitter who you think the best duos of all time are.
Best duos of all time.
Maybe this Queen and Knight will be the best duo of all time if they can combine. The problem is here, for example, Jordan can maybe just lock things down. He can maybe just trade a set of pawns, and I'm thinking either the Black Queen plants itself in the middle of the board, or maybe the Black Bishop comes out first. It's still hard to imagine White really getting anywhere, because actually these pawns are all going to be weak. They're all targets long-term for Black's Bishop. They're all on dark squares. And Black's Queen also will later have maybe ways to counterattack. I at least think Mamedyarov should play something like this. He has to, as Simon said. If he doesn't push this pawn forward, what is he going to do? He has the open line, but no entry squares, nowhere to actually get in. I should mention the first thing that came to my mind was actually queen to the top of the board with a nasty queen trade. This is nice and pretty. You give up a queen and then you kind of create a fork, a double attack. But the problem is, I think your knight might get trapped behind enemy lines here. So that's not possible. But Mamedyarov, he doesn't go for the pawn push. If we go back to the game, he just puts his queen on this square.
Well, wait 1 second.
Yeah. It's come.
So he's trying to get his queen into the position. So this was another very interesting idea. He's got to take risks. So he's kind of temporarily sacrificing a pawn to go for the Black King. So yeah, actually, I quite like this. It's
action at last.
As good a chance as anything else we've seen.
Yeah, so the idea after Black captures a pawn, we might see a trade in the centre, Black temporarily winning a pawn. And two ideas from Mamedyarov here. Firstly, maybe he'll jump in with the queen, try and sneak in from behind to check the Black King. I'm not sure you get anywhere here, to be honest, because maybe the Black Bishop can just come and block any potential checks, for example, queen check, and you actually get your queen trapped. So I'm not sure that's the plan, but the backup alternative is actually just to give a check. Once the position opens up, check, and once the king moves or the bishop blocks, now you take your pawn back, and something very similar to what we just showed there. So, okay, some life at last. Yeah. This pawn push showing Shaq's intentions, and whoa, okay, risky. Jordan doesn't even react. He just moves his queen. Suddenly, this just feels a bit wrong. Maybe there's nothing that white can do here. As mentioned, the queen coming in can backfire. Actually, this allows the black queen in now to check the white king, so you can't actually activate your queen. Maybe you just have to block it up. What else? Still not easy.
No, it's still not easy, but it's definitely a sign of progress to get the pawn that far advanced. But then on the other hand, no swings and roundabouts. Look at the black queen. She's got an active on the line that was once controlled, so maybe even Stevens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I still think this move is holding okay. For black, it's not terrible by any means, but white's maybe made a little bit of progress. I mean, that pawn, but there's nothing obvious still at all in this position.
The problem is if you trade, then it doesn't really help white at all. You still can't really enter the position. If you step forward, black will maybe just stop your queen coming in. Maybe black's king will sidestep. And the question is, how do you ever break through when it's so blocked? Look at how blocked it is in the center. The white knight and queen, they're not the dream duo right now. They're not Shearer and Sheringham. They're not. They're not York and Cole.
Teddy Sheringham, right?
Yeah, Shearer and Sheringham.
Okay.
They're not the ideal duo.
I can't come up with a single duo.
No.
Brain's just blank.
Brain fried. I know. I only thought of one. I couldn't think of any others. So Torval and Dean was a bit bizarre. I mean,
it's very British, right?
Yeah, it's very British.
Scooby-Doo and Shaggy-Doo.
Ooh,
yeah,
that's a good one.
David's very good at this.
I was thinking about the Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie movie, but then I remember they're not.
They're broken up.
Yeah, that wasn't a great duo.
Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
God, it must be, wasn't it? Good question for people out there.
Yeah, we need help from the Twitter world on the hashtag #ChessChamps.
Yeah.
Great duos, just like the Queen and the Knight.
Yeah.
Oh, Batman and Robin.
Oh.
That took me a while to get there, but you know, hey.
It felt like that was something like that we were missing. Yes.
Batman and Robin's a good one.
Yeah.
So.
Superman and Lois Lane.
Oh, yeah.
And you have been called, David. You have been called the Clark Kent of the chess world. I mean,
I've seen several images.
I do think you have a good. Yeah,
that hasn't come up for a while, Simon. Thanks for reminding
sorry.
me.
when you get off screen, you like
the glasses come off.
Yeah.
The Super Chess Man.
Yes.
That's for the backstage viewing. So yeah, the Super David Man.
Oh yeah.
Meanwhile, a few moves in this board, but not too much has changed. We did see a trade of one set of pawns, so actually now two open lines in the position, the E line and the C line, but whoa, the rest of it very, very blocked now. Mamedyarov had to block up this pawn structure because the black queen had her eyes on some of the white pawns on this diagonal, but yeah, it's going to be very hard to make progress now.
But there is an idea on the board, and it does require some assistance from black. But I mean, if white could park the queen over on the e5 square and trade queens, then maybe this isolated pawn that black has on d5 would fall off.
Yeah, and maybe that's the idea. For example, if black waits, I don't really know how you wait, for example, with the queen, then the white queen might sidestep. And as Jovanka mentioned, if we get the same position with black, with white to move, then the white queen will step in and actually forcing the trade, hitting the black queen and hitting this pawn. As you mentioned, a trade here would actually probably favour white because now you create what we call a protected passed pawn. And this pawn means that the black king will be stuck in front of it, defending it forever, and white's king can slowly start marching up towards this isolated pawn. Black's pawn structure is pretty bad. Jovanka, you reacted there. Is this a blunder?
No, it's not a blunder. No, it's just blunder, but it was just the first move that you suggested when black waits. I don't know how, and you suggested the queen move, and then Jordan played it.
Yeah.
Similar. Yeah, it's similar to what you said.
Big idea in the position, the white queen coming in. How do you stop this? It's not actually easy because you can't stop it with your bishop anymore. You can't use your bishop to prevent the white queen's entry. Suddenly you let the white knight in and suddenly the ideal duo, Batman and Robin, they do come into play. This knight check is winning. It's a fork. Suddenly pressure on Jordan. How is he going to keep control here? 6 minutes, he has to stop this idea from white. Mamedyarov creating winning chances. Still should be a draw, but the margin for error is smaller now for Jordan.
Ooh, and if it is a win for Mamedyarov, we will head to tie breaks, you guys. With a draw or a win for Jordan, he will win this match. He has been on fire the last few days. This would be his third match win in a row, beating Magnus Carlsen yesterday. And also playing some very entertaining chess. Here we go. A queen
Also,
move.
Yeah, if he holds this game, he'll have a great chance to win the tournament. Imagine if Magnus and Pragg don't win tomorrow.
Yeah.
Jordan has a chance. So big matchup, this one. Big game. And, OK, Jordan reacted there. This queen offer, this offer of a queen trade, White shouldn't trade queens yet, but White can maybe go for that move we suggested.
I think you mentioned the queen coming in, David, and if Black takes the queen, you can even take with the f-pawn, I feel, because d5 will drop, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe showed out on the board. So we think White's idea is to bring the queen into the centre of the board, trying to change the pawn structure. You, I assume, have to get rid of this queen. And now, which pawn do you take with? The problem with taking with a d-pawn, which we can maybe put on the board, maybe is fine. The bishop comes out, could give Black some counterplay against White's pawns, which are all on dark squares, and Johann Sebastian could be right here. Black goes on to win. Probably not. This is still obviously very playable and maybe one way to do, but taking with the other pawn is a serious option that White has as well, because you have this idea of the knight just hopping in and taking Black's weak pawn. I mean, maybe Black can defend that idea with the bishop coming back, but you have to have a serious think about what recapture is correct in that position.
Yeah, two very tempting choices.
No, definitely.
I think actually if this happens and if Black takes the white queen, just instinct-wise, it feels like White has got great winning chances either way, no matter which way you take, just because, as you mentioned, Simon, this pawn is a protected pass pawn. Any king of pawn endgames will win for White, and we have that tension. Note as well, it's very important that you don't capture the black queen immediately, because this will allow a dream scenario for Black. Look at this, White has no passed pawns. You can never kind of get a pawn to the end to queen, because any pawn you push will just get captured for White. So you have to change the pawn structure if you want to win. And that's what he's done. And Jordan says no.
I like this, because actually taking the queen, as you said, David, it looked really risky for Black to change the pawn structure. And this does seem scary, because you allow the white queen into the position. And we keep mentioning how good a queen and knight coordinate, but if Black can just hold off that for the time being, the white king is going to be exposed as well.
Yeah, White's king is a bit lonely, so we do see this position on the board. We're expecting Jordan now to get out of the check with his king maybe, or maybe just to step back with the bishop and block. But sooner or later, Black's idea is to bring the queen in. He needs to prepare this, to bring the queen in and start checking the white king. As soon as you start checking the white king, it will be a draw. Yeah. So Mamedyarov, this is his small window of opportunity. He needs to get the queen and knight working on the same wavelength before Black's queen gets active.
Yeah, not an easy job. And I just wanted to say we love it when everyone sends us tweets of where they're watching the show from. And Jordan actually steps back with the king. And someone who did tweet was Jan-Christoph Duda, who says, imagine that number of monitors of players on the players' desks. And he's watching us from the control room. So big hello to Jan-Christoph Duda. Congratulations on winning.
And the control room, that's our producer Stian in the front. The control room, I think it's like 10 people sitting down there, making sure that everything runs fluently. With all those screens, imagine all those screens it takes to keep control of all 4 games going on at the same time. 8 players, 8 screens, 4 games. It's a lot to be in control of. And in this Oslo Esports Arena as well, I think there's 15 cameras capturing every single movement, every single smile, every single angry outburst from the players.
And shout out to, everyone, part of the team. They do a great job. I hope they're enjoying their sushi as well.
Yes, they can just run off and get that sushi.
Yes.
Make sure to save some for us.
It's incredible what goes on behind the scenes. I remember the first time I came here, from streaming on my little computer at home, and you come in here and there's people everywhere, there's screens everywhere. It's like, this is crazy. This is so professional, and you've got such a great team behind the scenes, as you mentioned as well. It's really good.
It really is a super team that we are working with. It's been basically the same group of people for the entire 2 seasons of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. And all of them are becoming huge fans of chess, of course, following these analyses.
Yeah, you can often find them at the good night, playing chess, or actually in the lounge, also testing their wits against each other. And, Jordan's king just escaped a check. And we did ask for those names of those duos, and Kevin Room says Simon and Garfunkel.
That's a
good
great one.
Yeah,
course.
that's Garfunkel.
Of course, and
A lot of people would say that to me when I was a kid. They'd be like, "Where's Garfunkel?" And I'm like, "Oh my god, not you as well." Then next person, where's Garfunkel? Oh no, Garfunkel.
You should have. You know what you should have done? You should have emailed Garfunkel and said, "Can you please just once, come to my birthday or something?" And when someone asks, he's here actually.
Yeah. So I know. Could have tried that, but I don't know if I'd have got much response. But yeah, the amount of times people said that was just incredible. So.
I never thought of that at all. Yeah.
What about Simon Williams and Harry the H-Pawn?
Yeah.
Great duo.
That is a great duo, yeah.
Yes.
And we have another check on the board. And Jordan retreating again with the king. We've already seen this position once.
So this is the second time now we've seen this position. Mamedyarov running out of ideas. The problem is he's too slow. If he's not fast, if he just kind of moves the white queen, moves the white knight, then there is a risk of black's queen coming in and delivering some nasty checks. And I don't really see a way to avoid this now. I think it might be headed towards a draw. Should we jump in and try and find one more resource for Shak? Okay, he tries something. He's in this position. He was giving check. The black king retreating. He's pushed his pawn, but how is that relevant? I don't really see it, to be honest. Maybe the black queen can come in at some point, start delivering some checks. Maybe you just remove the risk of this pawn first. And at the very least, black can lock down things with his bishop, but I have a feeling he's going to come in with the black queen. Okay, we do see this position. It's time for Jordan to get active. I'm not sure which square is best, here or here, but either way, as soon as you start coming near the white king, you're nearly guaranteed to get a draw by perpetual check later on. There's never going to be a way that this king can hide. Mamedyarov, he wants to just win a pawn, check the king, but after the black bishop drops back, it's hard to imagine anything other than a draw here. Black's queen just too active.
Yeah.
And even the evaluation bar going in black's favour.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, Jordan, a draw and a win is the same. He will win this match with a draw. But could he actually win this game now?
Possibly. I think Shak, just with his last couple of moves, he's taking a risk because he has to, right?
We're going to see Johann Sebastian was just completely correct. When he said black's going to win, or he could be right.
Yeah. He predicted a win for black in a position where it was unimaginable, where black had zero winning chances.
The oracle.
Maybe.
The oracle behind the scenes.
He needs to buy some lottery tickets.
Yeah. And Jordan actually decides not to activate the queen and instead very careful play overprotects the pawn that was under attack. I mean, I think I would have gone for this kind of strategy as well.
I mean, this requires no calculation, which is quite nice, isn't it? I mean, you can just play this move, you keep the pawn, bring your queen in, same ideas that David mentioned, going for multiple checks against the white king. And the problem here is actually keeping that pawn takes away any chances the white king has of running to the left-hand side, because the black pawn takes away those squares. So I don't see how white's king is going to escape checks at some point as soon as black's queen gets in.
Here's a tricky question, though. Where should you put the king?
Run as far away as possible from the white knight.
Yes.
You don't want to walk into any knight forks, knight checks. I think you have to go to the dark square here.
Yeah.
There we go. He goes to a dark square where his bishop can potentially cover later on. And, OK, sneaky stuff from Mamedyarov. He wants to bring the white queen back where it came from, to the centre of the board. He wants to force a queen trade on the e5 square. Again, we have to show this because this happened earlier. It's the same pattern. But if now Jordan were to make a mistake and bring the black queen in, then suddenly this is a nasty wake-up call. The white queen jumps back to the defence with a check, swapping queens. And after this queen trade, remember, it's this pawn structure that Simon really liked for white. This kind of duo, the protected pass pawn. And, OK, of course, this is prevented by Jordan. Instead of allowing the white queen back, he stops it, brings his bishop to cover that square. Again, big threat of the queen coming in. And, OK, I think we've seen this before, this position, if I'm not mistaken, with the black king going back. Let's go back to the players. We could see a result any moment.
Oh.
OK, we didn't. OK, that was actually different with a couple of pawns left on the queen side. But Jordan's king, super safe now. Looking very good for Jordan.
He's such a good defender, Jordan, as well. I didn't realise before this tournament just how good he is at defending, because, again, you make this mistake, this assumption. You've seen some of his crazy games and you think, oh, he's a crazy player, he can't defend, or that's not his speciality. But He did it against Magnus, and he's doing it now. Again, I remember a story of Mikhail Tal, and Mikhail Tal was this famous attacking player. We have another move there. Don't think it changes too much. We will see. OK, maybe Dave, you can take us through just this at the moment, I guess. I mean, there's
kind of
some
a reaction
changes here.
from Jordan there.
I think Jordan missed this move. He shouldn't panic. It's still fine. But there is a trap in the position. White's queen has just gone to the top of the board, leaving and abandoning its friend there, the knight. But if the black queen takes the knight, then whoops, you've actually put your king on a terrible square, and this is checkmate. Checkmate will end the game. So actually, this is a nasty, nasty trap from Shaq. And if you trade queens, suddenly not so clear. Suddenly, you have to be really careful where you put the bishop. I think you can still get away with this. You can still bring your bishop active to win this pawn. This is probably what Jordan should go for, but in the current position, he has to take this queen off the board before the white queen can come over and deliver a nasty checkmate.
Yeah, you've got to be careful. It's horrible when you're shocked with a move like this as well. But yeah, I mean, I was just telling the story about Mikhail Tal. I remember Neil MacDonald, who's an English grandmaster, got a chance to play him when he was quite young. When Tal was a grandmaster, when Tal was world champion, I think, and Neil MacDonald was one of the most talented English juniors, I think, international master at the time. So he got to this tournament, and it's like, oh, OK, this is going to be a really exciting game because Tal loves attacking. I'm going to play the Sicilian, which is a double-edged opening, and yeah, we're just going to get sacrifices galore. So he sits down, and Tal just swaps the queens off, plays like David Howe, wins in 110 moves, and you know, and Neil MacDonald's like, oh, I didn't expect that. You know, and it's like, so it just shows you that these players can play all types of positions, and you know, they're not just one-track ponies. But anyway, the queens come off here.
Yeah, and black has actually temporarily won a pawn, but the white knight is going to go back and grab the black pawn in the centre. It's level material. Ooh, some sneaky threats by Mamedyarov. That white knight wants to come back to the middle of the board and check the black king, attack the black bishop at the same time. Is this one turning? Suddenly, black has to be really careful of his pawn on the left side. If you notice the kings, black's king is far, far away. White's king has an easy route towards that black pawn. And Jordan, you can see him. He's leaning back. He's suddenly changing position with his sitting. Yeah, he does not look comfortable.
I mean, I guess the point is, as soon as the white king comes towards the left-hand side, the black bishop starts taking white's pawns on the right.
But it's not easy to do that. I mean, it's not easy to get your bishop at the minute to that diagonal.
Well, I just sit and wait, I guess. I mean, can I not go king f6 or something? And
yeah, and that, Simon, as you mentioned, that is actually one of the computer's top 3 suggestions that we see on the screen. The computer wants to retreat the bishop. That's good too, but you have to just move your king out of the threat of a knight check. So he's moved his king 1 square across, and this is the idea: hitting the bishop and hitting the pawn. Once the bishop retreats, now the white king is coming towards this pawn.
This is actually tough. Yeah, it's much tougher.
Very difficult now for Jordan to defend.
Do you have to go?
You have to somehow get your bishop to this square. You have to kind of zigzag your way in and take these pawns, but the white knight covers any squares you want to use.
But I have an idea. This is really radical, and don't laugh at me if it goes wrong. Push the g-pawn 1 square.
So offering up your pawn in 2 ways, but you're just trying to open up this bishop towards the white pawns. But Jordan's got his head on his hands. Maybe he doesn't see this idea. I think he has to try this, Jovanka. Otherwise, white is going to move over and take this pawn for free. Jordan, not much to do. You have to push this pawn.
Do you know what? I just checked with the computer. Jovanka's brilliant move is the only move that might save the game, and we can see it here.
He doesn't find it.
He doesn't find it.
He finds it, but in the wrong moment, and suddenly this is disaster for Jordan van Foreest. White can just take this pawn, and when black pushes on, you take again. White is just 2 pawns up. Obviously, he's winning this position 3 against 1. Jordan is on the brink of defeat. Mamedyarov squeezing water out of a stone. We're heading in this direction. Just take this pawn, and in this position, just take this pawn, and Mamedyarov is winning.
Means we could be heading to tiebreaks, you guys. Is Mamedyarov making that comeback in the 4th and final rapid game? Impressive stuff. And blitz tiebreaks with these two. Well, that will be very entertaining. For sure.
He just relaxed 1 or 2 moves too early, Jordan. I think he missed this really clever knight maneuver from Mamedyarov, putting the white knight on the edge of the board, counterintuitive. But full credit to Shaq. I mean,
he's brilliantly
worked his magic.
yeah, to get any chances here at all, he's done it perfectly. And yeah, I mean, I missed this knight move as well, and it was actually a much more difficult ending than I think any of us could imagine. And this is going to go into tie breaks, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like you said with Tal, Simon. Everyone knows Tal for his attacking games, right? But towards the end of his career, even when he was pretty old, not his full health, he actually went on an unbeaten run. I think it was 89, 90 games. One of the longest unbeaten runs in chess, kind of at top-level chess, until Magnus came along. But yeah, Tal was able to be solid, and Shaq's showing this. It's been a very solid game by both sides the whole time, but Shaq unable to get an attack. He's whipped up something else in the endgame. No Shaq attack, but endgame genius.
Look at that. Look at that. Jordan's just realised. I think he's just realised something. I mean,
he knows he's losing.
I think he just there. It's only now clicked that he's going to lose this one.
He shouldn't react like that, though, Jordan, because I know they're playing on computer screens, but Shaq could see him. Shaq could see Jordan do that. Maybe before that, Shaq was nervous, but if he sees Jordan react like this, suddenly he'll realise White is winning.
Yeah.
And Shakira, of course, has 5 minutes on the clock, so of course he could be checking Jordan's camera. And, you could just see the devastation in Jordan's face. You know, he knows that he's ruined this, that he had probably quite a straightforward draw at some point.
You might have put Shaq as favourite, mightn't you, Ivanka? I mean, in the Blitz, I guess, because he's going to be devastated, isn't he, Jordan?
Yeah, but we have seen it's a strange trend, but we have seen the person who's trying to make a comeback actually kind of not be so successful in the tie breaks. Somehow it's like the adrenaline and the energy is like pumping for that securing of the getting to the tie break. But once you're there, it's like somehow maybe the nervous system just can't cope.
Yeah. There's another move here as well. I mean, you can just go knight check as well, which is maybe even cleaner because you force the king to, you bring your knight back into the game. And
sorry there, Simon. This is the final position of the just a moment ago of the variation we showed earlier. But the alternative you're mentioning, a knight check, hitting the black king, and this looks good too, right?
Just centralise and you can take that pawn soon. You know, try to get the knight back around.
And we should explain, bishop takes knight does lose because after the king takes, no matter what black does now, no matter which pawn you capture, White's king is simply better than the black king. Black's king can't get into the game. Next move, White simply takes this pawn. One extra pawn in a king and pawn endgame is winning. So actually 2 winning moves here for Shaq. Maybe even more than that, but this knight check, I like it, Simon. Very controlled, no risk. Hit the black king. The other alternative, just to repeat, pawn takes pawn. The only reason black has given up a pawn is so that he can push this guy.
It's happening, David.
Yeah,
it's happening.
It's happening.
And Shaq's worked this out. I mean, that's why he took his time to think. He's obviously just got to this position and he realises this is just good.
Yeah, take this pawn, 2 pawns up. The white knight can step back and stop this pawn anytime, and these 2 connected guys will keep the black king busy, and this one will most likely cost black the bishop. 3 versus 1. We saw it in the last time, an endgame with rooks on. This time, knight versus bishop is easily winning. Yeah, Jordan, you can see it on his camera now, see it on his face. He looks devastated.
Wow, we are probably heading into tie breaks then, you guys. Shakhriyar, he has a lot of time on his clock, and it's ticking for Jordan to save a draw in this game. Probably not possible then.
No, I mean, I wanted to commend and kind of praise Jordan for the maturity in his game, often being able to draw on demand now, much more solid than the past, great defender, but yeah, unfortunately just one move of carelessness, taking his eye off the ball. Yeah, maybe the clock situation as well. He's been down on time the whole game, just it all built up and got too much for him.
Just look at his body language as well. I mean, you can just tell that just, the energy just seeping out of him at the moment, so yeah.
Yeah, what a turnaround. Absolutely unbelievable stuff happening. And like you say, there's just no path to salvation at all, no kind of way to make life difficult for Shakhriyar. No. And you can see he's almost resigned with the loss, and he's just coming to terms with the fact that he might be playing tie breaks. Not he might be, he will be playing tie breaks.
Yeah. Under 1 minute now and low on the clock as well. There's no chance you'll save this game. The only miracle that you can hope for is that Shaq somehow allows you to give up your bishop for all of the white pawns, all of the remaining white pawns. But White will always keep one up his sleeve for later. White needs to win by promoting a pawn to a queen later, and you can't get rid of all of the pawns. You only have one bishop. Okay, the bishop steps back, but now we'll see the white knight kind of centralize itself. Jordan, okay, I thought he was about to resign there, but he does take his headset off. And that's not a good sign for Dutch fans. It looks like game over. Move the knight for white, and then all of the white pawns are going to start pushing.
Yeah. I mean, Shaq just calculating stuff. There's no point rushing at this point.
Look at Jordan. He is so disappointed with himself. Was this a great game by Shaq, or did Jordan relax too early?
Both.
Yeah.
Mamedyarov, he didn't really get much out of the opening, didn't really get much out of the middle game, found a nice trick earlier to get into an endgame. And actually, I think it all comes back to that moment where you saw Jordan, he got shocked. But it wasn't even a great move by Shaq. It was just a surprising move. And it was just the psychological blow that he couldn't recover from. So yeah, Mamedyarov finding those tricks, so praise to him. But Jordan on the brink of a draw, just relaxed. And now the Black King trying to get active, but too slow. White's knight can even give itself up for that black pawn if need be.
Yeah, I was going to say the bishop just can't handle those 3 passed pawns on both sides of the board, you know. A bishop can't dance at 2 weddings. That's my little phrase.
Learning.
Yeah, you've got some good little phrases, huh?
Well, okay, most of them I picked up from other people. But, you know, I like to borrow them, like a magpie, collect them and remember them.
Phrase guru?
No.
Is there one particular person who would like, you know?
No, I
phrase
don't.
king?
No, normally I just hear, you know, I see them written in books, or I see, you know, like the Octonite actually came from someone that we all know very dearly, and that's actually International Master Malcolm Payne. And he was using it to kind of describe chess boxing, because obviously they box and then they play chess, which is just it is the strangest sport. And he was like, "Look at that knight, it's an Octonite," and I was like, "Oh my god, that is amazing."
Yeah,
I wanna use that one.
It's one of the best nights out, actually, chess boxing. I've been to some of the events.
I've never seen it.
It's really good fun. Yeah, really.
What is it like in an arena as a spectator?
It was great. It's great. I mean, it's like, I mean, I think they should do this maybe with chess sometimes. You know, get the players in like it's a darts match. Here comes Big Big Eddie or whatever. But like the Shaq attack comes in. Whoa, had the crowd cheering. But yeah, no, chess boxing is a crazy sport, and it's really good fun to go and watch. Yeah, if you get a chance.
And it's a little bit of it in England, right?
It happens a lot in England.
And we have a result. Jordan has resigned. We will be seeing tie breaks.
Yay! Jordan van Vries, he resigns, and Shahryar Mamedyarov makes a comeback to tie the match. So in 15 minutes, these two will start blitz tie breaks. Jordan just putting his hoodie on. Super. Just disappointed with his player. Understandable.
Yeah, Jordan is super strong, and he will know himself that he was just 1 or 2 accurate moves away from a draw and away from match victory. And now we go again. 2 more games of chess. He's got to pick himself up.
Absolutely. 14 minutes to go. Let's see if we get reactions from them out in the lounge. But while we wait, should we take a look at the game, David? A great one by Shahryar.
A great one by Shahryar, and it was actually just this moment where Jordan let the draw slip. He found the right idea, and Jovanka found it too. Pushing this pawn forward at this moment would have held the draw, but instead of calculating, he delayed this decision 1 move, and that cost him. The king came towards the center, and now pushing this pawn was too late, because as we saw, after this transition, white simply emerges with 2 extra pawns. And to show why Jordan resigned in the final position, a bit of a funny move by Mamedyarov, pushing this pawn forward. This shows the helplessness of black's situation. If the pawn is captured by the black bishop, then the other white pawn promotes. No way to stop it now. The bishop cannot get to that diagonal because it will just be captured by the white king. About to make a new queen, and therefore Van Foreest resigned.
And he's arriving in the lounge. Let's see if he stops to talk to Sverre after this loss.
Jordan, it's been a fantastic start and a somewhat frustrating end to the day.
Yeah, you could say that for sure. It was shouldn't have lost this game in many ways, but he was pushing very well, and he was putting up the pressure, but still to lose this game is pretty ridiculous.
Do you regret playing so fast after exchanging the queens?
Actually, didn't see the defense by that point anyways, and yeah, I missed some very trivial things as well, so maybe I should have thought a bit more, but I wasn't sure. I mean, by that point it was already not so easy. I missed some of his ideas. I mean, before it should have been an easier draw.
Good luck in the blitz.
Thanks so much.
We also have Shak here, and Shakirad, you're creating resources out of very, very little here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, now it was very interesting position, but I think it was draw, of course, but I need to play. I need to find some chance, and I think it was a good technical part of end game, but normally he played good game. I mean, middle game, opening, everything, it was good for him. But okay, good game and good result.
Is this where humans really can make something that computers can't? The creativity to try to create problems at the end like this?
Okay, I mean, for computers is absolutely different. Computers will to play draw any moves. I mean, of course, if you draw position, he will do it easily. But humans is every time calculate some lines, some moves, and finally he thinks some chance. Normally, we start to tie it, and for this reason, I think there's absolutely big difference engine and humans. And now how show our games, it was not for engines absolutely easy draw, but for humans not easy.
You promised before the day started we would see action. You provided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
So it's an upbeat Mammadiarov is also quite understandable because he's come back from quite the bad position where he looked to be losing game 3. Instead, we're heading into a tiebreak.
We definitely are. It's going to start in 11 minutes, the Blitz tiebreak. So we have to get ready. The commentators, they have to clear their voice and get some energy because Blitz tiebreaks are coming up. We'll have a quick commercial break and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
what is your best chess game ever?
Yes, my game against Niels Cornelius from 2021, I can say.
Who is your favorite actor?
Probably Leonardo DiCaprio. I'm a big fan of his movies.
Who is your celebrity crush?
Actually, I think yes, Dua Lipa I like as a singer. I think she's very attractive.
Yeah, absolutely. And what is your go-to song to get pumped up for something?
Maybe Remember the Name, Fort Minor, something like that.
You've been to the Good Night Bar here in Oslo, and if they were to name a drink after you, what drink would that be?
Get pumped up by Jordan's drink. I'm not sure exactly what.
Jordan's Juicy IPA. Maybe.
Something like that, yeah.
What is a skill you have that most people don't know about?
Oh, there are gonna be few, very few of those. I have a friend who always says that he has an equation which goes like Jordan plus not chess is failure. So anything which is not related to chess is complete failure. I like to play the piano a little bit. I used to do that as a kid, so perhaps that. I was pretty good at naming all the flags in the world for a while, so maybe stuff like that. And maybe I'm a little bit of a computer nerd. I like to do some computer science things. So,
what is your favorite sports team?
I like Real Madrid for a little bit, but honestly, I'm not too much into it. I just watch the Dutch team when they play, like the European or the World Cup.
If you could play a game of chess with a player from the past, who would it be?
Probably Fischer.
And what is your best advice for young players starting out in chess?
I guess you just play as much chess as you can. I know it's not. I have no secret to getting to the top. But if you just really enjoy the game and you play a lot, you do whatever you like. Basically, I don't think there's a secret ingredient like doing puzzles or solving tactics or reading a book or buying chessable courses. Okay, maybe you should do that, but in general, I think just enjoy the game and play a lot, and preferably the earlier the better, because of course, if you're younger, you get better easier. But in general, just play a lot, I guess.
These rapid fire questions are from the Late Night Podcast with Jordan van Vries. That is out wherever you are listening to your podcasts. And that special video edition available to Chess24 premium users on chess24.com. And if you press the collection tab, and released tomorrow will be a very interesting podcast with Eric Hansen talking about mental health, but also telling some fun stories from the Chessbrah stream.
You guys know the Isle of Man story?
No.
One of our viewers on the mainstream, on the main broadcast, Aman came to watch the game of Magnus, and he had this huge beard, and somebody took a screenshot of that and posted a kind of like a meme, but they say hobo attacks Magnus Carlsen at Isle of Man, and it was getting retweeted. And they have Aman just like looking at Magnus with a very scruffy beard, and some people thought it was real. So what I heard, I think it was from Magnus later that event, was that his dad phoned him afterwards because he thought that was real.
Yeah.
That like hobo Aman.
And remember also, with the code Esports Cup, you do get 40% off Chess24 Premium right now. Eric Hansen and Jordan van Vries and Shahriar Mammadiyaro, they were three of the players in David's very hard quiz that he challenged the players to before the tournament. Let's take a look at it.
I'm gonna be so bad at this already now.
Which player won the Magnus Carlsen Invitational last season on the tour? Yes.
Eric is such no.
The answer was Anish Giri, so points go to Jordan and Anish. Which player currently has the third highest rating in the tour ratings?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a tough one.
Third highest rated player.
No idea.
Okay.
What?
One of you is right. It wasn't Le Quang, it was Jordan.
What? We guessed together. I mean, this is a good guess.
No, I just thought this is a nice guess, yeah.
No, I was very proud of this.
I was also very proud of this one.
How do you spell Pragnananda?
Oh, fuck. Andaa.
Same.
Yep.
Same? It's correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Oh, so close, Jack.
Oh, last one, A and D.
I'm way off.
That looks more like a cry for help than a name. How do you spell Duda's first name, Jan Christoph?
Oh, this is hard.
K-R-Y-S-T-O-F.
No, mine is completely. I think I only have Jan correct.
Half a point. They all got it wrong, right?
I messed it up.
I can just say Christoph.
What is the largest state in the US by landmass, by size, not population? You got this, Eric. We all believe in you.
No, this is going to be embarrassing.
Oh, it could be like a trick question, maybe. Maybe it is. Maybe.
Alaska for Eric, Texas for Jordan. Anish, which one is your answer?
Maybe Alaska. Is it Texas or Alaska? Alaska is underscore.
Okay, it's Alaska. It's Alaska.
No.
It's up to your conscience, Anish, whether you give yourself the point. Which Norwegian city hosted the 1994 Winter Olympics?
It's completely wrong, my answer. I'm not even gonna show.
You weren't born, so it's okay.
You were 2 years old. Were you watching?
Yeah. In Canada, that's when they start watching.
The problem is in Azerbaijan is Winter Olympics not popular. Yeah, only one sportsman maybe. And
What is the capital of Kenya?
Isn't it Nairobi?
It's Nairobi.
Oh. Yeah.
You were Kinshasa?
Yeah. Where's Kinshasa? Just.
Is it not in Pakistan? What?
I wrote, yeah, probably, I think so.
Did you try the same or?
No, I wrote Freetown. I know some capitals in Africa are like called Freetown.
Some of them.
Yeah.
What word is spelled incorrectly in every single dictionary?
No, I know.
This word?
It was incorrectly?
Incorrectly, yeah.
That's the word?
Yeah. But did I write it correctly?
But it doesn't matter because anyway it's incorrect. Even if it's written incorrectly, it's the right answer.
It's very in the spirit of things, that Jordan. Some months have 31 days, others have 30 days, but how many have 28 days?
This one I know, so it's easy.
Yes, Shaq. Anish, what's your answer?
Can you repeat the question?
No, no, don't repeat.
No.
Can you repeat the question, please?
You already won.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, but you lost on time.
Yeah. Okay, and that was the quiz. I think we have a winner.
Shall I write the answer? Yes.
Bonus point if you can guess the winner.
Yeah, my problem is if not English, is Azerbaijan or
Azeri
Russia.
quiz will lose to Shaq.
Yeah,
no
I
time.
don't understand many questions and I don't know how to write this answer.
If we did it as in Azerbaijan, you would win every.
Yeah, next time, if I will one time in Azerbaijan tournament, questions will be better.
Yashgiri won the quiz, but Shahriar Mamadiara, oh, what a great guy he is. And now facing Jordan Favorist in Blitz tiebreak. Jordan chose to start with the white pieces. Here we go.
Here we go. It's an Italian game, so it's the best of 2 Blitz games. Each player will have 1 white, 1 black, and they only start with 5 minutes on the clock, gaining 3 seconds after every move. So it's going to quicken up, sharpen up. And okay, a quick trade of pawns in the center of the board. This is the most trendy variation now of the Italian game. This one surely has been studied by both players. Now either white's pawn on the side of the board will push up 2 squares, the A pawn, or white will centralize the white rook. Those are the 2 main moves here. Okay, what is Shaq gonna do? Oh, sorry, Jordan gonna do. Okay, he brings out his knight. Also a decent move. Shaq with black is gonna maybe bring out his bishop, move the black knight from the center. This one is still very well known, this type of position.
Who is the best in Blitz among these 2?
Big question. They're both good. We saw Jordan knock out Anish and beat Anish in the Blitz tiebreaks. Shaq is very good at Blitz in general, but I think he prefers over the board to online Blitz. So maybe Jordan a bit better with the mouse, but Shaq very, very good.
Shahriar also beat Anish in Blitz tiebreaks, actually.
True.
Oh.
That's true. Also, it was, I have to say, both victories over Anish were kind of due to Anish's mistakes.
Yeah.
You know, he had great positions in both matches, and it just seemed like an unfortunate series of events that happened. And yeah, sadly, he lost the matches. And well, Shahriar doing some of my favourite things, taking space by pushing pawns.
Yeah, those pawn pushes are very, very committal. They do leave some weaknesses behind, but they did get rid of White's knight in the centre. White's knight in the centre went to trade itself off for a bishop, so it's still level pawns, level pieces on the board, but Black has this really nice pawn centre. White, as compensation, has the bishop pair, and we see White trying to break open the position for his bishops.
This could be a bit of a battle of theory as well. I mean, this very active move from white can be quite dangerous if the queen can fly out next move, threatening checkmate. That's something to think about. Black has beautiful centre with those pawns, but a little bit loose at the moment, somewhat, and the 2 bishops for Jordan as well. But again, this must be well-known stuff.
Yeah. At least until the last couple of moves, I'd seen the position before. I'm not sure I've seen this exact position. I'm definitely expecting that knight to be kicked out from Black's half of the board. Okay, first, Shaq just solidifies the Black pawn centre. And as you mentioned, Simon, White's queen can fly out to team up with her knight, Batman and Robin there. I was thinking, actually, during the break, maybe we should name endgames when you have a bishop and a rook, B and R, Batman and Robin.
Ooh!
Queen and knight, we need another nickname. But,
Sharp stuff, David, after a long day.
Yeah. Well, we did get some suggestions on Twitter, some of them, like, very obvious, Tom and Jerry.
Oh,
how could we not think of that one? Peanut butter and jelly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Never tried that.
Yeah, that's an American thing.
Very American.
I don't think I've ever had it, actually.
Really? I have.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's okay.
I do know that in England as well, very naughty, you guys like to have chips on your toast.
Oh. Chip butty. It's a chip butty, chips and bread, or chips and gravy.
Very
chips
strange.
and curry sauce.
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips. Oh, fish and chips.
You know, how can we forget
when
this?
we get into food,
Bangers and mash. Yeah. That seems to be my speciality there.
So, cakes. Then call me. Yeah, so, yeah, just...
And also call the police.
In the meantime, we do see the centre clarify itself with Shakhriyar taking space. And I have to say, I really like his position. I really like what he's done. To me, he should be just moving his knight out of the way and just rerouting it to the right side of the board so that it can advance, or help advance those pawns come forward.
So Black has 2 knights, Ivanka. You want to move them both, I guess, ideally towards this right half of the board because that's where the action will happen. Meanwhile, we should mention the weird placement of White's knight. That will rectify itself. White's knight will re-centralise later on. And, okay, one of the ideas Ivanka mentioned has happened. Black stepping back with the knight, slowly kind of rerouting it towards the right half of the board and offering a bishop trade. No bishop trade, though, from Jordan. The light-squared bishops are essential to White's future plans. So, okay, the white bishop stepping back, losing time, though. Majarov, this is the ideal attacking position for him, and he's an attacking player as Black.
I mean, if he can ever move the pawn, the Freddy pawn, the F pawn, 2 squares forwards, then that will be a crushing attack. But this is the pawn he really wants to move, but he just can't move it at the moment. So he needs to prepare it, as you say, bring some pieces around to support maybe an avalanche of pawns here. But I think Jordan's got things under control. He does control lots of those squares on the king side, which are going to be dangerous.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Mamjarov just ticking under 3 minutes. He's not been playing too quickly so far. I'm not sure he's adapted to the pace. Jordan at 3.5 minutes, still not great pace. Both players may be struggling to adapt to the blitz after the rapid section. And, OK, Mamjarov taking a good decision, blocking the advance of White's pawns on this left side. Now, play will switch to the other flank, and there we go. Jordan is the one trying to open things up on this flank. Double-edged, that's where White's king sits. He's pushing pawns in front of his own king. That could backfire, but then again, he does have the bishops, and if he can open up lines, open up diagonals, then White's bishops become strong. And, OK, pawn trade. Will we see a rook trade as well? Now, on this open F-line, the rooks are staring at each other.
Yeah, it does feel like if you do trade off rooks, that maybe it will be easier for Shakhriyar to play. And instead, Jordan improves the placing of his knight because there was a direct threat of bishop takes knight on the board. Now the question is to take or not to take.
Yeah.
And
Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah. I love it. Just randomly, people are just randomly getting them now. So,
Bonnie and Clyde.
Bonnie and Clyde.
Oh yeah. Oh my goodness me. We are so bad. Okay, knight takes knight on the board, and presumably I would probably play bishop takes knight just to keep the tension still remaining.
A piece.
It's a lovely bishop, that dark square bishop, and I'm starting to look at White's position and think, yeah, this is going White's way. If White can get the queen over to the king side, maybe we could possibly just show that with arrows coming E1 to G3, or somewhere like that. It's just White's dark square bishop, fantastic piece.
Let's quickly show this, Simon. As the clocks tick down, White wants to relocate the queen, potentially bringing the queen over, planting it in front of the king and attacking. But this hasn't happened. White instead pushing a pawn, maybe trying to play it in the centre. Let's go back to the players. I like this queen manoeuvre. Bring the queen over. If Jordan finds it, he's got very good chances to win this game. Black's knight going back. It's all about this queen manoeuvre right now. Going for the black king, using this point and teaming up with the bishop. Lots of arrows there, but it's all about utilising this white queen.
Maybe the other bishop can come into the game as well. Well, he's moved his queen another way, which also makes sense, connecting the rooks there, just doubling up the rooks. But I think White has a very sizable advantage here, because White also has the breaks here. White has this pawn break you mentioned to try attack the centre. White can move his bishop in at the right time, and all of his pieces are on the king's side. I don't really like Black's pieces, especially Black's bishop. Look at the bishop. It just looks like an extra pawn at the moment, and the pawn chain, it's a big pawn, not a bishop.
Yep, and White rooks are coming in now. This is looking very good. All of White's pieces, they protect each other. This is what we always talk about when we talk about coordination, combining the pieces, utilising them as a team. If you can use them as one unit, they are great together. And there we go, White's queen blockades Black's best pawn, the most dangerous black pawn. Queens aren't great blockaders, but it's good enough for now. And Jordan taking control. Mamedyarov is a bit stuck.
Taking full control, and now all that's needed is that the light square bishop just comes out. And suddenly the bishop pair just going to start looking at Black's king. It's very, very unpleasant.
Also, there's queen g3, and you can move the bishop into the position. So I think this is what I expect now, just h3 or something. And he's played it. Going for your idea, Jovanka, the light square bishop would love to join in this game now.
Yeah, Black's queen staring down at the white king, but I was about to say the white king can just shift onto a dark square. White has full control of the dark squares. This is why bishop pairs together are so good. Black's minor pieces just can't get in the game. They can't have any influence. White's bishops dancing into the position now, going after targets. Black's pawn on the side of the board attacked by that white bishop.
So many problems here, because even if Black tries to exchange off all the pieces pretty much, he's going to be left playing against the two bishops. So you can't you can't relieve the pressure by making exchanges here. And Black's pawns are being attacked by that dark square bishop of Jordan's, and could even be a pawn dropping any second now.
Yeah. How does Mamedyarov keep the position together? The Black Knight kind of under threat by this last bishop move by White, but just look at White's two bishops. They control every important square in the centre of the board. And it's just so hard to even find a move. Mamedyarov offering a rook trade here, but that surely won't help at all. You can trade rooks and maybe even get greedy, grab some pawns.
He has.
There we go.
He has, and I don't think bishop takes pawn works here, because there's a nasty tactic. OK, because the bishop can always attack the knight. Could this be two pawns he's dropping now? This is really bad.
Yeah, really bad for Mamedyarov. He's trying to get rid of one of White's bishops at any cost, but it's a high cost, giving up two pawns potentially. White is one pawn up for now, but White's bishop can go and grab a pawn on the edge of the board as well. Two-pawn advantage. Should be game over. White's king pretty safe as well for now.
Also, White can even go on the counter-attack with the queen.
And he has done.
And he has played that move.
He's trying to keep it very simple and keep the pressure up.
Threatening the Black Knight.
Yep.
Yeah.
And wow, OK, Mamedyarov taking bishops, allowing his knight to drop off. We saw all of the minor pieces disappear, but Jordan, he has a few more pawns. This is brave, though, because suddenly queen endgames, they're tricky. Lots of checks in the position. White starts first, though, with the checks.
And it's also whoever has the passed pawn that's further advanced, and at least Mamedyarov has that one pawn in the middle of the board. It's only 3 squares away from queening, so he can try to combine that with some queen checks to get some chances here.
Yeah, I think Jordan is banking on the fact that his king can easily catch that pawn. But it's a good tactic at the minute, just to kind of repeat moves, just to get some extra time on the clock.
You have the moves flying onto the board. Jordan actually repeated very quickly. We barely even saw it. But there we go. Another set of checks, and all of Black's pawns are dropping. White is 2 pawns up now. And it's not just that. Look at White's pawn in the middle of the board. It's free to run. And this one, it's almost game over. Surely now Mamedyarov can't save this game. Look at the clock times. 2 minutes for Jordan as well. Plenty of time. All he needs to do is push his extra pawn in the middle.
Yeah. And it's easy, very easy to guard his king. That's Mamedyarov's only hope to give a perpetual check. Can he do it? Jordan will say, no, absolutely not.
Yeah, and here comes the pawn. 2 squares.
No check.
Winning the game. 2 squares.
Will we see a queen, or will the game be over before that.
The game will be over before that.
Yeah, I don't think they ever allow it, do they? The end, unfortunately, in these ones. But okay, at least Black's got his queen behind. There's always some half chances, but it really is, well, actually, maybe not even a half, 1% chance here, I feel. Is...
Oh, and 100 on the bar.
Yeah, I mean, that means it's a clear win for White. White should make a new queen with that far advanced pawn if he's accurate. As Simon says, there's only 1 or 2% chance that this could go wrong, and that's if you forget the safety of the White king. If you're careless, okay, Jordan just repeating, not repeating the position there. I was going to say, if you're careless and abandon the White king, it might backfire later on. Here we go, the White king is about to walk out into the open. Surprising.
That's surprising. I thought he was going to tuck it in the corner, just move it up 1 square.
Totally agree. Why has he gone this way?
Ooh.
It's opening up to checks at least, giving Black that 1 chance.
And the valuation bar definitely not at 100 anymore. Yeah. It's down to only +2 for White. Should still be winning. Shakira has to check on the right squares. White's king wants to wander over to the left side of the board. The White king actually wants to walk towards its pawn, but look at the evaluation bar. It's dropped completely.
Wow. Whoa.
Maybe it's a draw now with best play. White's queen is terribly placed.
Oh, and he's won a pawn as well.
Yeah, Jordan just rubbing his brow there, shaking his head.
So many missed opportunities by Jordan today. I mean, I think this is still very close to winning. You just got to find somewhere for the king to go. But can you find anywhere for the king?
Valuation bar says no. If the Black queen checks now and goes back, you can't march up the board because White actually has a risk of losing now. There are some traps where you walk your king into a checkmate. Okay, Mamedyarov checks diagonally. That's supposed to be very good wisdom in queen endgames, but another piece of good wisdom, put your queen in the centre of the board. Jordan didn't do it. Look at the White queen. She can't block any checks because she's on the wrong side of the king.
And I mean, the thing here is, though, we've talked about the position of the king when you're defending, and Black's king is kind of in an ideal situation because it's avoiding any checks here.
Yeah, there was a nasty trick in the position.
Here,
if it put the White, he can do it again. So if White steps the king 1 square forward, that would be a dreadful move. It would be a terrible mistake because the queen would dash to the f6 square and it would be checkmate. And the White king just can't escape the checks.
I think this coming into the centre was totally the wrong idea. I mean, you have to go back towards the king side here, I feel, and try to block with the queen, but I don't know how you can ever achieve that with good defence. And this 1%, well, it was a big 1% chance, wasn't it? Yeah. It was a massive 1% chance. It looked over, and now Mamedyarov is just fighting.
Yeah, if Jordan doesn't win this game, Mamedyarov is a huge favourite in the last round. I mean, Jordan, he missed a huge opportunity to draw the last game. He should have won this game. And, I mean, still some small chances if he can find a safe square for his king, but it looks impossible. No matter where you go, you get checked. Look at White's queen as well, stuck. It can never jump back and defend because the Black queen is eyeing up the White pawn.
But now he's going the right way. This is the way that maybe he should have gone in the first place. Can he get it out the way in time here? I mean, why not? I mean, the king's got to use those times. Yeah, he's just had a bit of fun walking around the board, losing a pawn in the process. But he's not going that way though.
The evaluation bar shot up for White, meaning it's maybe winning again. And we actually had this position earlier, but White still had a pawn on the left side of the board. So he's basically just lost a pawn for nothing and still can't find the win.
Valuation bar's going crazy, isn't it? I mean, it's all over the shop. And now it's going that way again. So, but I mean, Jordan's tried to move the king this way. I don't think it's going to work, no matter where it goes.
Okay, he's trying to win this black pawn on the edge of the board, though. I'm expecting White to go 1 square left now with his king, hide itself behind the black pawn. So now at least you've won the black pawn. But actually, if you take it, there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, the
if you
queen.
take it, it's an immediate draw.
Yeah, the queen will just simply give a check 1 square forward and it's kind of got the king shouldered in. So not a good safety place for the king there. Instead, you know.
Is this an easy draw now? Because I think you can just keep 2 squares away from the king wherever the king goes. If it goes to the right, you check it from 2 squares away. The problem White has, I think it's mentioned, is the White queen. The White queen is not controlling enough squares here. If it was in the middle of the board, it would control some of those checking squares that Black has, but it's helping the pawn, but nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, it's not in a position to give any cross checks. It's something that we saw in yesterday's game.
2 days ago, we saw an amazing, really instructive, really classic queen endgame between Magnus Carlsen and Praggnanandhaa, where Magnus won by using the White queen in the middle of the board. Jordan clearly wasn't watching that game. Clearly hasn't studied queen endgames.
I mean, he's trying to, I guess, put the king next to the queen now, isn't he? This is the only chance I can see. But that also comes with a little bit of risk. He's going back. Could it be a draw?
Yeah, we've been at almost this exact position before. I'm pretty sure we've seen that position 2 times now. Jordan has to be careful. If he puts his king on the wrong square, the position will repeat for a 3rd time and game over immediately with a draw. And Jordan, look at his face. He is devastated.
Yeah.
So close.
Yeah.
And so far away. I mean, it's kind of a repeat tale of what happened.
Again, he relaxed one move too soon.
He's really trying to draw this match or lose this match. I mean, he's had so many chances. I mean, you know, you just feel that the way it's going, Mamedyarov must be favourite in the last game.
With the white pieces as well.
And no way out for this white king. Look how the black queen is keeping the white king in its box in the corner. You can try and run across the board now, but again,
you'll get mated if
no
you
way out.
You know, if you go here, you'll get mated. You have to. Yeah, this is the only way. Other way, it's checkmate.
And there we go, a draw in the first blitz game. Jordan with the white pieces wasn't able to convert that to a win. And in 5 minutes, blitz game number 2, look at him, angry with himself for not taking that big chance. And now Mamedyarov with the white pieces in the second blitz game. If we have a winner in that game, that will be the winner of the match to gain 2 points. 1 point for the loser. If that is a draw, then we will head to an Armageddon. Oh, look at that walk from Jordan. How do you think he's feeling now, David?
I think he's furious with himself. He'll try and brush it off. He'll try and keep calm, keep cool. But yeah, he can't look in the past because 2 games in a row, he relaxed too soon. He was impatient and that cost him.
Yeah, it's just an angry look on his face going back to his lounge to prepare for the second blitz game starting in 4.5 minutes. It's going fast when you guys analyze these blitz games. Can we dive into it, David? What happened?
We can dive in, and we just got to show where Jordan let it slide, let that win go, and it was in this position. White's pawn, we mentioned, is just going to march up and queen. You don't need to rush, but in this position, rather than just play a calm, protecting move, like keeping his queen relatively centralized, instead, Jordan pushed his queen all the way to the top of the board, a bad square, and after the king steps back, he pushed his pawn again, and actually he suddenly realized after this queen check, there's nowhere to hide this check, and it was an immediate draw pretty much, because as we saw in the game, there was no safe haven for the white king. Instead, if Jordan had, for example, planted his king in the middle of the board, no checks in sight, he can calmly push his pawn at leisure, and no risk, he's completely winning. One hasty decision, and the win disappeared.
It certainly did. And that means if we have a winner in the second blitz game, that will be the winner of the match. This is the only match still going on in the Oslo Esports Arena. Let's take a look at the results from day 6 out of 7 in the Oslo Esports Cup. All the other matches were actually decided in only 3 rapid games. So it was a short day for most of the players. Magnus winning 2 games against Erik Hansen to gain all 3 points. Liam Le, after 2 devastating games for Anish Giri, 2 losses with some mouse slips and blundering, he lost the match, and 3 points for Liam. Duda, the biggest upset today, 2 wins against Pragnananda, and Prag lost that match. 3 points for Duda. And then this one. They won 1 game each in the rapid portion to tie the match. And here we are in the Blitz tiebreaks. The first one a draw. If the second one is a draw as well, then we will go to those Armageddon tiebreaks. We still haven't seen those today so far this 2022 season. So it will be interesting to see. And the players should be coming back to the esports arena very soon. Shakhriyar, he must be flying high now after sort of saving that draw.
Yeah, he must be feeling like it's his lucky day because, of course, you know, game 4, he managed to turn that around, set a crafty trick. And here, Jordan just missed a golden opportunity. Yeah, what can I say? You know, now Shakhriyar has the white pieces, so he will be feeling very, very lucky.
Yeah, what do you expect from that second Blitz game?
Yeah, the same. I think is who's got the momentum when you got these blitz games, and it's clearly with Shaq at the moment. I mean, Jordan, it's very hard to recover from that. He's a brilliant player, so you know, still possible to have a win from him. But I think Shaq with the momentum, he'd put him as favourite at the moment.
Yeah.
That being said, I think this is a 1-game window of opportunity for Shaq, because if it goes down to Armageddon, Shaq is not comfortable on the mouse. And Armageddon, there'll be no added time after every move. It's just a race, basically. And I think Jordan will be a massive favourite in the Armageddon. So I think this is Shaq's golden opportunity. He has to just go all in in this one.
And Jordan, being highest ranked on the tour standings, will be able to choose colors in the Armageddon. There is a trend for choosing white, correct?
In general, so in Armageddon chess, white has 5 minutes, black has 4 minutes. A draw will win the match for black, but having an extra minute when there's no added time after every move, it's a significant advantage.
So Shakhriyar, he definitely wants to avoid the Armageddon. And we can see on him, he is feeling confident. He saved a draw in the first Blitz game, and now with a big plan in his head for the final Blitz game with the white pieces. Jordan, he needs to shake off the frustration from not getting that win in the first one and come ready to fight with the black pieces in Blitz game number 2. Will we have a winner, or will we head to Armageddon? Jordan, even in just 5 minutes, it looks like he's been able to shake off that frustration.
Well, we'll see. We will see when he starts playing whether he makes good moves or not, or whether he's slightly tense.
Yeah.
But at the minute, I don't know, actually. I was going to say...
so hard.
Totally. How could you possibly,
They're off.
Yeah, and they're going.
Here we go. Second Blitz game. What are we seeing?
Second Blitz game, and Mamedyarov is trying to basically copy what he did 2 games ago when he managed to get that key win in the rapid portion. Van Foreest has gone for something different, and actually there's been a quick trade of pawns, a quick trade of knights early on. This is a variation of what we call the Grunfeld defense. That's been a theme of today, actually. It's the fianchetto variation. If you look at white's light squared bishop, black's light squared bishop, they're both parked on really long diagonals. That being said, black is supposed to be doing quite okay in this variation. I've played it my whole career with white and with black. This knight move, and okay, we will see a trade of pawns in the center now, most likely. Black's king can also castle. This has a very drawish reputation, I've got to say, this opening, this variation at least. Until this last move by Mamedyarov, pushing a pawn forward and sacrificing. Jordan, you saw the reaction on his face there. Allowing this move is not supposed to be ideal for black.
So maybe he's thrown a little bit. This is an ideal move for white to play if white can get away with it, because you gain space in the centre that you can build an attack around. So, I just feel Jordan's a bit thrown at the moment.
Yeah, he doesn't look comfortable, Jordan. Okay, we did see a trade of knights there as well. So no more knight forks, no more knight checks. All of the knights have left the board. Actually, in Blitz, that's really useful. You don't want to walk into any knight forks. Knights are so tricky to handle in short time controls. That being said, white has extra space in the position. White's pawn in the centre of the board, far more advanced than any of black's pawns. And white has that extra central pawn. White's going to throw everything forward in the middle.
It's kind of a Mamedyarov position. We've just seen him grind down a beautiful positional game, but he really is in his element when he's coming forwards towards his opponent's king. And at some point, you can see the pawns near white's king can just move forwards and start steamrolling up the board, space invading.
Yeah. You have to make that sound happen more later, Simon. If the
sounded
pawns
like
push
the
forward.
countdown theme tune.
I did.
Anyway,
that's my singing for the day. Done. So, yeah.
Well done.
Well, if it happens on the board.
Yeah, okay, I'll do it again
Yes,
if it
thank
happens.
you.
So.
Yeah.
So that's why Jordan, he's just stopped now. He's frozen for 30 seconds, more than 30 seconds. He's nearly 2 minutes down on the clock already, Jordan, because he's scared of the white pawns in the centre just marching forward. That's where white has the pawn majority. Black is stuck for a plan. The evaluation bar already hating black's position.
Wow.
Yeah, I have to say, I really despise black's position as well, because, like you guys said, white has free hand in just pushing those pawns in the centre. Also, there's not that much things that black can do to challenge these pawns. And lastly, I think it's going to be so easy for white to trade off dark squared bishops and make the right side extra vulnerable.
He just needs to move. He's been thinking for over a minute on one move, and it's not even a critical position. There's no threat in the position. There's nothing he needs to react to, nothing he needs to calculate. He's just frozen. Okay, he hates his position, but you need to move.
But I think he can see what's coming, isn't he? And that's the problem. He just can't find a plan. Whatever you play, you can make your position worse, even if you move the e-pawn. We could show that, maybe just highlight it very quickly. But let's say black tries to do something against the centre by moving the e-pawn. OK, he's done something else, but we can show this. Well, white can at least move the c-pawn. And if you have an exchange in the centre of the board, you've given your opponent a passed pawn. So, whatever you do, it could just get worse. So he's gone for something drastic, and I can totally understand why he's done this.
And just to show, this is White's plan, pushing all the pawns forward in the centre later. And we're going to see something very similar. Jordan trying to chip away at the pawns from the side, but I think Shaq might just ignore this and start pushing his own pawns at some point. You can maybe just get greedy and take a pawn. It's a matter of taste here for Shaq, but we will see. He can take a pawn here and maybe just get greedy with the white rook. This is a pawn advantage. He can put that in the bank for later, or he can just stay consistent and start pushing.
I have to say that I like what Jordan's done there. At least he's unbalancing a very bad position, and Shaq has grabbed that pawn. But, you know, Jordan's got a pass pawn himself now, so worth doing this, I feel.
Yeah, I think it is a good roll of the dice from Jordan because, like you say, you know, activated his pieces. Therefore, you know, this actually makes life much more difficult for Shakira because he has to handle his opponent's activity. I personally would never have taken that.
Let's forget about general terms, though, because, yes, White's a pawn up, but this is the move instantly I would play in blitz without thinking. I think you too, Simon. He's played it. He's given up a rook for this powerful black bishop. Look at the black bishop on this diagonal. He's given it up, but now look at the black king. So many holes around it. Once the white bishop comes to this square, the white queen, it's also going to jump in with checkmate. This looks terrible for Jordan. I'm surprised the computer's not enthused at all by White's decision, but to me, in human terms, it looks great for White.
I think Black's got to try to get the queens off here. I mean, if you don't get the queens off, you're probably going to get checkmated. So can you get away by, playing this move, David, and trying to chase the queen wherever it goes, basically, because at least you've got the rook behind it, swap the queens off, try to get some defence going. This is, I mean, I don't know if this works. You might be able to capture, push the pawn in the centre at some point, but this looks like the
keep the queens on, keep the queens on, go for an attack. Just to point out, so Black here does have a rook for White's bishop and two pawns, so it's actually...
Oh my gosh!
No. What's happened here, Jovanka?
He's taken the pawn. I mean, it has to be a blunder because the bishop will just come out, threaten checkmate. Once the pawn moves, I mean, there's like so many things that kind of appeal, like pushing the pawn forward.
Black had to block this, and as you guys mentioned, very minimum you can take this rook, and White has one pawn for free. But also you could think about pushing this pawn forward, threatening a check, hitting the king, hitting the rook. This one looks game over. You can maybe move the queen forward first, hitting the rook.
I like that move, David, attacking the rook, getting ready to push the pawn. Everything seems horrible. Jordan's going to be kicking himself if he loses this one. Shaq's got enough. He's got 4 minutes as well, so he did this before. Take a little bit of time just to try and work out what the best move is. Horrible opening for Jordan, so he was thrown. This move also looks logical.
Maybe it wasn't as good as actually attacking the rook, but it was very beautiful. So who can resist that?
I mean, there might be some drawing chances here because there's not many pawns left, right? If there's another exchange of pawns, you know, it's you get to an ending, you can draw that one.
Yeah, you're right there. Suddenly it's much less clear. I think he had a clear win, Shaq, and also he had 2 extra minutes on the clock, but he didn't stop. So both players struggling with the pace of the game. Shakira still 1 pawn up, big favourite now, but Jordan, pieces of pawns are getting traded, disappearing. He's got some drawing chances.
Yeah.
He needs a miracle, just like the miracle Shaq pulled in the last game.
All right, well, if he wins this, Shakira will gain 2 points and will be on the same score. But winning this match will be in front of Jordan on the standings in the tournament. And yesterday, Jordan won against Magnus, maybe losing the match against Shakira today. And tomorrow, Shakira will play Magnus Carlsen. Everyone's winning against everyone here.
Yeah, everyone's really strong.
Yeah, that's the thing. And actually, I kind of like what Jordan's done. I mean, he's got a defensive setup. He's going to have to defend for a long time, but he's suddenly got some solid feeling to his position. I know it's a pawn down. I know it's a bit horrible, but, you know, you're defending everything. So it's not as bad as it was, that's for sure.
Yeah, if the queens come off, you really fancy Black's chances to draw this game. The one downside for Black is that the Black king is still a bit airy, a bit loose, open there. And, OK, just a few more moves, but I think that's what Jordan should aim for, a queen trade. I think White wants to keep the queens on the board to attack later. And, OK, meanwhile, no progress. And also, the change in momentum, White's still dominant, but no direct attack. It's all about a slow build-up now. That could be in Black's favour.
And I have to say, I do like Shaq's last move, you know, just advancing the bishop by 1 square, advancing the king 1 square. No, it's nice to bring the pieces slowly forward. Slow and steady does win the race in these types of positions.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan's got a good defensive position, though. He's brought his bishop back to cover anything around his king, so it's just whether Shaq can break through. And I think at some point Shaq will have to take a little bit of risk by advancing a pawn to break through. But, so it's not easy to break this down.
Yeah, Shaq, I just don't understand why he rushed earlier. He's still got 3 minutes on the clock. Surely his instincts would have been tingling. He must have known he was winning on the spot. But he paused, and he's gone into this position, which is very different now. It's all about whether actually Black can hold a fortress. And look at Black's pieces. The rook, bishop, and king just huddled together. He's just curling up into a ball now, Jordan, and he's saying, "Okay, you can't break me. There's no holes in my armor." But it feels like
I'm going to go draw. I think he's going to hold this one. Oh, here it comes.
Armageddon chess.
We haven't seen it yet. Why not? Let's see it. And I think Jordan's looking a bit more confident now. He probably realises he was losing. He's got a bit of momentum on his side now.
I don't know. I'm going to go win.
You're going to go win?
Yeah.
David?
I'll go. I think White will win eventually. It's just too difficult to defend. And also, I'm looking at the clock times. Black is not only defending, but 2 minutes down on the clock as well.
And all the experience that Shakhriyar has. He must have been in tie breaks before.
Many. Jordan, meanwhile, he's he's played Blitz his whole career. He's young. He's been playing online his whole life, so he's got some experience too. Okay, the Black Queen. Ooh, sneaky threat. The Black Queen threatening to come down diagonally and take one of the White pawns. And okay, that's been defended by White's rook. Going backwards though, no progress. Suddenly I'm more on Simon's side. Suddenly I think maybe a draw. It's not gone well for Shaq on the last few moves.
Yeah. No, I mean, he hasn't proved anything yet. He's got to break things open. I don't think he's going to be able to do this just with his pieces. I mean, let's look at the time as well. The time is actually against Jordan. Jordan's down to a minute, Shaq 2.5. I think if Shaq gets shorter time, this will be, he could actually even go wrong because I don't think he's, as David said, as quick with a mouse as Jordan is.
And also with queens and rooks on the board and clocks ticking, that must be difficult.
Yeah, and that's why Jordan actually, he's really sneaky. He's forced a rook trade there. He got the rooks off the board and the queens have gone.
Queens have come. This must be a draw, a technical draw even now, I'd say.
I don't know. These bishop endings are very complicated.
4 versus 3.
I think if Black's pawns, if you look at Black's pawns, 2 of them are on white squares. If all of Black's pawns were on dark squares, it would be a dead draw, no chance. But because 2 of Black's pawns are on light squares, they are targets for White's bishop. So
has this helped Jordan though by swapping pieces? You'd assume the more pieces that get off, the nearer you are. But you're right that those pawns are horribly on light squares. If White can get around to attack them, and you can never exchange bishops when you're Black here. If you ever exchange bishops off the board, it's a losing king and pawn ending.
Yeah, and now you can see White king advancing up to the 4th row. That's already one little step. And now that's all that's needed is to kind of push the Black bishop off its diagonal. But I mean, it's still very tricky, I think.
It's going to be close to that word keeps coming up, fortress, right? Yeah. Can Black just sit and do nothing? And what is White's plan if Black does that? Does White have a winning breakthrough?
Maybe White has to exchange another pawn somehow to try and break through, but then you're getting closer and closer to the draw. And he's probably now threatening to, well, not threatening, but aiming to push the pawn in the middle of the board. And maybe he has to do this at some point.
And one thing that, he's trying to make the breakthrough now. He's using the White bishop to attack some of Black's pawns. Those Black pawns on light squares are vulnerable. Jordan needs to defend it with his bishop, passive. But one thing as well that top grandmasters always look at when they have bishop endgames, they look at the colour of the corner square. And if you look on the right half of the board, harry the h-pawn on the h8 square at the top of the board, that is a dark square. So White's bishop is on a light square. So actually, if White ends up, even if he wins everything that Black has, if White ends up with a light squared bishop and that h-pawn, it's still not enough. It promotes on the wrong colour square.
I think it's a dead draw.
You think
there you go. I'm going to say it. Yeah, just sit here and just wait and draw. That's what's going to happen. Armageddon, midnight comes and...
This last move is a bit strange by Black, bringing the king forward. The Black king surely has to go back now. hide on the dark squares.
Yeah.
I think the problem for white is, like you said, Simon, maybe it's just a draw. The white king can't snake the whole way around. Black's king will just block off the white.
Maybe there's a threat though, David. Bishop d3 now, swapping the bishops off. So we can maybe show this. The king goes back very quickly on the analysis board. We've mentioned that if white can swap the bishops off, then it could be losing. So this is why he had to move the bishop there, just to avoid the exchange of bishops. So
just to show, if the bishops come off, then white is winning. White has an extra pawn. Meanwhile, now the white king is coming.
Oh, has he blundered?
Yeah, this is huge. The king is now on the 5th row. It's going to come in.
The white king is coming, and Jordan had to give up another pawn. He's 2 pawns down suddenly. It's hopeless.
Looks like a dead draw now, doesn't it?
Well, definitely the clocks, and look, he's making moves with 1 second on the clock.
All white needs to do now is bring his bishop back, bring his king back, and challenge black's bishop. If he can trade off the bishops, there's a lot of moves there, but if he can trade off these guys, it's just a win. It's still completely winning now for white. 2 pawns.
3 seconds.
No Armageddon. We're not going to see it.
And, OK, now he's doing it.
He's, as mentioned, he's just bringing the white bishop back, forced the black bishop to a bad square. Now the white king will reactivate itself forward. At the right time, you can create a second passed pawn, potentially.
There's probably a couple of ways to win this, actually. And now, I mean, you have to be a little bit careful. You don't want to rush it by, I was going to say, playing this move. So I'm glad I'm getting things right today.
This is the key. This is the key, right? If black can give up the bishop for the white's central pawn and hide the black king in the corner on the h8 square, it's still a draw. So some small chances. The problem is you will never see Shaq push forward the central pawn and let the black bishop give itself up. This one now, it's just winning. The black king is forced into the corner, and white will push the central pawn after he's kicked away black's bishop. Is it winning?
But hang on a second. You know, the bishop can start moving along it can redirect itself to another diagonal.
Yeah. Oh, I think this one is winning.
You know, I'm not even going to say anymore. You know, I think it should be winning, but it's not so simple, funnily enough.
There are stalemate ideas all the time with black's king in the corner. When you're defending, put your king in the corner at all levels, just in case your opponent's stalemate.
Oh, this one was a killer.
Wow.
Saw this one. Lovely tactic. Killer.
And 100 on the bar, and a loss. A handshake between the two fighters and a big smile from Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. He wins the match in Blitz tiebreaks again, 2 points. A frustrating day for Jordan van Foreest. He was about to win this match after 3 games, but eventually it is Shakhriyar who wins it all. And let's head out to Sverige to hear reactions from our 2 great fighters.
Great fighters, absolutely. We have Jordan coming first there, and also Shakhriyar. Let's have a quick chat with Shaq first. You've pretty much made yourself the comeback kid of the tournament right now.
Okay, I mean, it was really very nice to, last 3 days, I lose first and back. But okay, today it was very good match, very interesting. Second game, I think I missed my advantage, and after this, all games, not all games, the next 3 games, of course, it was very bad positions for me in middle games. And okay, we just tried to play a good match, and we played good match, I think.
But this is the 3rd day in a row that you come back. Is it your stamina that is better?
No, of course not. But okay, of course, nobody want to lost with white. I lost in all match in first games and second games. For this reason, of course, no, it is not system. It's just bad games. First games I played not very well, but after I back, okay, it's good.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Thank you.
Tomorrow, you are playing Magnus Carlsen. How do you view that match?
I think it's okay. Of course, we all know who is favored. But if I will try to play good chess, he will try to play for first place. For this reason, we will play a good, interesting match. It's more important to play all 4 games. If I will play all 4 games, it will be good. Yeah, it's for this reason we will try. Yeah.
But is it also extra motivation to try to stop Magnus from taking the win?
Okay, I don't think about this, but I will just to play. I need to play just chess. I don't think who will win, who will I mean, is Pragnananda and Magnus, so they both deserve to win tournament. For this reason, they will try, of course.
And they always get a top-motivated Shakhriyar Mamadiarov.
Yeah.
Or as I like to call him now, the comeback kid.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, I like this name. I like this, but we will see. We will see. I want to say thanks for my opponents because they really also try to play good chess. And last 3 days it was good. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you,
Thank you very much. Thanks.
We also have Jordan. If we go over here and he's already gotten his jacket on now, but how frustrating is it to be up like this and then end up losing?
A little bit frustrating, but I mean, I know Shach is a great fighter, so I never was counting the match as mine, but it's a bit frustrating as I had very good positions in the third game, and the fourth game I shouldn't have lost. And then in the Blitz, of course, anything can happen, but even there in the first game, I think I should have won. So all in all, I think I have to work a bit on my conversion skills, but it's been a good match. It's been very fun playing against such a strong player, of course, and I'll take it as a learning experience.
How much does fatigue play into it?
I was a little bit tired at the end, of course. We've been playing, I think now 6 days in a row, so it's normal that you get tired at the end of the match. But I mean, it was hard for me to calculate at the end. I was bonding a lot of stuff, but I think it was going both. We were not playing at our absolute best there, but it's normal, I think, when you had a long day.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
So those are our two players who's really prolonged the action today and given us a lot of entertainment, even though all the other 3 games or 3 matches finished in only 3 games.
Absolutely. They fought it out until the end. Shakhriyar Mamadiarov and Jordan van Vries, 2 fantastic chess players and 2 fantastic guys. These are the results, you guys, from round 6. Magnus Carlsen, all 3 points against Erik Hansen, frustrated today. Erik Duda, 3 points, 0 points for Pragnananda, losing in 3 games. That is a big result for the tournament. Liam Le eventually won in only 3 games to Anish Giri, who is frustrated now. 3 points for Liam, and then tie breaks between Jordan and Shakhriyar. An intense match, ending up with 2 points for Mamadiarov. 1 point for Jordan. So these are the standings before the 7th and final day in the Oslo Esports Cup. Magnus is on top of the table, but Pragnananda on the same score. And we also have Liam Le and Jan-Christoph Duda 1 point behind them. David, who will win the tournament?
I have no idea, Kaya. There were at least 4 players there with great chances of winning the tournament now. It all depends on who can win their matches in the Rapids tomorrow. We could see things come down to tie breaks, Blitz, Armageddon to decide the winner. It's going to be exciting.
Magnus will face Shakhriyar Mamadiarov tomorrow, and if Magnus wins that match in the rapid portion, he will be the winner of the tournament. But if it goes to tie breaks and Pragnananda wins in the rapid portion against Anish Giri, then Prag will be the winner. But if they both go to tie breaks, then Jan-Christoph Duda and Jordan van Vries, Liam Le have chances. So tomorrow, day 7, final day of the tournament, will be super intense. Jovanka, who do you think will win this?
Yeah, you never know. I mean, honestly, I think that probably Magnus Carlsen will return to his usual form and just show everyone that he's the big boss. But I was working out that even Liam Le has a chance.
Yeah.
Because if he manages to win in the rapid portion and Magnus loses in the tie breaks or something, they're still in the same score.
Even after this loss, Jordan has a chance if he beats Liam Le. He's 3 points behind. If Magnus and Prag lose, Jordan wins. He's on the same points as them. He beat Magnus in the head-to-head. That's why today, that last tiebreak was so heartbreaking for him. The Dutchman could have still been in the mix.
Wow, what a final day it's going to be. You have to eat some cake, Simon, and get ready. What do you expect?
Lots of cake, obviously. Might pay for it this time. Let's see how it goes. I think it's going to be, well, what an exciting... We couldn't have asked for a better last day because it could go... Every game is going to be so intense. Prag, Magnus, they're the 2 big players. I mean, it could be a dream scenario for, if Prag wins at the age of 16. So,
incredible.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we? So, yeah.
Definitely. What a final day we're going to have in the Oslo Esports Cup. We definitely hope all of you will be back with your popcorn just buckled up for an intense final day in the tournament. Get ready for some drama. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.